there he is.
There he is.
He changed his arrangement so he could be back.
Probably got in late. Okay, we'll give it a couple minutes. We have people just coming in. A couple more of the city council. Get started with our budget meeting today, and I will turn it over.
All right.
I know
Mayor?
everybody's excited about a long day of budget, right? So we're going to start, and I'll turn it over to City Manager Scott Sanders to introduce what our process will be today.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff. They're out here as well. Today is our day where we'll go through the entire budget and the CIP. Just ask for a little grace in that this is also obviously for the benefit of our general public, and much of this detail has already been shared out into the public, but we will need to be a little repetitive in some of these elements, again, for the benefit of those that may be watching from home as well. And so with that, I think it's incredibly important to talk just for a minute about how we got to this point with this budget and how different this process and this budget is from any that I've experienced in my long career. And the reason for that starts with how the rules have changed over time with property tax collections and how that works. And so again, you've heard some of these talking points before, but essentially what we have is property taxes are now limited on growth, in that as we grow our tax base, there are haircuts and penalties that take us back a few percentage points as we grow. For example, the 2.75% growth by the city's valuations then requires a 1% haircut, and we only actually get to keep 1.75 on our operating levy for our general fund. Those penalties continue on up. As you get to 4% growth as a city, you only get to keep 2%. And then if you make it to 6% growth, you only get to keep 3% of that in the operating property tax levies. So because of that, it really does change how we approach our budgets, and it requires that we look out further in our operating levies. We've always done a good job of our capital budgets, which are very different, right? The capital budgets are for the investments we need to make in our infrastructure and our large fire apparatus, pieces of very large equipment, things of that nature, for which we oftentimes do borrow. And then we have debt service as a source for our capital. So the two budgets that we'll be talking about, the two largest, are our operating funds, which deal with the general fund. We'll be talking about police, fire, parks, libraries, and all the internal functions, public safety, obviously. But we will also spend time on our capital budgets that have different sources and different requirements. With the changes in the property tax system, we've only been able to garner 1.1% growth over the past 3 cycles. That includes this one that we're talking about today. 1.1% for operations, as you all are aware, is not sufficient to grow any budget, whether personal, business, or nonprofit. 1.1% is lower than cost of inflation. It's lower than what our union contracts require for us to continue paying a lot of our staff. And therefore, it is made very clear to us that with these changes in the property taxes, there is an expectation that we have smaller local government. And that is exactly what this budget in front of you represents. There are cuts. They are not pleasant. They've already, for the most part, been talked about, but it does end up that we will have less city government available to us as we have less property tax revenues that will not be able to grow at the same pace as inflation moving forward. I say that because this budget would have looked very differently if it had been more typical of what we've seen in the past with an economic bad time, an economic downturn. We can all think back to the 2008 real estate bubble burst, think back further to the tech burst a few years before that. Those types of cycles happen regularly. Our finance department and the department directors and myself have prepared the city for that next economic downturn. The reserves are strong. You're going to hear that throughout the presentations. We have lots of opportunities to resolve budget issues with what we call levers. Which lever are we pulling now? You're going to hear about some of those throughout the day as well. Understand that this budget for 2026, which starts in July, would have looked very different if it was a one-year exercise that we simply needed to get through. Instead, what you're seeing with this budget is a new reality that we have to find ways to be smaller and efficient at the same time. And so we would expect that every year moving forward, there would be similar conversations until we get to the point where there are no more changes in how the rules are being applied to the property tax system. So hopefully that makes sense. There was absolutely an opportunity to utilize things like our reserves further, but we've had great conversations at the council level and with the public in explaining that if we were to use more of our reserves, there would be an impact on our borrowing interest rates because of the credit ratings that we have to maintain and the fund balance expectations that the market expects when we go out and borrow. So hopefully that all continues to make sense. What again you're seeing is more elements of what's been released out in the public. The books that have been provided, the books are available online. And I think with that, what you see in front of you is the schedule that we've got laid out for today. We're going to start right out with the operating budget, the general fund, and others. And then we'll jump into the other enterprise funds, and the capital will come later in the day. So again, I want to thank the staff, especially finance department with all the budget analyst work. This was a very different task in front of them, and every department director, every department worked with us to find the solutions that were necessary, and we will continue those exercises as we look at further efficiencies and cuts as we move forward. Nick, I think I'll keep moving forward from there.
Okay.
So with the operating levy, the operating funds, from a high-level standpoint, we obviously have a goal in mind to maintain as much of the service levels as possible for our residents. We understand the importance that our investments as a city are to those service levels and to our partners who also provide services to our same residents. We keep the same $16.61 total tax rate as there are adjustments every year within the 4 tax rates that we can work with, but the total remains $16.61 as it has for many years. We lowered it after the sales tax was passed and have kept it lower thereafter. The community needs, we continue to receive input from our public. We were out in the different wards receiving input. That input continues right up until the approval in April of the budget. There'll be meetings next week. We'll talk about again at the end, but next week, Tuesday and Wednesday at different sites to have more input. And then understand that the shortfall that we are looking for within our operating budget and resolving was just over $17 million in this cycle. The four categories that we utilize to resolve that are listed below. Again, you'll hear about some of those details throughout the presentation, but we are utilizing some of our general fund budget to the amount of $2.8 million. The key there is that we are also going to have in front of the council a policy change that will designate our minimum general fund balance to be higher moving forward than what the policy has been in the past. So to further explain, our policy is that we would have 15% of an annual spend. Yep. Make sure I get that right. 15% of what we would spend in a year is stocked away in reserves. Again, we have prepared ourselves for an economic downturn. The actual reserves are much higher than that. And so we have the ability to do two things. Tell the world, especially the investors in borrowing and that give us the funds for our debt, tell them that we are going to now raise our minimum from 15 to 20%, but we're going to spend down what we have today, which is closer to 30%. 25. It is closer to 25. Spend that down a little bit, but we will not go below the new 20% minimum. That will give the credit rating agencies a level of comfort to know that, yes, you're spending your reserves down, but you're not going to go below a new higher point at 20%. And the hope is, and the conversation will be with them, that will allow us then to maintain our very high bond credit rating. Does that make sense? And we can get into that further
Scott,
throughout the process. Yeah.
It's one of the pieces that makes me uncomfortable, but I know without doing it, it requires deeper cuts.
True. And
more things cut. I'd like that policy to be more than just embedded in the approval of this budget, that we have a separate resolution,
yes,
that we acknowledge that, and that we can always point to that. If we're trying to avoid even steeper cuts by using some of the reserves this year, I want to make sure that the new floor is a council policy that is really transparent when we get close, when we're considering any changes to it.
Yes, that is the intent. It'll be a separate resolution.
Yeah, our plan is to bring it with the approval.
But it'll be a separate vote.
Yep.
Okay.
Separate resolution, correct?
A completely separate resolution. Yep.
Okay. So that is 2.8 million of it. The other pieces, again, that we'll hear the details on include the cuts in staff from mostly through attrition. Those, again, have been out in the public, and the departments have spoken with their staff, all well aware of where those cuts have occurred. With the exception of the two positions in sustainability, they are through attrition. And so it's where vacancies have occurred since last May. We have given extra scrutiny and a higher level of need in order to replace those and backfill those positions. So with that, we've cut over 14 or 15 positions through attrition, and the two through layoffs that were necessary. There are additional contract savings within the departments and some other smaller dollar items that were included in that 4.7 million. Reallocation of other funds that can pay for what would have typically been general fund staff, the largest of which is the sales tax. The sales tax moving forward will pay for more of our public safety staff. You'll see that in our solution set as well. There is still the 50% dedicated to property tax relief. Everything is in line with the referendum that the voters voted on and the spending policy that was developed by the council upon enactment of the sales tax. There are some other funds that are able to pick up some of the cost of staff and other cost of the general fund that we're able to shift between funds to amount to savings within the general fund. That's how we get to the 6.9. And then changes to revenues include a couple pieces. There is some fee revenue that will be increasing, including our parking tickets. That's probably the most outward-facing fee that will be recognized, going from $15 to $20 for the parking tickets. There is some development fees, permit fees, neighborhood services. Parks and Rec does a fabulous job every year just tweaking their fees. All of it adds up, and there is some savings within our healthcare fund that are in this category as well, and how those revenues are accounted for. So that is how we get to the $7.2 million from a high-level standpoint. And from there, I think I'll let Nick dive right into today's details.
But I've got at least one high-level question that I noticed. So it looks like in terms of the recommended revenue coming from the sales tax, that the budget has roughly $59.5 million in that recommended revenue. And the last 2 years, we've had $63.5 million. So it's $4 million less. And I haven't heard anything about sales tax being impacted. Why do we have $4 million less from a baseline?
So from that, based off that question, you might have been looking at the expenses. So we were drawing down on the local option expenditures versus the revenues that came in. So the revenues that we've seen 1 year was just over 60 million of what we received in that particular year. But the other years has been about 59, which is what we are currently budgeting for an amended 25 and the recommended 26. So we're just under 60.
I mean, the amended 25 says 63.6. I mean, this is on page 15.
Yeah, that's the expense out of local option,
Okay.
not the revenue. So it's a $2 million draw on the local option reserve.
Okay, so that's an expenditure table.
Yep.
And the revenue is always, we have the equivalent revenue table somewhere that shows.
We currently don't have that, but that's one where I cover during the presentation, where we kind of talk about when we actually talk about the property tax relief. If you look at that, that is the 50%. So that's half of whatever the budget actually is.
Okay.
So
Nick.
the expenses that are there is for the last couple of years has actually shown a drawdown of the balance of local option, because we had that a little bit higher than we want to kind of keep that local option balance between 15 million and 20 million, and we were closer to the 20 million, so we were drawing it down to the 15.
So that's in accordance with our overall reserve. We have, if we have total reserves of 25%, and we estimate roughly 60 million.
Yeah,
So 15 million would be in line with a 25% reserve.
yes. We usually try to, with local option not being could be a very drastic difference from year to year. So we try to keep that more in the dollar amount assumption of the 15 to 20 million. And so for the last couple fiscal years, we were actually drawing down some of that balance. So from that, that's kind of why the gauge of which the revenue that we're seeing is that property tax relief is always a 50% of what actually is coming in. And that's why we kind of keep it separate. So as some particular projects, or as we look at carryovers from year to year, you're actually spending down some of those funds in any given year. That's why you'll actually look like we're spending mid-60s, because we're spending down some of the existing balance.
Down balance, and this year we're not budgeting to spend down any
No,
balance.
it's a balanced budget. Yep, it's all of the revenues balance out to the expenses that we have for the recommended budget. So, because we're at kind of that where we want to be with that balance.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of go through the general fund first. Obviously, some of the major services that we have are highlighted here. Going into the general fund sources and uses, this is kind of a general view, and we'll kind of go into more depth of the revenues, the source of funds, and uses of funds in following slides, but this kind of gives you a one-page look of ins and outs for the general fund. As you can see, just over 50% is property taxes, and just over 70% is our personnel services, so our people. Looking at the multi-year general fund sources versus uses, you can see that the bar to the left, the grayish bar, is our total expenses versus the multicolor bar, which is our revenues. So you can actually see that in 2020 we had more uses than the revenue coming in. One of the biggest components to that one was the $9 million loan for stormwater projects that gets paid back by local operations. But you can see that we had large surpluses within the 23 and the 24 budgets, and that's mainly from the recognition of revenue in those 2 years from ARPA. And then we're showing amended 25 as using up the ARPA funds that we have within our reserve balance. And if you look at the 26, you can see that that one is very close. That is that 2.8 million that we talked about using the fund balance for that particular year. So because I'm a numbers person, I had to have that chart on here as well. This kind of puts it to pen to paper on that. So we are going to be using just under 23 million of fund balance within the 25 amended budget. And again, this will have last minute ARPA related items going towards projects, as well as airport agreement that we have with them for the terminal and different things like that.
Has all the ARPA dollars, has it all been?
It will be for this fiscal year. The only thing that will kind of hang around is the airport agreement is multi-years, so we don't want it to interfere with the comparing of a recommended budget to a recommended budget. So we have all of the airport spending in 25, even though I think we've got one more payment in 26, but we're showing it in 25.
Okay.
So there's going to be a little bit of carryover.
But the rest of it's been spent.
Yeah, it's going to be like 5 million of the 95
We still have 5 million of the 95 left?
after fiscal year 25 is done. Because it was covering for general fund cost, and so the general fund is actually funding the terminal payments to the airport. So it is general fund made possible by our. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
248 on the recommended, on this, in the book is 246. Is there a difference of the numbers on the general fund? 248, no, whatever. On the revenue, on the general fund,
From the.
from the
Oh,
page one.
Oh, this is
Slight
all the G's and H's.
Okay.
So,
Just wondered.
yeah, this is, we've got a couple reserve general funds and H funds that are separate. This puts them all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So there is some separate funds in there that are kind of separate from the overall general fund.
But make up the total budget projection.
Yes. As we look at the major general fund revenues, obviously the biggest part is our property taxes. The next largest that we have is our fees and charges for service. Those are different things generated from user service, the users of the services or programs. Also our indirect cost allocation, which is basically the work that the administrative services does, the divisions within the general fund that is supporting the enterprise and different things like that are actually charging those out to the enterprise funds, as well as CIP charges and pilots and the reimbursement of services like ambulance charges, the airport reimbursement for police services and things like that. So if there is a fee for a particular service that the city does, that's within that fees and charges for services. The next largest is the intergovernmental. Those are other governmental agencies. So these would be things like agreements that we might have with the school, with the county, if the work that we're doing within the general fund also is being funded by another government as well that comes in as that intergovernmental. Beyond that, we have so the hotel motel tax, and some of the other revenues is the ROI on the enterprise funds and interest earnings on the reserve balances that we have within the general. So going into some of the major categories, kind of depicting the multi-year aspect of what we see, the taxable valuation changes that we saw over the past 10 years does average out to about 3.76. As you can see, the fiscal year 2025, which is the year that we're in now, is where that 4.1% growth was. That one was on the general fund, the general levy was trimmed down that 2%. So that's kind of where you're seeing. So if you look back from that levy, we're at that 3.7, but we're always going to be at that level that trimming is kind of an issue where you're between that 2.75 and 4. So we're always going to be living in that range.
On this chart to understand the trimming piece so that we know the effect, because the 4.1 isn't like that doesn't tell the whole story.
There is some levies that would have seen that 4.1, so it's kind of useful still to have this, but we can probably put together something else as well.
State law, there's a 2% haircut in those latter years somewhere, or roughly 2%.
We can break it into the two sets of levies, the ones that still capture the 4% general levy.
Yeah, we can put together something like that.
Separate line on the graph.
The next major category that we talk about is the franchise fee. That's the 5% on gas and electric. It tends to be weather related, so as it's cold out, tends to run the heaters more. Same with hot, run the air conditioner more. That tends to vary from year to year. As you can see, we've kind of had a higher year within the 2022. And so what this kind of depicts is we had it come back down in the 2024 timeframe, down to about 12.5-ish million. And so we're amending our 25 and 26 to be about 13 million for that 5.
Based on the 5%, because
Yes.
I mean, FY24 was the year that I believe the higher franchise fee, we were at 7.5, and that phased out, I think, sometime in FY24.
No, we used to have 2.5
Right.
for the class action claim.
Yep.
That actually stopped in fiscal year 21, but it was not a part of this.
There was I'd have to find it, but I thought there was a year in here that it was reflected in the budget.
The 5% within the general fund, it did not have, there's probably expenses in there that might have came up because of the closeout of the claims and everything like that. But we have not collected that 2.5 on that since 2021. That was actually in a special revenue fund because it wasn't the traditional 5% franchise fee, so it was in a special revenue fund. And same if we were to do the additional allowance of 2.5 that we have for transit authority, that would be a special revenue fund, and it would not be a part of the 5% within the general. The hotel motel tax, the 7%, fully goes into the general fund. This one really depicts COVID and the effect that it had on our hotel motel taxes that we collected. 2021 was the full year was definitely compressed down to about 4 million. We have seen that steadily grow back to about 10 million. We anticipate that to be about where we sit for a while at that 10 million without knowing different things, whether we would get like the NCAA tournament, that'll throw different things off where that might get a little bit higher. But we definitely came back to a level of pre-COVID numbers within these estimates. Shifting to the major general fund expenses, obviously our people are the largest percent of the cost. That is at 72%. The next largest that we have is the contractual services. Those are made up with those payments to, excuse me, the hotel motel tax out to CVB and Bravo. Those are ones where that we are going to try to work with our partners in this to change, work to get a different amount to them versus the 2% that we currently have with them. So I think we're trying to work through agreements with them as to kind of sharing a reasonable amount of our hotel motel.
Are we the only community doing that, or is other communities looking at doing the same?
So I'll take that. The managers are meeting throughout the entire metro area, so it's the whole metro area. All those that are part of the 28E agreements are part of the conversation. We have had several meetings with both Bravo and Catch Des Moines, and we have yet another one next week. So hope to have those finalized. The actual impact would be going from the 2/7 to the 25% for each of the entities they would retain. That is a drop of like 3.6 percentage points. Today, the 2/7 that they receive is equivalent to about 28.6%. And the proposal is to drop that to 25%. There would also be some caps on how much growth is allowed in future years. There was concern that the hotel motel tax, as shown in the previous illustration, if you were to go back further in history, yeah, there's been some pretty steep increases on a percentage basis, even before the 2020 that you see in the first year pre-COVID. There were a lot of 6 and 8% annual increases in hotel motel tax. So the managers and the elected officials in our region have expressed concern that maybe that should be capped as well. So that's part of the proposal.
So we're going to do it unilaterally with the other communities, or are we going to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
The actual implementation would look like a amendment to those agreements. Legal is helping me through those. The amendment would come to you to reflect the new contribution at 25% with the caps, and it would only become implemented and signed off by the mayor and myself, whomever is appropriate, if the other communities also pass it through their own councils. So it would be approved but ready to be executed, if you will, only upon the region, probably something like 75% of the region or something of that nature would be stipulated.
Thank you.
But there are 2 or 3 communities that have completely withdrawn, or are they going to come back
Yes.
in, or?
That actually is the goal, is to put these limitations on the revenues such that a couple of the communities that have left have expressed interest. They may consider getting back in. You also have a couple communities that have never been in, one of like Ketch, Des Moines, Waukee has never been a member of that group. They have expressed interest in becoming a member, but would prefer to see these types of amendments made before they would, you know. Mhm.
Some of the other charges are, go ahead.
Can we go back? Because, I mean, you talked about the chart that we were on, the pie chart, the next slide.
Okay.
The contracted services, you only talked about the CVB hotel motel. And this is just a general, I guess I'm doing this up front, but it's one of the things, since this budget is different and we're going to have more as the manager noted, that until changes are kind of worked out at the state level and we have consistency, we're going to be facing tougher budgets. Like, the budget book does a really good job. I feel like I have a pretty good sense of personnel services, because for each department or division, we break out the personnel and the number of employees at the different job classifications. We don't do that for contracted services or other charges. And to me, it's kind of a black box. And my guess is there's some pretty important spending categories there that we should be having policy discussions on. And in a few cases, I mean, I think some of the cuts came from contracted services. And it's really hard to tell exactly what that was. I mean, for example, I think the mosquito contract, which is something we've talked about as a council, but that's something that was either cut back in this budget. It's really hard to tell where that is in the line item because it's just grouped in this larger contracted services. Another piece that typically is the type of thing that you would have a conversation about when there's a tight budget, and we haven't talked about at all, is travel policy. And I don't know where in the budget travel is because there is not a line item, and I can't tell how much travel actually exists in this budget. And if that's an area where we could be cutting back on travel to save core services, because I'd prefer to do that than to make deeper cuts in core services, for example. But I need to understand what that is. So I'm hopeful that we can get more detail and have charts for the contracted services and maybe the other charges, particularly when they're significant, because there were a lot of places where if you looked in the table, the change on amount of contracted services between FY24, FY25, there were a lot of cases where that was more than 10%. And I just have no idea what that was. Does it reflect higher, just a general increase in a contract? Did it reflect different spending? And I think in a tight budget time, one, we owe it to our residents to provide a greater degree of transparency, and two, we can't provide scrutiny on the budget without that level of detail.
Maybe I've missed it somewhere, but I'm concerned about the consultants' fees that we continue to hire and we pay somebody to fly here. I didn't see that in here, but maybe we just haven't got to.
That's within.
Okay, that's, yeah,
That's part of what.
I looked for it too. I'd like to know what we're spending on consultants and what we're paying them to fly back and forth from their homes in other states.
So both great questions. So we've got to find the level of details that get you what you want to be able to be comfortable with your decisions, but understand the easy answer is we can give you the tens of thousands of line items of the budget, and I don't think that's what you actually want. So we can talk further, but I'm hearing that it'd be helpful to know where major changes have occurred within contractual services, where the larger number exists, where the larger contracts exist.
There are a lot of large contractual services that should be reflected. For example, I know Trees Forever does a lot of work on our street tree program. I'm pretty sure I know which line item, or rather, I'm pretty sure I've narrowed it down to 2 or 3 line items that it's reflected in. I mean, it's things like that, large contracts, but there probably are categories within contractual services. I don't know, for example, and another thing that I was curious about, like our city fleet, is that, because some departments have, police, for example, I assume a major expense in our police department is the cars and operation and maintenance of those cars, patrol cars and whatnot. Is that in contractual services? Is it in other? Like, I couldn't tell where that is, and I think there are potentially some policies there as well that could be driving certain costs, and that we should be talking about as a policy-making body. Not police isn't the example. Well, I'll give an example on the car, and I've noticed this in the park department. And one of the things we've seen over the last decade is trucks have gotten a lot bigger. And along with that, the trucks are a lot more expensive. And I don't know that there's a reason why I think I've seen in our department, we're getting bigger trucks rather than the smaller trucks that we used to have. There's an expense to that, and that's just kind of on autopilot. And I'd maybe prefer, if we need trucks, we get the smaller trucks like we've always had. And I'd like to at least have conversations about that, and I think that's appropriate in the context of a budget discussion.
So I think let us come back with some proposals on how to break down and eat those elephants one bite at a time, because there's an incredible amount of detail. I would tell you that there is nothing on autopilot. Okay, there is a team that review every vehicle purchase, much like we review every vacancy in positions, and they have to defend. Similarly, they have to defend the type of vehicle, the size, and all of that. So there is detail behind all of that. We could have additional workshops on each of those discussions. I would ask that give us a chance to come back to you with some reporting on that and see if that satisfies the questions. And if not, we can obviously dedicate some time over the next six weeks of workshops to.
Well, on contracted services, I think if you break it down, if Bravo and CVB, right, there's a big chunk of it. So how much is in engineering? Do it by the broader category. I don't think we need, as a council, nor if you've got a review process, quite honestly, get down to which trucks we're buying, which ones we're not. But I think if we can get a general overview of what the bulk of what the money is going towards, because I know we have a lot in engineering, I know we have some in, so I would think more the broader category, I would defer it. I don't think we need to get line item by line item, but
One thing I will say is the vehicle fleet being a part of finance, we do have the direct maintenance cost and fuel and different things like that charged directly to the departments or charged back because it's an internal service fund. But then the actual funding of vehicle replacement is within a finance non-departmental code that funds the 1.7 million that we actually put towards vehicle replacements. And so one other thing that I would say as well is our research and budget staff actually have departmentally signed. They're assigned to multiple departments to review the spending as well, and they're the ones that are actually putting together the line item budgets and making sure that they're reasonable. They're usually within working with the departments to determine what is reasonable and what is actually making up those line item details. That's almost 10,000 different line items. Even though we have 10,000 line items, you might have multiple consultants within one of those lines. So it's a very, we'll have to kind of parcel out what makes sense, because we might have 15 line items that talk about repair and maintenance type services, but one of them might be elevators, another one might be equipment. That type of level of detail is different from department to department.
Right. And I understand that, but it feels like all of that is kind of grouped into big pots. And I think we should have a greater level of detail than we do.
Okay.
Because I think it's really hard to know exactly what we're spending on. And it's not just for us. I think the budget books, and part of this is, in my mind, a transparency question going forward. And some of this, it's the broad categories, and then maybe digging in within some of those broad categories.
So the one thing I will say is the method of which we've summarized the expenses is based off of what we do for our generally accepted accounting procedures for our annual financial report, and then our budget is matching those type of categories. And so that's why we've always kind of done it that particular way, is because it's the generally accepted way of approaching those summaries.
All right, so we'll bring back the additional details.
You're also going to include the other charges category of what exactly that is also.
Yeah, the other charges is contingency, the workers' comp, 411 medical claims, loan payment for the general fund debt that we took on to purchase the 1,200 locusts. So those make up that 5%.
Okay.
And looking at the major category with salary and benefits, you can see here that these are our historical numbers, and then our amended and recommended 26. For the last 4 years, we've seen kind of with inflation and cost of healthcare and different cost of benefits, we've seen about a 5.5% growth between the last 4 fiscal years. But 2026, with the changes that we've made, is actually just under 2% from the amended 25 to the recommended 6.
This doesn't look like smaller government. I can just tell you that. I know that was one of your first statements, that we were looking at, smaller government. What that looks like is we continue to grow.
So
Continue.
there's two things that you see within this chart. The same staff cost going up, the same service levels going up by inflation, and then there is elements of growth and contraction. So we can split this out further to define those two moving parts.
This is salary and benefit. So for this to get smaller, we'd have to either cut salaries or
Well,
Give less benefit.
we talked about some of your first statements is, we're going to have smaller government. And so when I think of smaller government, and I'm sure what my constituents think of smaller government, is less services and less people.
And that is what's occurring.
Well, that doesn't show on this chart.
So the way that our growth has happened has been 5.5% last 4 or 5 years. But under 2 is what we're looking at from a 25 to 26. It's not one where we're
Just a little bit more detail and just put those numbers maybe on this chart, and, maybe shade what the benefits are, because I'll bet the benefits are going up a lot faster than salaries. I think that's true.
In some years.
in some years it depends. Yeah, it just depends on the union contract for the across the boards that we've seen, trying to kind of work with the inflation that we've seen in the past 3 to 5 years as well. have been pretty significant.
I'm not objecting to what this is, but it kind of contradicts Scott's, some of his first statements is, our budget's going to reflect smaller.
Well, I mean,
So it will be smaller staff and
It doesn't
smaller
look that way.
services.
it-
Okay, well.
I mean,
But that's just one.
just to clarify, on the personnel side, I mean, the biggest chunk of the personnel is our first responders, right? It's police and fire. I mean, that's like 70% of what you're seeing in the
Correct.
salary and benefit line. So,
With union contracts.
I mean, there is very limited,
There's other
Limited options in terms
staffing that I guess I'd like to see broke down, as you say. We're looking at smaller. I guess I've seen some cuts, but I haven't seen all. I mean, as this chart goes from 2020 to here, I mean, it just kind of contradicts what you said.
Well,
Yes.
I think
Well, I
we
mean-
also have to live within, we also have to take into consideration the already agreed upon union contracts that we have that are within this. And so with those being higher than what we're actually seeing in the growth from 25 to 26, a lot of those union contracts are above the 2%. So it is from a.
They've always been
staffing.
above 2%. We've never, as a council, we've never, police and fire, since I've been on here, given them a 2% increase in any type of public
I was
safety.
going to say, I haven't seen this low of a growth from one fiscal
I
year.
understand.
It's
I
coming out of
understand
other
that.
things, so you're up on personnel services, right? But you're
Yep.
cutting in other areas.
Yep.
So it comes a higher
I
percentage.
understand.
When you look at the expenses by departments, almost 60% of it is public safety. 34% of it is police. 23% is fire. Then the next is the administrative services. That is those departments that serve both the public safety and all the other departments, even in the other funds. Again, that's kind of making up some of those charges that we talked about on the indirect cost allocations for the enterprise funds is covering some of those administrative services as well that is affected that. So from that standpoint, that is kind of a breakout between where we spend from department to department. And the other thing I wanted to kind of highlight on there as well, the engineering is only at 3% because there's a good portion of their time that is actually charged to the CIP projects that they work on. And so this is just the administrative work that they do that's kind of more on the general fund side versus the actual CIP projects that they're charged. Moving to the road use tax fund sources and uses. As you can see, it is a special revenue. So obviously the key revenue that we have there is the road use tax revenue at 93% of the funding that's there. There's some additional funding specific towards street maintenance that we get coming in from other sources, not just the road use tax to go towards that. And then the uses of funds, you can see here, the largest component of that is our street maintenance program, but we also have different components of the street lighting, signal installation. Transfers go towards CIP, also goes towards general fund for some of the costs that are there based off of administrative services, as well as debt service as well. Some of the bonds that we issue is for streets, so that's a road use tax expense we transfer for the debt service as well. We also have the equipment replacement at 6%, so all of the road use vehicle replacement is in a separate category there, so it doesn't kind of conflict with the different areas that we talked about. As we look at road use tax as a multi-year, as you can see, we did have a spike in 2021. There were some additional funds that were allocated to us for special kind of road work that we were able to assign that to. But we kind of, based off of this, we tend to get about that 30 million of road use tax based off of the calculation off of a per capita basis for that road use tax. Local option sales tax, local option sales and service tax. Going into this chart shows the non-property tax relief. So this is the other 50%. So 50% goes directly to cover debt service that we have borrowed. That is our property tax relief. It goes toward paying off the debt that we have issued within the general obligation side, as well as our general fund loan for 1200 Locust. One thing I want to highlight with this non-property tax relief, this is a shift from prior years. This is the first year that we have the public safety improvement and expenditures being the largest piece of the pie. In the past, that was the neighborhood improvements. This reflects the additional allocation of local option towards police and fire staff. The of this 50% non-property tax relief, about 25% of the total, so about half of this goes towards operational costs. So operational costs that are not being covered, that would be normally covered by general fund and like property taxes, have been covered on local option side. A big majority of that is public safety, but we also have stuff within the neighborhood improvements as well that's on the operations side. Going into the detail of the local option, I have both the amended and the recommended budget. As you can see with the debt service, 29 million in 25, and then 29,725 is the property tax relief. That's the 50%. That's where you can see that we're just under that 60 million of revenue is what we're forecasting based off of what we've seen history-wise. The street improvements and flood prevention. The street improvements, we had some specific projects that we're funding within the 25 budget. How it got up street improvements at 7 million of cash towards those projects. We did cut that down to 4, but we did supplement that with bonding to keep that street improvements at 6 million. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the CIP. But so we tried to, that reflects a less cash for projects and more towards operations. The Stormwater Fund, that was, again, paying back the general fund for the $9 million that we funded stormwater projects back in 2020. And then the flood prevention buyout, property buyouts, is one where we allocate $400,000 a year. And if they don't spend it, they can carry over funds from one year to the next. So this 25 shows that they had carryover of $50,000 from prior years to be able to spend from fiscal year 24 into 25. There's over 200 homes within the floodplains in Des Moines, and about 50 of them are within the 4 mile area. And if we were to try to purchase all of them, which not everybody wants to sell, it would probably be closer in the range of 30 million. This allows us to, as opportunities present themselves, people interested in selling those homes, this gives us the path to be able to those. The next slide talks about our maybe. Yeah, I know. Looks like it's a laptop, though. Okay. Okay. No, it's back. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So the neighborhood improvements, again, this is over the course of 2 years. Here we've got blitz on blight allocation. We do that every other year because we base it off of multiple funding. We have not just the local option, we also have bond issuances that goes towards the Blitz on Blight program. Library operations, special investment districts, that's the Invest ESM contribution that we have. The Improving Our Neighborhoods also had a shift from the 2.3 to the 1.3. So what we're doing with that is also looking at bonds as the ability and kind of having that piece of it be still funded, but through bonding instead of the cash for those projects. Yes. Yep. So the $3 million that we would normally budget at the Blitz on Blight and Blitz on Blight in the past, we now put $2 million towards the Blitz on Blight and $1 million towards the ION.
Okay.
So we kind of split that up between those two different programs.
I guess that looks, I mean, what you're saying is different. I'm looking at page 76 of the budget book, which has all of this, and that's different than, I mean, there's a line item for Blitz on Blight with FY24 having 2 million, FY25 adopted having 3, but then going down in the amended to 2 million, and then the 500,000, like that first line.
So what?
And then there's a separate ION line item that is 3.8 million in FY24 and in the amended FY25 dropping down to 1.3. And I assume 1.5 million of that is because there's a transfer in staff. I think there was a transfer in staff.
Yes.
And then
So-
1 million is the cut to ION.
Correct. So basically, the Blitz on Blight and ION programs within the local option was muddying up the look of that fund. It did not make a whole lot of sense because you were having carryover funds that were specific to those projects. And so what we ended up doing is we moved those programs within a reserve general fund. So there is a specific line item within the neighborhood services operations that are taking over that we are taking the beginning balances of 25 and actually putting those into that particular general fund. So now on local option, you'll only see the allocation to that from a yearly basis instead of the actual annual activity that was in the amended process.
So what you're saying is that these line items included the carryover.
Yeah, yeah. In the past, it was the carryover and.
It looked higher even though.
Yes, and so we're trying to solve that to not confuse the local option versus just the carryover amounts within the Blitz on Blight and ION, because those had different funding other than local option as well. So it was causing, I think, confusions for having that within the local option fund itself. Let's see, some of the other items, the rental housing. Okay.
So are you saying that for Blitz on Blight and the ION, we're not using the money that we allocated and we're carrying it over?
Just like we do for the property and the
Okay.
flood prevention buyouts.
So why are
would
we
have-
not using it, though?
It's based off timing. It's based off of the process that they have on applications, as well as being able to get the work completed and working through that type of stuff. So it was based off of the allocation of it and having not just local option funds in the local option sales and service tax fund got confusing because you had bond proceeds also sitting in that fund. And so when trying to report annually on the local option, it didn't line up with revenues coming in, expenses going out for local option. You had other items kind of muddying the water. So we wanted to kind of separate those and say, okay, the amount of local option going towards those programs will be transferred to those funds, and then it can be tracked as its own separate reserve general fund. So it is one where it's reported as a part of the general fund in any of our annual reports and different things like that, but it is a separate fund that we can easily track and show how much money is being carried over from year to year. Going into some of the other larger changes, you can see with the Parks Capital Project going from 2.5 to 1.7, the 2 million and the 1 million are local option funds going to Birdland Marina project. That is the local match on the grant that we had applied for there. We'll get into that a little bit more with the CIP, but that had 6 million of local option going towards that project. 2 million was in prior fiscal years, 2 million in 25, and then 1 million in 26 and 1 million in 27. And then, let's see, we've had a few minor changes on like the neighborhood association grants and the ladder up program got reallocated. Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understand what these line items are. The neighborhood matching grant, that's the block grant challenge.
Yes.
And then, maybe I'm drawing a blank, the rental housing enhancement?
Yeah, oh,
What-
yes, was starting to talk about that for the question. The rental housing enhancement, that is kind of the knockout panels and the other programs that we have.
HVAC separated out by units. Remember, there was a central.
When you said the neighborhood association grants, and you said it was for the block challenge, I thought this was for the $1,000 that every neighborhood
That-
gets.
There's two.
grant.
There's
That's
neighborhood
below.
matching grant, which is.
There's one right
Oh,
above it.
okay, I see it.
Yep.
So the association grant, do we have 12 less? Or are they just not all going to get the same? Or I know that we've talked about some of the ones that have combined.
Yep.
That are bigger. Are they going to get more? I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
So the idea is, instead of all of them getting 1,000 regardless of their size, there would be a tiered payment, with the larger ones receiving slightly more than today, and then the smaller ones receiving less than what they do at the $1,000 amount. In total, it saved 12,000. So the larger ones will get a little more, the smaller ones will get a little less.
And I've got
total.
somewhat of a unique situation where I have a combination of two in one area that I've failed to get them to join together, but they both act very well. So the one that's not recognized is still included in that 40,000, I guess, would be my question. They have been recently.
They had been recently. I don't.
Yeah, that would continue then, but it would be based on their size as
fine.
far as whether it's a slightly lower amount.
Okay.
I also believe Heather's going to raise the expectations that, like, they need to do treasurer's reports and minutes and such, and some neighborhood associations aren't doing that. They're just getting the $1,000, and some questions if they're actually meeting regularly and other things. So I think, John, Chris, I think that's a high-level look at what they're planning to do to kind of raise the bar. If we're going to give you $1,000, you're going to give us treasurer's reports and such, so.
Yes, the standards will go up.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, I was going to talk about this later, but I mean, since we've spent a little time talking about this particular line item, I have a tough time supporting neighborhood association grants when we're cutting a major neighborhood service. And this is one of the areas where I know when we are making tough decisions, we've got to figure out if there's something on the chopping block that we want to bring back. And I'd rather find a way to bring back Birdland Pool than to use the neighborhood association grants. And so
Thank you.
this is one of the areas where, when we have that larger discussion, it's a neighborhood-based service, and I think it makes more sense to reallocate that towards the pool. I asked some questions about, recording and what the dollars went towards, and it was really hard for me when I got the details there to see value, and that's a relatively new thing. We've only had it for 2 years. So I hope we can have that broader conversation when we get to that part of our budget later.
I would agree with that, and most of those neighborhoods are still getting $3,000 from Polk County for their betterment grants. They all apply for betterment grants, so they're already coming into the table with 3,000 and then another 1,000 to buy food for potlucks.
Some of them are using for mailing too.
Mailings would be good if we saw that.
Yeah, some of them are doing mailings.
Right.
Some of the, one of my bigger ones doesn't even take it. He doesn't take the
I
1,000.
mean, that's an area we can look at, so for 40,000,
Yeah.
if it's,
Okay.
Looking at the public safety improvements and expenditures, this is the one that's got the largest the change from fiscal year 25 to 26, and this is the firefighter positions and the police officer positions. The 25 budget has about 20 firefighters and 19 firefighters and 19 police officers. Now it's adding another 20 into the 26 budget for those based off an average cost per firefighter and police officer. The other ones are obviously the broad lawn agreement that we have for mobile crisis services, the body-worn cameras costs, and then our public safety dispatchers and equity liaison within the dispatch center.
So just to be clear, we're not adding firefighters.
No.
we're just transferring dollars.
We're
Transferring
transferring
out.
to the
I just
general fund to
wanna make
cover
that
those costs.
clear to the folks that are at home, that we're not adding any at this time authorized strength to either one of them.
Shifting dollars over to this fund.
Basically, the other revenue on
Yep.
the general fund side is transferred in from local option covering some of those costs. So as we've shifted more and more towards operational costs within local option, like I said, about 25% of the total local option is operational costs that are being transferred to the general fund to cover
Yep.
those costs.
That wouldn't have happened if we had not had the property tax change. We could still be doing more roads, more
Absolutely.
sidewalks, more.
Well, we could have maybe had a higher authorized strength at that time, but
Some of the concerns and challenges on some of the outside factors that we have on the operational side, obviously the property tax growth limitation, the rising cost of services, the inflation, personnel, construction. We also have the potential state legislation action on property taxes, MFPRSI, and ATEs that we are always trying to stay attuned to what's going on top of the hill. With all the things that are going on, it is, again, going to be one where we are going to start right away after we approve the budget, back on the working on the 27, knowing that it is going to continue to be one where we will be watching our expenditures and with higher scrutiny, so.
Nick, if you could go back one slide.
Yeah.
So, in view of how things are changing in Washington, do we need to come up with a different name for the,
Yes, we are looking at the equity liaison position, if that's what you're
Yeah,
asking.
just-
We're looking at all functions within the city that use the word equity.
okay, thanks.
yeah, I believe there was a bill introduced up at the State House
I think there's actually two now.
that was just recent, that is targeting.
I think we need
Those
to wait and get the
positions.
clarity so that we're doing what we need to do and not react and.
Yeah, no, I read that.
All being reviewed.
I support the manager looking at it, but I don't support making policy changes until
Right.
somebody tells us we have to.
None of this preemptive. I mean, there's a reason we're doing it, and there's a very good reason we're doing it, and I mean, we should keep doing it and we should figure out how we keep doing it, even in a difficult environment.
One thing that I want to expand on a little bit on the ATE side, in the past, we've used ATE funds for operation as well as debt service and some other projects, in the past, we've done it on the siren system, as well as we have been transferring 1.5 million towards debt service for payments of the radio equipment that we put in place. We had to, paying for part of that debt service. Part of the solve as well was actually transferring less to the debt service. Instead of 1.5, only $500,000 was one of the solves for this budget as well.
Do we almost have it paid for? We got to be close, don't we?
Yeah, well, a couple more years. It's a 10-year debt.
Yeah.
We issued it in 2019. It was 2019A,
Okay.
so a couple more years.
Okay.
Long-term debt is long-term debt.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know we're getting close.
Yeah. Any other comments on the operational budget or questions?
I have a question that can't be answered today, but I just want to log it, and that is that there, in your early slides, we are using transfers, changes in source of funds that, to me, are creating a structural issue for the following budget and others. One of the reasons why we are in a position where, when the state's restricting our revenue sources, is we had some one-time funds in previous years that we either have to cut that or cover it with other funds, and, keep moving things around. When we take like $2.8 million from reserves this year, and our net revenue only went up 2.8 this year, like next year, we have a 2.8 to fill, in my mind. And if our taxes go up by the same amount, 2.8, we have zero new dollars to cover employee contracts, other things. So I want to make sure the arc, the trend over the next couple of years. So the request I have is to allow the council to look at this year's budget with a forecast for the next couple of years. I've been at this table before where, a year later, people are like, well, last year you voted on this budget, which spurred all these changes, and, you got to raise taxes or cut things more. I want to make sure that we're making decisions that put us on a sustainable process, and taking $2.8 million out of reserves is a really good decision if it allows us to avoid steeper cuts, ending services, closing facilities, which I support. But it's not a long-term wise decision if it creates more problems the next year.
Yes. I am tracking with what you're saying. I can think of a couple ways of illustrating that and bringing back some additional charts, if you will. First and foremost, how many remaining one-time fixes are in this budget? And you've identified the largest one, the 2.8 million use of the general fund. But there are not many others. There's only like 2 or 3 others of smaller numbers.
One-time, yep.
So understand, we had quite a few one-time issues in the budget you have in front of you for 26. We're down to 2 or 3, and the biggest one is the 2.8 million you've identified that will be challenged next year. We also have thought through that in recognizing we will wean ourselves off of that use of reserves. The 2.8 is intended to come down in future years by $1 million a year, and we see that as an opportunity to avoid the cuts that you mentioned in this cycle. We are expecting a better financial situation to start with in the next cycle, because there is an every other year bad year that we're in now, good, better year next year, that gets me comfortable that we can wean ourselves off of the remaining one-time solutions.
But over the next,
If we look back at
more
last
cycles.
year's, the adopted 25, that shows you we were using 4.6 of ARP dollars, which is.
Right.
So we are kind of going from 4.6 down to 2.8 type of
Yeah.
thing, so.
One thing in your answer, Scott, which I appreciate,
Yep.
maybe I picked up on the reset from whatever, 25% to 20. We're not using that whole thing this year.
Correct.
We're spreading that decrease over a couple of
Correct.
years.
We can show that in an illustration, yes.
All right. I didn't pick up on that earlier,
think-
but I
yeah, I
appreciate
think-
that.
Getting down to the 20,
Correct.
Right.
even
Also-
once
also
everything
correct.
is fully stabilized. Like,
Yeah.
we're saying that's our policy. We've been over 25% in terms of reserve, because we've been conservative on the budgeting side.
Yeah.
Well, and there was a desire, frankly, to get to AAA rating on the bonds at some point, and that requires something closer to 30%.
Over 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think we have to let that
Right.
die. We're
But
going to
being-
stick with our
but-
AA plus rating.
Like, our budget is like every budget at home. The higher interest rates you pay on your mortgage, the less money that you have for the grocery store and for shoes and other things. And so, you know,
And that's why shooting for a AAA bond rating would have
It's huge.
Would have been a bit of big
it turns into more services, especially when the state is now capping this at a dollar amount where we don't even get to have the discussion like, is that worth a tax increase?
Correct.
Those discussions are off the table. We don't, it's not a choice of the council anymore. We got to fit underneath that. So whatever we can save, like interest rates, allows us to
Do things.
keep Birdland open, you know, keep neighborhood grants, do the kinds of things that.
Linda,
have
you
been-
had some questions?
I did, and I sent Nick and Scott both some
Yeah, we
questions
received.
last night that we can get to
We've
later.
received
but
questions from.
On page 5, it talks about expenditures, and there's a child care center maintenance. What is that?
So it's based off of, I think, the facility that we own is actually, has a daycare within it. So it's actually building.
Parking garage.
It's
The
parking
parking
garage
garage.
that we have there.
Oh, yeah.
Parking garage?
The park and ride
Yeah.
does.
Park and ride on,
7%.
So it's part of the
Oh.
facility that we have.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Which,
And then-
by the way, is an 18,000 for the public that doesn't
Yeah,
see
it's
that.
a small
It's
amount,
an
but I just didn't know
$18,000 a year.
what
Yeah,
it
but that's
was.
what, yeah, it's a facility that we own.
And then on page 32, when we talk about the personnel detail for civil and human rights, I see there's the equity liaison, and we've got 2 people there for this budget. I thought we had to eliminate some of those. No?
No.
Okay.
Not at this moment.
No,
Okay.
there was two positions, it was.
Previous.
Yeah, previous positions that we had that did get eliminated through attrition, that the positions weren't filled.
Okay.
That we're working on the civil rights piece.
Yes.
Okay.
And they show up looking like they're new, but aren't those transferred positions
Yes.
from a different department
From-
that land there? So it's
Yes.
not expansion, it's,
It's
Okay.
coming out of the CMOs, yeah.
I just needed clarification. Thank you.
Absolutely. And we're working on the individual questions that came up as well,
Yeah.
and we'll be responding
Yeah.
to those.
That's fine.
Obviously, we wanted to be prepared for today. The 26 budget is over $1 billion, so when you take into account all of the different
Funds.
funds that we have, so.
So basically is I think based on what Councilman Coleman was about, trying to get a projection, because I don't want people to have the confidence that this is just 1 year that we take care of an issue, because it's based on what we know. If we can kind of get an idea, what we know, what would be out for 2 more years, based on the guidelines we have now, which could change. Could change. Either way, but I think it's better to have an understanding that in this framework, there will not be a one-time reducing of positions or operating services, all those type of things, because it only continues.
I guess I would add that we're going to continue to handle the vacancies the same way, but we're also going to be bringing in departments to talk about divisions that we can look at for efficiencies, possible coordination with other local governments, things of that nature. We're going to probably start with fire this summer, because we really need to understand how to best and most efficiently expand fire service in the future when we have all these limitations on revenues, as we need to grow, as we're growing to the south. especially, we're going to need to be able to address fire stations, apparatus, staffing, all of that. And yet, there's not a clear vision on the revenue side of how we can get that done. So expect service levels to come to you in workshop settings where we can talk about multi-year service levels and how we're going to address those, how we're going to find the necessary funds to get those paid for.
I'm sure that you're going to include the report, the accreditation report.
Yes. In each
That's
case.
been
Accredited and.
9 years or more out there that we haven't gotten that completed. I assume that we're going to have that before we look at anything with the fire department.
And they're in it,
So
yes.
we'll have the data and it'll show how to make educated decisions by us and you. Something we probably should have had a while back before we start, but I assume that you're going to have that before you do anything.
Yeah, both the strategic plan,
Yeah.
which is completed, we'll go through that, as well as all the data as far as service levels and staffing and how to approach that.
Okay.
That way you guys can see it holistically, expenses, service levels,
Well,
and revenues.
Not just us, but our constituents. I mean, they're the ones that, we've got to make difficult decisions, then the data's going to have to show it. It's not going to be from a recommendation from one individual.
The data will prove it out, yes.
Okay.
Very well.
Okay, any other questions in this
Yeah.
area?
Yeah, I've got a few things that I have questions about, and then some that I maybe wanted to discuss. I think this question goes to Councilmember Coleman's point. One of the things I looked at, and again, this is also goes to the contractual services. We have on the facilities maintenance side, I know we're in the process of some pretty big changes with acquiring 1,200 locusts, and eventually, our costs should go down or away for several of the other buildings. And I was hoping to be able to understand that piece better. There was an 800,000 increase in contractual services and facilities management between FY '24 and this year. And I assume that has everything to do with the fact that we are taking on new buildings right now and building those out. But I also assumed that at some point in the future, our facilities costs are going to go down because we will not be in the Armory building and paying all of the ongoing operation and maintenance there. And what I was hoping to I think this is an area where a little more detail would give all of us a little more comfort if we had breakdown of costs by major facility, and particularly with a couple of the facilities going away, and when we anticipate those costs going away, that's a potential significant savings that we could sort of see that we know is coming based on decisions we've made, but it's not reflected in the budgeting. And I asked some of that, but I was hoping to see a piece of that, and just understand that a little bit better so we know what that long-term implication is there.
If I could address that one before you
Yeah.
move on. We can provide additional information that talks about the transition of staff from the Armory and City Hall to the new 1,200, so we can absolutely provide that. But I will set an expectation that those numbers will not be large savings amounts when it's all said and done, right? Because we do have a new recreation center that's being added as well, and so that will be part of the mix of our entire facilities portfolio.
A larger animal control and
Yep.
greenhouse and.
So we'll make sure you see all of those and understand that there's things going up and things going down, and that in total, I would hope that there would be, a small amount of savings, but it's not going to be a large number.
Yeah, and I wanted to understand, for example, utility.
Oh, sure. Solar panel.
Right, the
savings.
utility breakdown, right. For example, when I asked earlier about about the bill credits for our solar. My understanding is that's not even baked into the budget.
So the anticipation of the lower cost for energy, the animal control is part of the budget, if that's the question.
But you also have a larger facility, and we have to kind of get some of the,
Right, it's covering more.
we have to make sure
Yeah.
that we're accurate in what we think is actually going to be there, so.
And how much
How
much
is
solar
actually
panels?
generating and actually gaining a benefit for, so,
Right, but it would be nice to maybe track those things and compare it.
yeah.
Compare
Yeah,
it.
we need more
intent.
time to be able to address, to actually have that within the budget, so we need the data to do that.
Right, it's not in the budget today because we wanted to be sure.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of different changes in buildings.
Right,
over-
what
over
you're
the
also
course of-
saying is that we're moving into new buildings. We don't know exactly what the ongoing utility and other costs there are going to be. So there isn't just potential savings that aren't reflected in the budget. There are potential costs that aren't reflected in the
Correct.
budget too.
Because we're also taking on a building that's over 340,000 square feet.
One of the other things that I would like to see, this is again, I think somewhere in the contractual services or the other, is our membership and dues to various organizations. And this goes back to when I was thinking about ways to fill the gap on Birdland, and I wanted to talk about that too, because I think we can fill the gap on Birdland with a combination of three things, at least based on what I'd heard. In the past, when we've had issues with pools, we've done rotating closures, and I would rather do rotating closures than eliminate a pool, and I think that provides a chunk of savings. You layer on the neighborhood association grants of 40,000, and then one area that I think we're paying too much, and that if we're cutting from all areas, we pay 3 times more than any other local government to the partnership. And if we're looking at CVB and Bravo and all these other places, and we're cutting our own services, I would rather take some of what we pay to the partnership to keep Birdland open on an ongoing basis. And that's kind of, there maybe are other ways to do that, but that's one of the things in terms of this operating budget that I would like to see changed before the final budget. And I'm putting out a way to get there, because if we don't talk about ways to get there, we're not going to. But those are some of those things, and I'd just like to see more detail. Again, that's another piece. What are we paying in dues to various organizations? And we should probably be revisiting some of that at this point as well. Just like I think I'd like to look at travel, and do we do less from a travel perspective? And is that another way that we can save a little bit of funds to keep priority services online? I'm also still, I have a lot of heartburn about the way we handled the sustainability. I know that's no surprise to folks here, and I'd still like to look for ways. One, I've seen, no plan, and there are things that we're just not going to be doing now. I want to see a plan for how that goes forward, and I'd like to see us look at figuring out a way to maybe bring back a piece of that service as well. So those are some of the things I'm going to look for on the operating side between now and the final, and wanted to at least put some of those things out there for broader discussion as a council.
So if I could, for clarity on the Birdland Pool, there is a pretty large number out there on the capital side as well. And so it would have the capital investments that are necessary to keep Birdland Pool going would have to be addressed on the capital budget as well as the operating. It's $4.5 million over the next 6 years, I think, that would have to be addressed as well.
What about the
So
other pools that we have?
they all have
Yeah,
capital needs.
Tell me, yeah, I mean, I think that all needs to be laid out, the capital improvements for all the pools that we've got over the next 5 years, not
Yes.
just Birdland. And then we have to prioritize, okay, which ones are we going to do? Which one stays open? I mean, none of us want to close Birdland Pool.
Right.
You know, I mean, I think that's worst case scenario, but when you look at long-term, how are we going to pay for the capital improvement for that? How are we going to pay for NAHA's capital improvement? How are we going to pay for all of them? And I think that,
It's just,
You know,
it's all the capital improvements every year to maintain it, just period.
right, so I guess, to me, for a decision for me is, I need to know, by the way, I don't have a pool in my ward, just for the record, or a library, either one of them, but I guess I need to know, where's the big picture of all these pools? Where do we look at long-term?
And we can go back to the conversations in the workshop from last year that has all those numbers and review
Yeah,
those and say,
but-
now we're in a place where, with limited resources, what decisions would be made by council.
And
I'm,
that's-
sorry, Linda.
no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask a clarifying question. It's my understanding we've got to the point through the discussions, Linda, has been very active in that the pool will be open for this budget year
The summer of next
of
year.
2025.
Calendar year 2025.
So part of it is, how do we solve it going forward and looking at future budgets for capital improvements and other things?
Correct.
But for 2025, it is open.
Yes.
And between the budget that we're in the middle of and the budget we're passing, it keeps it open for 2025. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that's good, and I think when we get to the capital side of our discussion, there are some places there that we could make some cuts in, and we can wait to talk about those, but,
Okay.
we've got $1 million to put in restrooms and parking garages, and I'm not sure that we need to spend $1 million for that when we're taking away community pools. I'm also, in your budget, you have $1 million in there, I'm assuming that's part of your $4 million, to add a splash pad, a splash ground in where Birdland is now.
No, I think that,
Did that, because there was something.
I think it's
I'd have
probably
to find
another
it in
one.
the book. And we don't need another splash pad. We've got one at
McHenry.
McHenry, we've got one at Union Park.
Yep.
We've just made improvements to Burke Park. Let's forget about the baby pool and a new splash pad at Birdland, and let's focus on
Was there one?
the pools.
Okay, so,
Is that not correct? Is that not?
well, the idea is that if the pool was going to close, that's the recommendation, that we would find about $1 million of capital funds to put something in its place and let the neighborhood work through that with our Parks Department to see what made the most sense.
Or take that $1 million, keep the pool that we need to keep it open. We've got splash pads very close. Doesn't
Sure.
matter what direction you're in.
Sure, but if we're not saving the 4.5, the million's not available. So the target here is there $4.5 million of capital that would be better cut than the pool.
And also, one of the projects that you were talking about, the downtown restrooms, those are actually TIF back bonds, can only be spent within the urban renewal area. So that can't be shifted to a
Transferred.
non-urban
TIF
renewal
area.
area.
Okay.
That was also something committed to as part of the approach to homelessness, so.
Correct.
I also wanted to point and maybe raise a question too related to the general attrition. One of the things that we're not talking about in a piece that I'm particularly concerned about, because I don't, in my opinion, it's not a position that we can afford to lose, but it came open, and that is the library social worker. And that is one of the positions that is eliminated. And so just because something is open and hard to fill, I mean, I think particularly when you talk about the context of what is going on, and we made a commitment to enhance certain outreach and services to the homeless as part of our broader discussion about homeless policy. And to me, this is walking back a big piece of our baseline when you no longer have that library social worker. And that to me seems pretty problematic. And I don't know how, because I also didn't see, and maybe it's because it's not actual city dollars and not beyond the first year, but the street outreach workers, I don't see where that is in the budget, and if that is an ongoing commitment or where something like that comes from. My understanding is maybe that's outside dollars, and so there's not a commitment beyond.
There's the 2-year.
It's a 2-year commitment, so it's outside of our budget. Is that correct? And so we don't know what happens after that 2-year.
We also wanted to see how it worked and how effective it was to determine, and that's why we were able to get private funds and then from Operation Downtown, which is a function of the partnership.
Right. So we've got that piece. And then I also had a question about, we've got, the city said we're committed to the DART piece. There's not general fund dollars for DART in the operating budget.
That is correct.
And so I assume, like, that means that the assumption it's not explicitly in the budget, but the assumption is if we're going to honor our commitment, that means we do the franchise fee.
We'd have to do something.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I wanted to just clarify that from a transparency perspective.
Yep.
I think what I've heard is we're going to do a franchise fee, but I don't think there's been enough discussion about among council. I don't know who's making these decisions without all of us being involved in those conversations.
No decisions, just
There's
discussion.
discussions.
Well, but it's not in the budget.
Correct. That's why. It would not have been in the budget without a further conversation. So we can bring that forward. We'll bring that forward immediately, in fact.
Does that mean like on Mondays, a council meeting or a work session or?
I think what we could use is direction from council Monday night, because there's a lot of work that is involved. It would be amending the franchise agreement with Mid-Am to add that. So there'd be quite a bit of work that would be
So
necessary.
if we gave you direction now, could it be on Monday night to come up with some of those things, or do you want to have a broader discussion
I think
You could give
later
us,
in the day, or could you?
you can give us direction right now to bring something forward
Forward
Monday
Monday.
night that is specific in nature about pursuing franchise fee. If that's, I'm seeing
Yeah.
heads.
I mean, I've shared my point of view quite a bit. If we raise the franchise fee, I want to raise it so the money goes to DART. Which means if we raise this much money, the DART budget should increase by that much. It should not be siphoned off for tax cuts for other members of DART. And I think we just have to continue to ensure that if we're going to ask our citizens to pay more for DART, that they're paying more for DART.
Okay.
I think in general, you would have to look at the governance and the funding at that time. And that,
And that's coming up
that
within the
needs
whole
to be,
reimagine.
you
So I
know,
think within the
and the
stipulations.
reimagine, you know, that once that's completed, that, all of us, not just one representative, have a say in, okay, we're in agreement with that.
Well, it'll be
Let's
very
move
clearly
forward.
laid out. Well, let's first start with the franchise fee, then once we have the reimagine, we'll understand the budget, and it will be a panel,
Okay.
complete council discussion on what our stance is for going forward.
So you have enough direction for Monday to have that on,
I think so.
put something together between legal and the manager's office.
Yeah, look for something on the agenda.
Sounds good.
That's a tight timetable.
It's,
They've done, I mean,
Okay.
Just need to be directed. I don't think.
it's just to direct it.
I don't think the work will be.
Done.
Directed, not finished.
Directed, yes.
Right.
Got
It would-
a heavy lift to have.
it would require a second vote later when we have all the details.
They,
The second vote.
Maybe, yeah, might,
Maybe
might-
more depending on,
Could be two or three.
state law. Yeah.
they want direction to start the work.
To even go out, because
So
it
that-
doesn't happen overnight.
And that will require votes down the line. But they're not doing anything right now, is my understanding,
correct.
to prepare for this. Right?
We're looking at options, but yes.
Yeah.
And at what amount, and is it the 2.5 and all the, there's a lot of things that go into it. So
Mayor, may we have a brief pause?
I was just going to say,
Good idea.
why don't we take a break? And we'll come back.
Was that?
That's actually the next slide.
Those are some emails during SMID discussion.
I think we'll reconvene now that everyone is back. So the next one is the self-supported municipal improvement districts.
Yes. I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce Jessica Butler. She is our research and budget officer, a new position for her. So she's now kind of leading our research and budget office. And she is going to take the small topic of SMIDs.
Thank you, Nick. Morning, Mayor and council members. I'm going to talk about the self-supporting municipal improvement districts, so the SMIDs this morning, and try to be catch us up on a little bit of time here, but please feel free to ask questions. As you know, the SMIDs are established under Chapter 386 of the Iowa Code, and they are defined as areas that are subject to an additional tax initiated by property owners to fund improvements or to provide additional services and maintenance for the area. They must be comprised of only properties that are zoned for commercial or industrial uses or properties within a designated historic district. Residential properties are not subject to SMID levy unless they are part of the historic district. Here you will see the list of the SMIDs that exist within the city of Des Moines. We have Beaverdale, Downtown, Highland Park, Ingersoll Grand, Roosevelt Cultural District, Sherman Hill, and the Southwest 9th Corridor. You can see the dates they were established and the end of their levy authorizations. Every year through the budget process, the different SMIDs review their levy rates. Here you'll see the current levy rates that were proposed for the FY26 budget, along with the maximum rates. All of the SMID districts are at their maximum allowed levy rate, with the exception of Downtown and the Roosevelt Cultural District. So we have 3 SMIDs that operate with the board under the guidance of this city neighborhood services and finance department in terms of preparing and reviewing budget and submitting those annually, those being Beaverdale, Highland Park, and Roosevelt Cultural District. Sherman Hill budget is prepared within the finance department. All the 4 that I just mentioned all have the audit requirement met under part of the citywide audit of the financial statements. And those, because the city helps with the operations of those, we don't have an operating agreement with a private entity. Downtown, Ingersoll, and Southwest 9th Corridor all have operating agreements with another entity that provide for the daily maintenance and operations of carrying out the actions within the SMID petition, and those all require an independent audit of their financial statements. Looking at the financial data for the 4 SMIDs that kind of operate in-house, if you will, most of them are an in and out of cash tax revenues coming in, and then we pay expenses directly out of those funds. The exception of Sherman Hill, they paid expenses directly, and we reimburse them for those expenses. You'll see Beaverdale, Highland Park, and Roosevelt are pretty much status quo over the next couple years. Sherman Hill, you'll notice in 24 and into the estimated 25 expenditures, high dollar values there for the lighting project they just did along High Street. Now that that project is done, they'll go back into kind of a rebuilding their balance mode for the next major project that they decide to undertake. Downtown Ingersoll and Southwest 9th pretty much are essentially just a straight pass-through of funds. Again, the city collects those tax revenues, and then through an agreement that we have with each of those entities, we pay those receipts directly to them for their operations. You'll see Ingersoll Grand does have a balance, substantial balance, and that's per their agreement that the city does retain approximately 50% of operation and maintenance costs. Looking more specifically at the downtown budget, I apologize, this is a little bit small, so if you want me to highlight anything, let me know, but this is prepared by Operation Downtown, who is the operator for that Schmidt district, and provided to us for review. Tax revenues just slightly under, are changing from 25 to 26. The contributions, you see those are voluntary support from organizations that are not obligated to pay through the Schmidt levy. The city does provide a small pilot for clean and safe services in city parking garages. Downtown revenues, that is the downtown maintenance agreement with the city, and that is composed of in-kind and cash contributions, and that covers the maintenance of various park and open spaces within the district. Another major change you'll see there is in clean and safe. This is just a change in how revenues are handled. It's not an expense or not a service level reduction. And it was related to personnel at the skate park. The county now hires their own person rather than going through the Operation Downtown. And Farmers Market was formerly giving the Schmid funds to maintain waste management. Now they are doing that directly. Moving on to expenses, just highlight some major changes. Again, you will see a slight decrease in downtown maintenance expenses. Again, this is a cooperative with the city of Des Moines to maintain public spaces, and these are the services that go beyond the typical, what we would consider park standards. We're currently in negotiations to renew that downtown maintenance agreement and recognize that costs are inflating and trying to find solutions to address those increasing costs. The project expenses and outreach support, just want to draw your eye there. Project support will change from 25 to 26. First major component is the split off of $125,000 that will now go directly to the outreach support line. And the other, what remains is placemaking projects like the teeter-totters at Cowles Commons and the noise installation across from City Hall. Those are the type of projects that would fund in 26.
Just a quick question. The outreach support, is that for
That is for the homeless encampments.
homeless encampments? Okay.
Yeah. And the final major change you'll see is Court Avenue security. We are now just paying for camera maintenance and server rental space. There are no more off-duty officers patrolling the area.
Covered by them.
Yeah.
So there's still security, it's just not paid for via the SMID, or
Correct.
like on Friday and Saturday nights, that ongoing, whatever, 10 o'clock at night or whatever, 10 to 2 a.m. So that is still going on. It's just not part of the SMID expenses.
No, that is correct.
Okay.
on to Ingersoll Grand. Not a lot of fluctuation you'll see here in the revenues from 25 to 26. The expenses, their administration pays for executive director, and then also, accounting, audit, banking fees and such. Repairs and maintenance remains pretty status quo.
And we're keeping an eye on it too, from the fact that they are projecting losses in 25 and 26. We're trying to work with them to make sure that they're not. We're trying to work with them to make sure that they're kind of within, making sure they're planning accordingly, because there was a lot of additional pieces of assets that were added in the Ingersoll Grand for them to maintain. So we've been working with them over the last several years to make sure that they are planning accordingly to make sure that they can maintain this. It's more of a shorter term loss, I think.
Is that a result of the streetscape primarily?
Yes.
Additional costs? So going forward, as we redo more, it's all, I assume, going to be part of the budget? Because I know that we added increase of snow removal that we probably took on and some of those things,
Yes.
This is for the features
the features.
that would need to be
itself.
replaced in
Okay.
rotations.
Southwest Ninth Corridor, again, property taxes remain relatively steady, as well as expenses. You'll see the special projects funding does go up a bit, but that will continue to support very special projects within the district. Friends of Southwest Ninth, the operator, actively seeking additional funding to provide resources for those projects as well. That is all I have for you. So if there,
Have we had conversations with the Friends of the Southwest Ninth, being this expires in 27? Are they looking at moving forward with an additional 10 years? Has anyone had any conversations with them?
those conversations would be happening through our neighborhood services,
Okay.
or development services, excuse me, department. I don't know, I think Mike Ludwig is here.
I'm kind of looking over your shoulder, sorry.
I think Mike.
Excuse me, Michael Ludwig, Deputy Director of Development Services. On the SMIDs, all the SMID agreements have a provision in them that they can be extended for another 5-year period beyond the initial adoption. So that takes a resolution of council to extend those at that time. And it's based on there not being a counter petition filed at least 6 months prior to the expiration of the current term.
Okay.
By the property owners.
By the property owners.
How many percentages the property owners have to?
It follows the state code under that. I think it's 40% is like the trigger that would.
Yeah.
So they'd have to have 40% of the property owners.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And just one comment, as long as Lauren is here in the audience from the Ingersoll, the signage that was added for vehicles exiting the parking lots, that says look for bikes and pedestrians, is a very nice addition. So thank you. I gather that was the SMID that did that, so all up and down the corridor. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Any other questions on the SMID? If not,
Do we anticipate any future SMIDs?
I'm not aware of any.
no, it looks like not. So I think we can move on to the next one, which is,
Another break?
no, I think we can keep going here. Solid
right.
Waste Enterprise.
Yep, so we'll go into solid waste enterprise. With the solid waste enterprise, we serve around 66 1,000 homes with trash, yard waste, and recycle collections. The staff is just under 50 FTEs, or full-time equivalents. The equipment that we have is 25 side loaders and 12 front or rear loaders. Some of the other services that is provided is the scrub events, property cleanup, as well as the dumpster pickup as well.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
That slide, are scrubs now all coming out of the solid waste enterprise? Because didn't we used to do some CDBG funding, or there were some different sources of funding that we did for scrub days?
That is no longer the
Okay,
case.
so that's
It is.
gone.
It is.
Yeah,
Historically, there was some that went towards that, but it's now part of just the regular operations of the solid waste
Okay.
enterprise. As we look at the 2026 budget for the sources of funds and the uses of funds, obviously the solid waste collections makes up 83% of the revenue, where yard waste is the next at 12, with the yard waste carts as well as the bags and such. If we look at the use of funds, you can see employees or personnel services makes up 33%. Equipment is 18. The landfill fees, the disposal fees that we have, makes up for 18. Vehicles, debt, and other. The other is expenses like commodities, workers' comp, indirect cost, the scrub program. Those type of items are within the other.
when you goes over here to source of funds, private property cleanup, 1%. I mean, my gosh, the city has to clean up so many properties. Are we putting liens on all of those property owners, like when we go into a house and make sure that we get that money back?
I'll let Jeff.
That is what we attempt.
We attempt to do,
We actually
yes.
get collections. It's a different matter.
Yeah, if it's adjudicated through, there would be, in an order, there would be a lien, but there's not really an ability to execute on that lien and foreclose. It's usually when there's a subsequent transaction that happens that will get paid with, in a payoff. But as far as us going in and with a, $3,000 bill on a $100,000 house, we don't have an ability to say, pay that or we'll take the house.
But we can't take it from like their taxes or,
That's a,
I mean, like if I get a speeding, or if I get a parking ticket, I don't think I get my income tax refund.
I'll double check. I don't think that's available to the income tax offset. Yeah,
Offset
I don't think that is.
I don't think
It's just it's a judgment lien on the property.
And do we renew it after 10 years if because liens are only good for like 10
We-
years, so
We try to, if
we
staff
go in and
lets us know that hasn't.
renew that lien for,
Yeah, we attempt that at making sure we get those.
and when we
But-
sell those properties to a nonprofits, then do we just wipe that lien clean?
I think it depends on the project, but that's not unusual.
Okay,
But that is a separate council discussion.
Yeah.
And
okay. I just wondered about the
Yeah.
source of funds.
When we look at the total revenues, obviously there's a outlier there with fiscal year 2021. That was loan proceeds that came in for MSC2 contribution. And so the loan, since it was a debt taken on by solid waste, the proceeds went in and then out to the CIP for MSC2. That's the outlier there. As well as you can see kind of a larger recycling number within the actuals of 2024. That is, as we worked through the agreement with Metro Waste Authority, There was timing differences between actually getting the recycling revenue from them over the course of a couple of years, and then it caught back up within the fiscal year 2025. Looking at the expenses over the multi-year, again, you can see that the green other is the transfer for into the capital projects fund. Some of the other items, the red is the debt service as it relates to MSC, to that debt that was taken on. And then obviously, we've got some additional detail on vehicle purchases that I'll get to in a little bit. You can kind of see the breakout. All of them are pretty consistent from the last couple of fiscal years to the amended and recommended 26.
Generally, what equipment does solid waste have that is not vehicles? That looks, I mean, just visually, it looks twice as big as the vehicle expense.
So there's two different pieces of that. There's the purchasing piece, and then it's the repair and maintenance and fuel cost as well. So the equipment piece is the maintenance and the fuel costs of the equipment that we have, but then the yellow is the actual purchase allocation that they do of actually purchasing the vehicles. So there's two different pieces of that.
Thank you.
It just makes sense to pull them out that way because they're two drastic different ways of looking at it. The acquisitions of it plus the maintaining of it is two different pieces.
So the equipment is less equipment, it's more an O&M.
Yep. It's more on the maintaining of those vehicles as well as
Right,
the fuel.
Fuel costs.
Yep.
And, yeah, I mean, O&M is actually more than the,
Yep,
more than
and so
upfront
we.
cost.
Yep. So we have been looking at a new approach on some of the equipment. There's actually going to be a set hearing tonight or on Monday, on something that we are looking at for a different approach on equipment that will kind of get into to kind of level off, I think, improving our maintenance going forward. It's looking at kind of a purchase and contractual sale of vehicles right away. So basically, we will have a vehicle, the side loaders for about 24 months, and we will basically have them sailed at least a guaranteed floor, selling them to a vendor. So
Let's actually bring that back
Yeah.
to a workshop, because that's worthy of
Yeah.
having that full conversation.
Yep. We've got the set hearing for the next Monday, but then we'll try and get on to the morning of when we do the hold hearing. So it's kind of an interesting situation where that we can kind of get more into the detail with that. So one allows us to we have a large number of vehicles that are getting at the end of their useful life, and so this was kind of a creative way for us to get through that piece of it. When I go to this next slide, so you can kind of see in the past, the vehicle replacement expenses, the actual purchasing of vehicles, was kind of sporadic. When it was needed, it was purchased. When it wasn't, it wasn't. So what I've transitioned to with the fleet approach is more of an annual allocation, and then basically those allocation of funds go into our internal service to be able to purchase those vehicles. So then it's basically allowing us to have more a consistent dollar amount going towards vehicle replacement instead of seeing the spikes. The spikes are actually within the internal service fund itself on when it's purchased and different things like that. So we have the side loaders tend to have a 8-year useful life, and in the research that we did, I don't want to take away too much from that additional topic, but the O&M on it ends up being more than the actual purchase of the vehicle itself. So over the course of the life.
So basically, to have a better purchasing, get rid of, instead of just wait till they die and then
Yep.
you have more expense.
Yep.
Okay.
So that, in essence, is what we're looking at as
You sell them
as the
used?
approach. Kind of the next steps that we're kind of looking at with this, we have to be looking at the agreement renewal with Metro Waste Authority. They started operations in November of 21. The agreement that we have with them has been extended through June 30 of 25, so we have to work to complete that agreement. So that's still kind of pending for the fiscal year 26 numbers. We're seeing in those conversations some requests for higher fees related to some of the recycling and discussions on the recycling revenue on that as well. So with that being a pending matter of what we can see, what those costs are, we have those kind of, some of those costs in consideration within this budget. But with that, being able to move forward with what we, with that, we're suggesting a rate increase of $2.25 a month on the solid waste. We haven't had an increase in solid waste since 22, fiscal year 22, so 4 years without a rate increase. And we had a couple years of 2, 3, 5% before that, and then we had a similar $2 increase back in 2019, but we hadn't had a change in solid waste before that. I think it was 2006 or 2005. So it's one where there's kind of variables that have kind of come into play that's made it where we weren't comfortable with a rate increase, not knowing exactly where the Metro Waste Authority agreement was going to be at. And now where we're seeing it, as we finally had that agreement put in place, and it now is only going through the 25, we're seeing the need to be able to do that increase on this $2.25. To look at what that looks like from the current rate that we have to the proposed rate on our solid waste, you can see here going from 14, the top two is what I'll highlight, the 1456 to 1681, and then the 1566 to the 1791. The one thing that we're proposing is still maintaining the bottom two subsidized, first 65 or 64, and the first 96 subsidized at 11, so 10 and 11. So maintaining that subsidized rate, just having those rate changes on the other collections, the dumpsters and the two different.
Wait, I'm confused. So if I have a 64 gallon, I pay $10?
If you qualify for the subsidized rate,
Oh, okay,
yep. If you qualify for the subsidized rate, it's $10. So,
okay,
yep.
okay.
And we are proposing that stay the same, not take the $2.25 increase.
But people will still go, we can still go to Harriet Street and do our lawn debris and things.
Yep.
Yeah.
No changes on that.
Yeah,
This is
no
just the solid waste. Yep.
Have we done any research on comparatives to the other cities in the metro?
We have, yeah, in the past. I'd have to ask Jonathan if he's done one recently.
Well, I don't need it at this moment, but I wouldn't mind just a longer history than just what 25 is. When was the last time we raised it, and how do we compare to the other metro cities?
Okay.
Didn't we raise it like 3 different years? A certain percentage. We had a kind of a bigger jump in like 20.
Yeah, it was 2019. We had a
Yeah,
bigger
and then
jump.
we-
And we did a couple incremental, but then there was like the unknown of the Metro Waste Authority agreement for a while, and that's why we kind of just stopped.
Okay.
And since we weren't doing incremental, we have this type of a adjustment again. So our intention is now with a more, hopefully a more routine renewal with Metro Waste Authority, we'll be able to project that a little bit better with more incremental increases instead of a $2.25 change per month.
And this is just for the garbage bin, this is
Correct.
not the recycling bin.
Not the
We're
recycling, not the yard
talking about
waste.
that yet.
Nope.
Okay.
This is just the solid waste piece of it. It's the largest component
Yeah.
of our revenue, so we can evaluate that, the other ones, as we look at the routine costs. So like if we see that recycling is costing us a bit more, we might look at that rate going forward in any of the future rate changes that we would do based off of that line of work that they do.
And we're going for not just
Longer.
longer. We're not just going to enter into an agreement with Metro Waste for a year, right?
So the agreement that we did with them was like a 3-year, but it was retroactive. So that's why we're in.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yep. So that's why we're already at the point of having to renew again.
Right, but so the next one is going to be 3 years or 5 years
I
or?
believe that's what we're targeting, yes.
Okay. Right, Jonathan?
Jonathan, is that right?
That's our intention. And the way is historically wanted shorter term contracts.
Let's push back on that if we can.
So we don't have to keep.
At least 3 years. I mean, I can, as a board member, we have a board meeting tonight, so I can.
Our minimum acceptable would be 3, I prefer 5 to 10. We're not, the parties are not going anywhere.
Okay.
Any other questions on the solid waste side?
And does the solid waste all go east? It doesn't go to Grimes. Grimes is just the recycling, right? Yeah. So it goes to the landfill. So it goes
Well, the
east.
transfer station, a lot of,
Yeah,
But eventually it goes to
yeah.
Mitchell.
Do we know how successful the recycling program is? What percentage of product that people put in their recycling bins are actually recycled?
We've gotten better, I can tell you that. but
Get a
we were
gold-
Really bad.
If you get a gold top on that,
It's roughly 85% recycled.
if you do really good, you get a different color top.
Well, I do very good, so I should
Wait a
have a
second.
gold top.
That's not true, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah, you can actually.
We were
apply-
number one
You
in
can actually have people,
Yes.
people can apply to get assessed,
Yeah.
whether they meet the percentages to get the gold lid.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a gold lid. Don't you guys have a
I've never
gold
heard of
lid?
that. I feel-
Gold lids.
I always have more recycling than garbage.
Yes. They'll come and check.
I've never
They
heard of
assess.
it.
Do the audit once, so really you just have to be on good behavior once.
We won't talk about that.
Okay, so,
We're going to re-audit Josh.
Mine hasn't been.
Okay. I
I've got
don't
the
think we need a break, so we'll go right into sanitary sewer enterprise. This was established to provide funding for the operation and maintenance of our sanitary sewers, just over 1,000 linear miles of sanitary sewer. They do a lot of planning and designing for capital construction projects, as well as compliance with the federal and state laws and regulations, as well as it provides the wastewater treatment services through the contributions to Metro Waste Authority, or WRA. And so the city of Des Moines is the operating contractor, and part of our city funds go towards the WRA as a part of our budget going into there. We're a portion of that flow. This year we have a bit more information in these slides on the WRA to kind of give those listening online. And for council to get a little bit more information on the WRA, we actually did ask Scott Hutchins to come and speak as well through some of these slides for the WRA, so that we can kind of address those, address kind of that operation of that which is part of our sanitary sewer enterprise. So these are, again, some of the pictures depicting the work that the sanitary sewer program does. The personnel is spread. It's sewer operations, so it is split between our sanitary sewer and storm sewer. The total FTEs in combination is just over 120 FTEs. So of that split, we've got 50, almost 54 here that are ultimately charged to the sanitary sewer. You can see that between the breakout between the maintenance, the sewer maintenance piece, the project management, the pump stations, administration, and then also the WRA staff itself is 118 for the operations of the WRA. As we are looking at the operating revenue, as you kind of see this, it is we've had rate increases over the course of these years, but also it's based off of the flow, the 100 gallons of per 100 gallons of water is what the fee is based off of. And so the revenue that we're generating here is to make sure that we adhere to any of our bond covenants that we have for our debt that we have internally, which is now our state revolving loan debt is the only one we have. We no longer have any of the revenue debt on the city side, but there is a large amount of debt coming online as we get through and discuss the WRA piece. As those that were at the WRA board meeting yesterday.
That some municipalities make when they do new construction, they have to have their outside faucets, it's different metered, so it doesn't go through the sanitary
Correct.
sewer. In Des Moines, we don't require that, so everything goes, if you run your hose outside and you don't have a separate meter, you're paying the sanitary sewer. Would it be beneficial to us to have new construction have different meters? Would that help us?
We could bring that back as a thought. At the moment, like you said, it's up to the property owners to make that decision as to whether.
In Des Moines, but
in Des
in
Moines.
some municipalities, it's not a choice.
Correct. And I think when you say some municipalities, a lot of times it's dependent on just how expensive the water is on a per
Pleasant
1,000
Hill.
gallon.
Pleasant Hill requires that you have, they use Des Moines Water Works, so.
Sure. Yeah, that.
Is that
I guess
on
I would
new
have to
construction
research.
or all?
On new
properties?
construction.
Okay.
I could research. We can research that. and
Just,
see.
I have no idea,
I do know that there is the additional charge
right.
monthly for having 2 meters essentially.
Yep.
Because they would have to track that separately. And so I know I've looked at that myself for my own property. And if you're,
So it depends on what you're looking at. So from a sanitary sewer, if it is on 2 different meters, the resident would not be charged for the water that is not actually going through the sewer system
Correct.
itself. So it would be a benefit to the resident, but you have to the determination to do that. Also, when we're taking consideration from a city standpoint, if it's not flowing through the sewers, it would not be a part of the flow that goes to WRA as well. So that would also adjust the flows of the Des Moines to the WRA in that calculation. So there would be some benefit in that regard. Again, it's all dependent on water usage that we have.
And probably a lot of new construction has sprinkler systems put in.
Yes, usually the newer constructions would have a sprinkler system, which then tends to have the additional
Which is a big advantage to have
Yes.
the different meter.
which tends to have more of the new construction has the 2. It's usually I think there's quite a few people that look at it even with existing houses, as Scott had mentioned himself, that
You're talking about
there's-
sprinkler irrigation system.
Irrigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, sprinkler irrigation, yeah, irrigation,
I call it sprinkler as well.
yeah.
long.
Yeah, lawn
Yeah,
sprinkler.
lawn sprinkler.
There you go.
As we look at the 2026 recommended budget, you can see that almost 50% of the sanitary sewer is the WRA processing. Both the operations and the debt service of the WRA is a part of that. 48%. It's both of those components are within that WRA number. From our operation side of a total for the fund is 25% on operations, 12 on pilot or ROI, return on investment, cash to CIP, which would be transferring to CIP, and then the debt service that we have there is just under 3 million. That is the state revolving loan notes that we have with the state that we have on the sewer separation projects that we've taken on. As we look at the sanitary sewer budget over multi-years, you can kind of see that the 21, we had some additional transfers to cash to CIP. We had some cash on hand to be able to go towards some street projects that were having some sanitary sewer work done. So that was one where we were able to use cash on hand to be able to do a lot more CIP work as it related to sanitary sewer. Let's see. As we go into the recommended budget just on the city operations, so if you take out the WRA component of it, this is just the city side of operations. You can kind of see here that the biggest cost there is 55% on the employee side. Then we also have the billing agency fee. So Des Moines Waterworks does the billing for us. So that is the fee for them to do the billing and collecting for those monthly bills. We also have the equipment maintenance, repair and fuel, payments to contractors, commodities, equipment purchases, indirect cost allocation, and the other charges are workman's comp and sump pump reimbursement programs that we have there in the sanitary fund. I'm going to ask Jonathan to step up to be able to address the sanitary sewer CIP projects that we have. If you don't mind. Overall, just this overall picture, you can see the separation projects are in that reddish color, and the green are the trunk sewer projects that we have.
Morning, Mayor, members of council. Jonathan Gainell, Public Works Director. You can see our map up there for sewer projects. The most relatively recent one you would have sat through a hearing for the East Army Post Trunk Road. That's one of our second or third in our sewer trunk master plan for delivering sewer service to the unsewered parts of the city. That was completed in conjunction with economic development and developer services so that we could get a consistent plan to deliver sewer service to the most important places, to not let sanitary sewer be an impediment to development when development wants to move. The igniting situation for that was the Market District, where we had largely tapped out our development, our capacity, and just happened to hit a lull in apartment construction along the Southeast 6 corridor at just the right time. It takes 2 years to deliver a sewer project at normal speed, and we just happened to hit a 2-year lull in new apartment construction. That was the inciting incident for starting the trunk sewer master plan, so that we can begin delivering sewer service. And you've seen the efforts there at Southwest 14th to get the future stadium and redevelopment of that area to the west of Gray's Landing fully sewered, and the East Army Post Trunk Road, which is about to kick off this spring, and we just had the one of several hearings for the benefit district. The sewer separations are almost entirely done. We do have a few little parts and pieces remaining to clean up, but we will be largely complete with the consent decree driven projects on both the WRA side and the city side in the very near future, so that we can get that. That was a several $100 million obligation to close the combined sewer overflow points where during rainy periods, we were actually discharging raw sewage into the river, something that no one likes to do, but takes several $100 million and probably 20, 25 years of sustained effort to do the infrastructure work to get that done. So it was a combination of sanitary sewer work on the city side with sanitary sewer and stormwater, sharing some of the load on some of the projects. On the WRA side of the projects was all funded by all of the members as core projects for all the member communities contributing together. So that was the most recent example that would strike your memory on that was the MLK Parkway being torn up for the Ingersoll Run delivery of large pipe down that roadway. There is still WRA work going on at the Birdland Pump Station. We have closed the combined sewer overflow, but there is still work going on to complete the pump station.
But I think that has helped our neighborhood so much by having that be a mandate, because when they had the combined sewers, it was ending up in basements, and this will eliminate that, which I think is a great benefit to our residents.
Not only are we not discharging untreated sewage to the river, which is admittedly everybody's problem downstream and the health of the environment, but it was also an indicator that upstream from those overflow points, there were capacity problems when you have rainy periods. So you would end up with untreated sewage in people's basements, never a good thing. And this has let us clean up a lot of the things. We've taken advantage of those projects to do green infrastructure along the way where it makes sense at the top of the hills. Sometimes you just need a bigger pipe, but where we can get away without installing a pipe, we've worked in concert with the engineering department to have a green infrastructure first design approach to how we tackle those problems. And we've put in a lot of green infrastructure inside our neighborhoods in places where we would not otherwise have reason to do it.
So Jonathan, on the Birdland project by Captain Roy's, it's just basically removing the former pump station? Is that?
That project was to build an entirely new pump station
right
next to an existing pump station on a very small space without a lot of room to maneuver. The project team has been very, very attentive to the needs of the neighborhood and the neighbors, commercial and municipal. But yeah, basically
Just to be done
burying a 5-story building underground where you can only see the top story.
Yeah, but just remaining is just to remove the old pump station. Is that basically, and then it's done?
I think so. The overflow point is closed. I know that. I'm not exactly sure what's left on the work, but there is still more to go.
A great job, and they've worked really well with the neighborhoods, and it's very much appreciated.
A lot of great feedback on the project management team in the engineering work group at the plant. Those are all complicated projects that Scott Hutchins and his team have led with an eyes wide open approach to everybody in the impacted areas to tell them this is probably going to be difficult. And then when we get to those difficult points, we're assured that the team is attentive and solving the problems when they come up.
They certainly were.
Okay, as we go a little bit more into detail on the CIP funding, so this kind of shows you the makeup of what is funding the CIP projects. You can see ongoing sanitary sewer in the 26 through the 29 timeframe is the sanitary fund itself. As we go into what the projects actually are that are being funded there, you can see that the separation projects are wrapping up or have the expenditure authority within the fiscal year of 25 budget. Those still have the sponsored project type stuff, but the actual, like Jonathan said, the consent decree projects are nearing completion. The lining and repairing sewer lines is a program that we're increasing to try and help be proactive on making sure that instead of reactive on those cases, as well as an annual allocation towards the trunk sewers project as well. Okay. Moving to the WRA budget, I actually, yeah.
Can you go back 2 slides real quick? One more. The spike in sanitary sewer fund. Do we have, are those funded by the incremental increases that have already been approved? Or are there new rate increases being proposed?
So basically, with this budget, there is some forecasted increases, and we're proposing a rate increase for the 26-27 timeframe. But what we're trying to build within our modeling for this enterprise fund is the covered ratios for debt from an internal standpoint, as well as when WRA actually goes out and issues debt, we are taking consideration because we're a participating member. So we're trying to, we have to maintain our coverage ratios for those debt that we're taking on via ours, as well as a contributing member of the WRA. And so what that allows us to do is those coverage ratios, it allows it, we have to, what we're projecting is for every dollar that we have for operations past the operational income has to be 1.5 times the debt service that we have. So every dollar that we have in debt, we have to cover by $1.50 in revenue beyond our operations. And that allows us to put more cash towards projects.
I understand, if I'm hearing you right, that that's a reason why we need additional funds to cover that. But just as a source of revenue, this sanitary sewer fund that's on the garbage rate?
It's on the water bill?
We're projecting more than double the revenue or expenses in that line. Is that the kind of increase we're looking at on the water bill?
No, we're not. No, we're looking at, in our modeling that we have, it's anywhere from 5 or 6% in any given year. And the main reason why that is just the amount of, when we get into the WRA portion, you're going to be able to see kind of the amount of debt that we're seeing with the facility work that needs to be done at the WRA. That's part of the having that coverage ratio that we need. And some of the
I'm not yet
some of
trying
the
to debate
costs.
whether or not it's needed or not. I'm just trying to understand how we're going to fund what we're saying is needed.
So some of the funds that we had prior was going towards like the separation projects and stuff like that, and then we're shifting it more towards the lining and repairs. So some of the stuff that we were covering with costs earlier is now transitioning more on the proactive lining and repairs.
Like just on this chart right here, the budget we're passing, 25-26, it's 3.5. In just 3 years, it jumps to 7.5. Where's the other 4 million coming from?
If I can offer what I think explains the situation, this is just the CIP side of the sanitary budget. And if I'll draw your attention to 24-25, 19 million is a fairly typical year in CIP expenditures for the last 5 to 10 years, as we've been doing the big bites on the sanitary sewer construction projects. The 3.5 to 5.5 to 7.5 looks like a big increase, but it's actually a big breath of fresh air to not have 10, 15, 20 million dollars worth of sanitary construction in a year. So as we ramp down the big expenses in CIP from previous years, replacing it with scaling up on a more slow basis, the kind of more internal focused lining and repairs and expansion of the trunk sewer system. So this is actually, historically speaking, noticeably lower than what we would typically spend under consent decree driven construction projects.
Thank you. And credit for your metaphor of fresh air when we're talking about the sanitary sewers.
Sorry.
Well done.
I should intend my puns, but that one was accidental.
Any more on the city side questions before we ask Scott to come up? And for those that were at the WRA meeting yesterday, some of these slides are identical, so I apologize, but this is, again, for everybody else.
Thank you. Scott Hutchins, Assistant Public Works Director, WRA Director. Yes, yesterday the WRA board did pass, use your cheat sheet there. Passed a $66 million budget. That's the amount of money that's been collected by the communities for our operation and for our debt service payments. The net operation budget is about $13.2 million, which is offset with revenues from prior credits, and that means that we sell renewable natural gas. We clean that up and inject it into the Mid-America pipeline. We generate about $6 million worth of revenue there. We also get revenue from our industrial pretreatment program and our hauled waste program. We have hauled waste that's trucked in by tanker trucks. If you're ever out on Southeast Vandalia, you see these big tanker trucks. A lot of those are coming to us. A lot of them are gasoline trucks going now, but some of them are coming to us with various types of waste from biofuels and other places and agricultural places throughout the state come to us. We get revenue from that. That product comes in, creates some gas through the digester process and creates some revenue for us. So they pay a fee, a tipping fee basically for that. Debt service is about $33.8 million, and other budget items include we have to have certain reserves and renewal and replacement budget of about $19 million. And then our CIP plan program this coming year is about $110 million. As we stated before, the community budget allocation, each community pays their fair share of the budget based on a 3-year moving average of the flows that actually come to the treatment plant. And I think there's the next slide might show. So this is the way it broke out this year. So this is a 3-year moving average. As you can see, Des Moines is about 43% of that, with the various communities where West Des Moines is about 13, Altoona 4, and as you can see that. And then we have some really small communities, Greenfield Plaza coming, very small portions of the overall portion of the budget. So roughly, basically, in simple terms, Des Moines pays roughly 43% based on numerous things. Des Moines doesn't always pay for all the different projects because some of those projects are paid by expansion communities on some of the projects that Des Moines doesn't pay for, but anything that's done at the treatment plant, Des Moines does contribute to as a core community. So, driving the increases is our facility plan. And this is just a one-page document that we produced. I think we actually sent it out, and you probably received this as an email from me, and all the other communities received this too. The WRA board actually approved this facility plan on the December 17th board meeting. And what this does is it outlines our needs for the next upcoming future of the a study plan up to 2040. The plant was built in the mid-1980s, and it's starting to, even though that was considered the new plant, it is now wearing out. That's over 40, almost 50 years ago, and we need to rehabilitate the plant. We need to also expand the plant so we are ready for any growth that Des Moines has if there's an industry that comes in, and then also the suburbs when they have growth as well. We just can't sit on our haunches and wait for this to happen. We have to be proactive. We have to be ready for the growth. We have to be ready for that. And that's what's driving a lot of the new projects and the increase in the debt service. The facility plan here for over the next 40 years on the conveyance side is about $250 million, with the cost of the treatment plant for the next, just the next 5-10 years is almost $500 million. So there's a lot of things going on down there. If you've been down there lately, you know, where Don's Auto Salvage used to be, we actually bought that. We're in the process of buying Brady Trucking and Apex Oil, and that is so we can move our personnel facilities over to those areas, and then that frees up space at the treatment plant. As you can see from the drawing there on the left, the upper left, we have a very narrow, very compacted site. We're trying to fit, shoehorn stuff in there, so the space is limited, but we did do a study, and it is the place to because we looked at possibly doing satellite plants. You know, is that more cost effective? No, it showed that it's more cost effective to continue to be at the Southeast 30th site and reconfigure things and actually acquire the property across the tracks there so we can move some stuff and get some more area for our facilities. So kind of outlining what that says there, you know, this is what the treatment plant facility identified, the condition and capacity of the related improvements. So things, like I said, are wearing out. There's a level of service expectation, not just from Des Moines, but the other communities, that we need to be ready to accept any flow and increases in flow, and we need to do that. We need to be out and ahead of it. These are big projects that take a lot of planning and a lot of time. There's always regulatory pressures of things. They never tell us that they can, we always have to clean the water at cleaner and cleaner state. It's not going to get where they're going to ease those up. It's going to continue to be a lot more clean than we need it to be. So we pride ourselves in doing that. And the drivers are aging infrastructure, community growth, and our available footprint that we need to reconfigure some stuff going forward. And the conveyance system, we continue the conveyance system. It's cheaper for us to rehabilitate those lines than replace them. So we do a lot of lining. And then also we're reaching out into the northwestern part of the collection system to, there's some sewers there that are reaching capacity, and we need to go out there and make sure that we're paralleling some sewers out in that area. So the guide for the capital planning program is into the 2040s. And then like I said before, the WRA did a couple things. They approved the facility plan in December, and now they approved their budget yesterday for the upcoming fiscal year. So this is just it's a kind of a small list, but that's a myriad of list of projects that we have going on in the foreseeable future. As you can see, there's various completion dates there. A lot of projects. One of the things I wanted to talk about was the nutrient reduction strategy, the phosphorus and nutrients that go into, that come to us. We're building a phosphorus recovery project. We'll take the phosphorus out of the waste stream so we don't put that back into the river. We're going to pull out those nutrients. We're going to pelletize it, make it into fertilizer. We're going to be able to sell that fertilizer and generate about just shy of $1 million worth of revenue from that. And actually, it does a lot of different things for us. It helps us where we don't have to expand the plant as much on the aeration basin side. And then also it makes us proactive in the nutrient reduction strategy that has been implemented by the DNR and the state of Iowa. So those are some of the highlighted projects that we have there.
On the phosphorus removal and the pellets, how are you addressing PFAS in the waste stream? I mean, that seems to be an emerging issue that might prevent the ability to sell any of those.
Yeah, and we're monitoring that. So it's a very issue on the national scale, national conferences. We've been talking about that a lot right now. The EPA, we are actually renewing our NPDES permit. It's about ready to be issued here in the next month, a new 5-year permit. It doesn't state anything in there as far as PFAS and what we have to do regarding that, but the EPA is going to, in the near future, require us as one of the larger treatment plants in the country to start testing for that. And then when we start testing for that, we'll determine what our rates are, how much PFAS we do have there. We do know there is PFAS. We did test years ago, but it wasn't an approved testing method, so we know there's traces of PFAS in the stream and in our biosolids. So we'll continue to monitor that. Right now, that's what we're doing. Right now, there's no effect on that right now, so we continue to monitor that and go forward. I guess that's so.
Right. There's no regulatory effect for us, but in terms of, I mean, I think there have been instances where biosolids from waste treatment have been applied on farm fields, and that's essentially ruined.
Yeah, there's been some cases in Maine where there was large quantities of PFAS in the biosolids that were applied and were detrimental to those farmers. And they actually, the state of Maine banned biosolids being applied to farm fields, and they were actually trucking it to Canada. But now that has been flipped back, and Canada's not going to accept it anymore, and Maine is now, they have to apply biosolids. So like I said, we continue to monitor. Actually, PFAS from wastewater and biosolids is one of the smaller contributors for PFAS for people. A lot of it's in cosmetics, in packaging, and Teflon, and firefighting foam, and it's everywhere. And we're hoping that the EPA will go after the producers of PFAS, not the collectors of PFAS. We just get whatever comes down the pipeline comes to us, and then it's our problem, and we have to figure out how to treat it. And right now, it's there's some technology that's being developed because necessity is the mother of invention. So there's a lot of smart people trying to put their heads together to figure out how to destruct PFAS. But right now, it's very expensive, very costly. So we're continuing to monitor that and try to be on the cutting edge or the quick follower to see what we can do when that technology arrives. So this is kind of a slide that kind of shows our debt projections. Right now, the current debt limit at the WRA is the $675 million. We're, as you probably know, we are rewriting the 2080 agreement. We're going to have to, because with the new facility plan, when we do a new facility plan, we got to figure out how we're going to pay for those projects. And the new 2080 agreement outlines how everybody's takes their fair share in paying for those projects. The recommended debt limit was approved by the Finance Committee and will be part of the 2080 agreement. And then that 2080 agreement will have to be approved by all the governing bodies of the 18-member communities before it actually becomes an official document. But it's recommended that we raise the debt limit to $975 million, and that's outstanding debt. So as debt gets paid off, we can't reach that. And we're getting, right now, we're at, I think, about $470 million of outstanding debt. So we're starting to get close up to that $675 million. So the big concern on the right side is, as you can see, that's kind of a steep curve going forward on projects and debt for the WRA. We continue to look at how we can maybe flatten that curve a little bit to help so we doesn't have the greatest burden on the communities. And usually it doesn't always go as planned because some projects get pushed back and as we go, but the projects that we have in the plan are all needed so we can meet the needs that we described in the facility plan and going forward. So I would entertain any questions you might have on the WRA side of things.
Thanks, Scott. Yep. The last slide that I have here, I get my. Sorry. Thanks. The last slide we have here is kind of the annual debt payments. This talks about what we're paying in annual debt. The blue line is the city side of the sanitary sewer debt. And then the red is the WRA side. So as you can see, when we were talking about our coverage ratio, the component that we have to that we're covering is coming primarily from that treatment facility aspect of the debt that's being taken on. The summary, so the WRA projects will be significant drivers on the systems rate. We got $14 million in lining and repair projects to extend the life of the infrastructure and reduce the inflow and infiltration that we have on our sanitary lines. The sewer separation projects are expected to be completed in this current fiscal year. And then what we're proposing within this recommended budget is a 6% rate increase in 26 and 27, and that's $9.84 in 26 and $10.43 in 2027, which is the per 1,000 gallons. Any questions overarching on the sanitary sewer side? Okay. I know. Need a break? Okay.
Somebody open a window back there?
I think it helps staying awake.
Yeah, that's true. I think this is, no, I just want to comment, it's also showing that these are essential services that we need to keep up, and they don't run at 2%.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, I'll start in on the stormwater enterprise. Stormwater enterprise has just under 600 linear miles of storm sewers. We have 35 pump stations, and the street cleaning operations is actually currently under our stormwater utility as well, and they have just under 17,000 lane miles as well. Storm sewer also is in charge of our levee mowing and inspections, and we have 23 miles of that levee within our city. The storm water utility rates are based off of the ERU, or equivalent resident unit. So it's based off of the impervious portions of the property. So based off of the roof and driveway and sidewalk type stuff, that's based off of the impervious area of each property. So it's based off of, I think we've got a couple different rates within that, but it's based off of an equivalent residential unit. So they have to comply with a lot of federal, state laws, regulations on flood prevention. We have flood mitigation and water quality improvements. There's a lot of planning and designing in the construction of projects, and a lot of public education that our stormwater utility does. The stormwater utility personnel, again, this is the other side of the sewer operations. This of the just over 120 FTEs, this has 68 of those on that split between the sanitary sewer. That's made up of the stormwater maintenance and repair, street cleaning, project management, pump stations, and the pollutant discharge elimination system, as well as some of the administration as well. Minor change on the utility coordinator to a utility locator. I don't know off the top of my head. So as we look at the operating revenues based off of our projections right now, we do see a slight dip in the amended for 25, and then it coming back within the 26. I will have to dig into that a little bit more. It's dependent on the ERUs. So, the operating revenues, the interest income was high in 2024. Sorry about that. So the amount of the interest income. So we had a larger interest rates, and so our pooled funds. So on a quarterly basis, you guys receive a quarterly report from the finance department kind of talking about what our returns are. And so in fiscal year 2024, we had some really good returns on our interest income based off of rates and the amount of pooled funds that we had invested over that time. As we look at the 2026 recommended budget, from the storm sewer side, you can see that we have a large amount of transfer to CIP, almost 30%. We have about 30% that is going towards debt payments. The storm sewer has revenue debt that is just reliant on the stormwater revenue backed debt. The operations itself is at 29%. We've got 9% at the pilot and the ROI, and then equipment purchases and other charges for the minor 3%. Looking at this as a year over year, we are showing increased costs. A lot of it is going towards that transfer to CIP, doing a lot of work within our CIP. When we get to that detail, you'll be able to see an increase in some of that those projects. The coverage ratios that we have here in the stormwater are a little bit higher given the fact that we have the revenue debt in stormwater, not just the state revolving loan debt. Again, I'll ask Jonathan to join me on the CIP side to talk about some of these projects as well. Thank you again, sir.
Good morning again, Mayor and members of council. Jonathan Gano, Public Works Director. You see three major project areas for stormwater related items up on the map there. The years-long effort on flood mitigation improvements is still an ongoing piece and will be going on for quite a while longer yet. An interesting one at the Jackson Basin. That's an existing piece of infrastructure that we are updating to turn into a stormwater wetland to, one, increase the ability of that basin to do more than just solve flooding problems. So trying to extract extra value from our land, property, and the investments we've already made. That one has a fair amount of grant funding going into it as well. So happy to take state help in pulling that project off. Up the map a little bit to the north, Closest Creek watershed improvements are continuing. We're winding down the big surge of projects that were started at council direction after the 2018 flood, the torrential downpour that landed pretty much right there, and starting to move into the stormwater master plan projects that will be coming next. The last piece on the map there, Hamilton Drain improvements, are a long-running and long-neglected corner of town that had been first studied in the 1980s, and a plan was produced and then just sat on the shelf for 30 years before we pulled it off the shelf and put some money into it to do the very important work of interior drainage problems. 168 homes in that neighborhood were removed from the FEMA floodplain because of the work that we've done through the drainage project. That's a great example of using one, taking old infrastructure built in almost 100 years ago, where what seemed like a good idea at the time to take the creek and just build a box and then put homes right on top of it. And you can see from the way that the green line squiggles that the land did not fit the traditional neighborhood design that Des Moines was built around in previous decades, and just north-south grid dropped right on top of the neighborhood. That box, which was built out of wood, not a 100-year-long material, is deteriorating, and we're rehabbing that to get another century of life out of it. With more durable materials. Also building parallel drainage to carry the load there. Also installing detention basins upstream to hold the water there longer and release it into the drainage system over time. But very happy to get 168 homes off the FEMA flood insurance roster and take the threat of inundation out of. I think there's one property that must remain, and it's just because their front yard would fill up in the 100-year flood, not like the previous 168 where it would come into their basement if we got a 100-year flood. So big improvement to the quality of life into a neighborhood that has had stormwater issues for a very long time.
Had to offer were backflow valves in that neighborhood.
Yeah,
City
that doesn't
came
do
up
very much good when the water is coming through your basement window.
and said, here, we'll put backflow valves.
Yeah, your sump pump just
Yeah.
starts
Yeah.
cycling it.
So we'll go into the funding. We've got a couple more slides for you too. Going into the funding side of the CIP, it kind of breaks out the ongoing funding that we have. As Jonathan pointed out, we do have state grants as well as the revolving loan, Sanitary State Revolving Loan Fund. This is a sponsored project for that Jackson Basin as well. And then going forward, we do have a large amount of the Stormwater Utility Fund as well as the sales tax increment financing. So that's the funding from the state based off of increment that a lot of different communities had for flood mitigation. And we kind of have a unique flow. Right now, it's going directly into the flood mitigation project itself. We have more projects than that flow of cash, so we're doing more than what just those dollars are coming in. As we look at the projects themselves, you can see that we have a lot of carryover funds in the 24-25 budget, but then also ongoing projects. You can see the citywide stormwater master plan program, the flood mitigation improvements, and then the citywide utility projects, which is the minor projects that need to be fixed around the city. The new project that got added there is, again, the Jackson Basin stormwater wetland improvements. And you can kind of see from this, we'll go into some of the ongoing projects of the flood mitigation, the citywide master plan, and the Jackson Basin here in a little bit more detail with these slides. You want to touch base on this one?
So for flood mitigation, you can see the alphabetical progression, working downstream with work underway there in the middle of the map. This is frighteningly expensive work, and will be continuing for some years to come. Interestingly, the work noted there in red on G will be part of the Southeast Connector that's going through. So tag teaming those to get some economies of scale and take advantage of mobilization.
And Jonathan, is this Jackson Basin, is that, oh, okay. Never mind.
You said that. You said that was
The
the
Jackson,
grants?
yes, the Jackson Basin.
You said some of that was grants. I mean, what kind of percentage on this, all the flood mitigation, which is along the rivers, do we get federal money?
No,
Is this
the
just-
levy work is all state
State.
sales tax increment financed, and where that's, where we've overshot the mark on costs on that, we're backfilling with stormwater utility revenues, which is why that's going to take longer to get to. The application to the state for the program was in 2015 or 16, and we were awarded $110 million for flood mitigation work in 2016 and or 17, and construction costs have
Gone up more than.
gone up a lot more than, at a rate that's exceeded the growth of the sales tax increment. Let's put it that way. Yes.
So Jonathan, will this look something like the Gray Station wetland in terms of pools of water? Is that, I mean, just, you know, I can't really
That's
get
what you're seeing here is the kind of meandering approach to letting the small storms, mind you, the Jackson Basin is sized to hold the big torrential downpours and then release them and then get them into the river, especially when the river is up. That's the point of that big pump station there. This is to take that and do the work similar to the Gray Station wetlands where the water follows a longer path. On 98% of our rainfalls are small quantities, and the longer it can take to get out and give pollutants a way to settle out or be absorbed by the ground or vegetation, means that by the time it gets to the discharge point, for 98% of our rainstorms, will be a lot cleaner and a lot better and a lot more able to meet our water quality goals in our stormwater permit.
So this is our current plan as of now with the Stormwater Master Plan update. So these were the initial projects, the first 4 projects that were prioritized within the citywide master plan. As we work through this is kind of our first take on this project totals of how those expenses will look going forward, as well as some annual contracted inspections that will have to come into play as well to kind of look at future priorities and the scoring that the master plan laid out as an approach for future stormwater projects. As a summary, we have the requirements for the flood prevention and watershed level stormwater improvement projects are significant drivers on the system, and the rates with regards to our coverage ratios of the revenue debt that we have. The stormwater master plan has been completed, and the priority projects and the proactive inspections have been started. There is not a rate within a rate increase within this budget cycle. Last year, we approved rates through fiscal year 2026. So this is just a slide of showing what our current rate is and what last year's approval was. Yes.
I don't recall seeing this in the budget. Are we still offering the private property protection program?
Yes.
Where does that money come from? Is that,
Private property protection program is funded by the Sanitary Sewer Enterprise.
okay,
The corresponding program for the stormwater utility is the Stormwater Best Management Practices rebate. That's 50%, 75%, or 100%, depending on where the home is. That's still alive and well.
okay. And then my next question, and maybe this is not the place to have it, but our stormwater fees, I know that I've talked to commercial businesses, especially in some of the industrial areas, where they're paying huge amounts of money because they've got all these big parking lots. And so their stormwater fee on their water bill is really astronomical. How do our fees compare to suburbs? I mean, I drive up to Ankeny and I see all this massive concrete everywhere. Are our fees comparable? Are they higher, lower?
Our fees are noticeably higher for stormwater rates on everyone that has a stormwater utility will use the same calculation method. We are the only community with, well, certainly the only one with 21 miles of flood control system. West Des Moines has a little bit, but the rest of the suburbs don't have the same needs for flood control that we do. And they're also not trying to rehab a 100-year-old system as we are. So our needs are categorically different. We do offer and have, when commercial property owners have taken issue with the size of their stormwater charge, we offer free staff consultation with them to advise them on how they might optimize their site and remove unnecessary pervious surfaces. A lot of those surfaces and parking lots were put in the decades prior to the institution of the stormwater charge. So I can see why someone, especially if someone had been a long-time property owner and built in the stormwater utility started in the 90s. So that's within the memory of some of our longer-term institutional owners. And if they built a large parking lot, back in the day, not realizing it would later be subject to stormwater charges, there's ways, and we have offered to step in with them and help them, advise them on how to reduce their amount of their impervious surface.
That must be fairly new, because I know I met with the old Richmond Gordman over on Hubble. I mean, that's just all this concrete. And when the person bought it, they really wanted to take out some of that concrete and make it so the water would go into the ground. And don't think we allowed that at the time. I don't remember, but they ultimately sold it then again because they said, we're not going to pay this much.
Yeah, I think that's one where I know we did consult with them about what their options were.
Kmart, they did.
As I recall, that was one where we consulted with the owner at the time on how they could reduce their charges by removing parking. I think the issue is they didn't want to remove the parking, if I recall correctly, and then dispose of their ownership.
Glad to hear that we're working with.
I do think as a city, the conflicting parts of code that might fight against that, I want to say we don't have parking minimums on zoning anymore. So if someone wants to reduce their parking, that would have a corresponding impact, an immediate reduction on their impervious surface.
Good.
That would immediately lower their bill.
We don't need all this concrete.
Yeah, we would prefer to let it soak in where it lands.
Thank you.
Upstream neighbors.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, so we ended up, we do have a choice now. Lunch was not supposed to, lunch till noon.
And we are done.
I'm done for what I was planning on doing before lunch.
Yeah.
So we can either start on the next topic, maybe give me a little bit of a break just to stretch my leg, and we can go into it, into the tax-supported CIP, and then when the food comes, we can just kind of individually grab and eat while we kind of go through that topic. I think that might be the approach, or we have an extra long lunch break to account for when the meal comes. Okay.
Can't we just keep going and
You want to
then?
have a quick?
Yeah, I just wanted a quick break, just so I can stretch
So
my leg.
let's think about, well, I'll say 5 minutes, but maybe
Okay.
like 10, because that's usually what happens.
Oh, thank you.
10 minutes.
Down there now, Nick.
All right, we'll get back started with the capital improvement plan. So as an overall summary, we have 165 projects included in the plan. There's individual details on all the projects within the CIP document. We also reference on some of the slides as well what pages to look at for different projects by sources as well. And those are actually out on our dsm.city/budget site. Couple of overview conversations I wanted to have on the CIP side. We have to recognize that not all of the projects can fit within the capital plan. We need to also take an understanding that the ongoing projects, as opposed to new projects, make up the largest portion of our CIP, especially as it relates to our general obligation bonds that we issue. We're being very strategic about adding new projects to limit our bond issuance. We have seen higher rates, still decent rates for our tax-exempt bond issuances, but the market, with uncertainty in what rates are going to be over the next year and a half, we're watching those models very closely. And as we've alluded to earlier in the day, we're targeting to maintain our current rating at the S&P AA+. And again, that's kind of going back to when we go through the budget and showing our fund balance policy for the general fund, moving that from 15% to 20%, kind of showing that, knowing that we're going to stay above that. Our current, we have been on a decent trajectory for many years on our fund balance and being able to stomach those every once in a while ups and downs. So what this CIP document shows is a decrease in issuances in the plan years of fiscal year 27, 28, and 29. The amended 25, as we've discussed in prior years, does have the spending authority carryover from prior fiscal years. Happens most every year. The construction year is kind of based off the calendar year, but our fiscal year is June 30th. So we always have some expenditures that kind of hit after that timeline. So we have to have the spending authority kind of flow with that, as well as projects kind of have delays or timing tends to carry from one year to the next. All of the ARPA and ARPA related funding, so like the general fund made possible by ARPA, are within the funding sources of fiscal year 2025. The expenditures are related to whenever those expenditures actually come into play. The long-term debt model that we have does show a stable $2.86 per thousand taxable valuation. This is in part from the 50% property tax relief that we have on local option. We were also able to do asset match and did some front loading. So when we actually get to a chart that kind of shows where our levy would have had to have been to do all the CIP projects that we've done, you'll kind of see what that local option has been able to do for us. Any additional general obligation issuances that we do above 40 million annually may require us to increase our tax rate above the 2.86. So if we if we model more than that, we would have to be able to pay for that debt with a higher levy rate. There is currently a limited window for us to be able to do refinancing with the current interest rates. We look at that every year, as well as possibilities of just redeeming our bond issuances early as they come up. Most of the time, they are 20-year debt that is callable in that 8-year, 9-year time frame. So we are looking at those routinely, whether it makes sense to refinance or if we have the ability, depending on what is funding those debts, might be able to pay those off early if we have enough cash on hand for some of those issuances. So as we look through the CIP expenditure plan, so these are the total expenditures by category. The bottom table has the enterprise funds that we already that we've talked about with the sanitary, sewer, and storm. Parking will be after we talk about the tax supported. Here in a little bit after this topic, we'll go into parking. But what we'll focus on in this particular piece is the tax-supported projects where you're talking about bridge, fire, library, miscellaneous, municipal buildings, parks and rec, and streets. Those are the ones that are primarily funded by GO bonds and other related funds, and we've got a nice table to kind of talk about that. As you can see, this does have quite a bit of funding in the 25 with the carryover and the, as Scott and I have referred to it in the past, kind of the sugar high of putting a lot of capital projects, going with some cash for projects and ARPA-related funding and local option funding that we were able to put towards a lot of these projects. And we're coming back down to more of a sustainable level by our 2028, 2029 timeframe that we're showing.
Can you go back that
Yeah,
slide? So I assume once this bridge is completed in Southwest 9th, that we're redoing that, we're pretty much, we've fixed all the bridges, or do we have many more? Because, I mean, obviously it goes down quite a bit here.
Honorable Mayor, Member of City Council, Steve Neighbor, City Engineer. There'll be ongoing citywide bridge maintenance, and actually we also have the next ones in the queue will be Fleur Drive over Raccoon River, and then University Avenue over the Des Moines River. So there is still bridges to work on. Now those are rehabilitations, but the Walnut is the last of the river bridge replacements.
So in 29, the $5 million is going to cover what you're talking about, or is that not? Because I thought the Fleur and University,
We're just rehabs.
they're just rehabs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that should cover what we need, or no?
Yeah, I mean, the CIP is set up for that plan. For that order of Southwest 9th, Fleur Drive over Raccoon River Bridge, and then
fire are new stations. Is that correct? Each year? Is that what the 3.8 is, or?
No, those the fire stations would be within the municipal buildings.
Okay.
The fire is the apparatus equipment replacement.
Okay.
Couple ambulances. And
Yep, ambulance, fire trucks.
Every side.
So we're not doing any. When's the next fire station? Is that
within the municipal buildings? There's Fire Station 4 and Fire Station 3 currently in the
currently? But I meant going 27, 28, 29. You know, Station 10 was. I mean, I thought that was built as a temporary station 30 years ago, and I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, so finishing 4 is through 2026, and then 3 is supposed to start in the 2029. So it would be 10 would be not within this current plan.
Okay.
But wasn't 3 supposed to be done a few years ago? I know 3 was next in line like 4 years ago.
So that got
Yeah, it got bumped.
it got bumped with 4. So 4 was a priority based off of the data that the fire department had, that it made more sense to work
data
on
we have.
4,
See,
then do 3. So it was based off of the response of adding 11 and then where it made sense. So based off of this allows us to do fire stations one every 3 to 4 years.
so tell me about the miscellaneous column you've got here.
Sure.
The 25, the 23 million.
So some of that type of stuff under miscellaneous is so a lot of those funds, we have the Southeast Ag land acquisitions. We have some funds carrying over from that, being able to do with the economic development, the renewal purchases of that. We have some.
Is that for the connector?
No, this is
economic
actually economic development.
How much of that 23 million is that?
About 3
Okay.
million of that. We have some ARPA related, or we have some funds, carryover funds from the Emerald Ash Borer response of $1.3 million. We've got outdoor warning signals of 1.2. We've got, let's see.
Do we still have ash trees that need to come
Yes.
down throughout
Still
the
a
city?
response, yeah. Some of it is treatment, some of it is the actual removal.
And that is only in the right of way? What about, is it parks too?
It's both, but they primarily hit more on the road side, but yes, it's for both.
Okay.
We also have land acquisitions, so that's basically funds that we've had land sales accumulate, and then some land acquisitions that we anticipate doing is a carryover, or has some funds there for that. And then we have a couple of other one-time, like public safety communication system replacement, housing study, and plan DSM update. We have a larger number in the lead water service lines of 300,000 in first year, and then the rest of it is just carryover of our annual allocations of 150.
The
So-
NDC,
the other.
NFC are in.
NDC, NFC is in there.
Those are-
But that's not because of the 23 to 5.
No, but that's what
on
you
there.
said.
Yeah, so as we go forward, it goes 5.8, 5 million, 4 million, 3.8. What do you have that allocated for?
So some of the stuff that is dropping off is we don't, the DICO site that drops off, DICO site,
Water trails
water
finishes in
trails,
26.
that drops off.
Okay.
We have, what else drops off?
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it from that perspective. So a few of them are just dropping off at the same type of time.
Maybe in our packet, there's this detail, but some of the roller coasters are a result of grants and other funding that I assume that the property tax, road use tax fund, kind of our stable revenue sources is a lot more even from year to year. Do you get
In
to
about
that?
in 2 slides, I've got the
Okay.
tax-supported one, so you can kind of see more detail of the total by each funding source.
Yeah.
So as we go through the park and rec number there, and specifically, I guess I would ask for, is Allen Park, is there anything set up in that to fund any type of improvements other than a sign that we've got out there and we're mowing the grass? I mean, sidewalks, any type of amenities, anything that we can private fund along with whatever we have to do anything with it?
We have put some money in FY, Mayor Bolton, members of the Moines City Council, Ben Page, Parks and Recreation Director. So we do have money in FY '28
for an open-air shelter, which is one of the commitments we made with the land sale to the family that owned the land before.
Right.
But that is it. We'll have to look at some grants, some private donations after that to leverage more improvements of that plan. We do have a plan, though.
I was going to say, our plan, and do we have a number that the neighbors went through, picked a plan? Well, what's the number to do that plan?
I can get that total back to you. I didn't have a total on that because it's out in a couple years still. We don't know exactly, we haven't designed things yet, so we don't have those numbers, but I did catch one more item. We do have a little bit of playground money in 28, so that matches up real well with the shelter money.
Okay.
But there'll be other amenities and site improvements and code requirements, so this will be, it'll be approaching $1 million of need and probably about, if I had to guess, close to $300,000, $400,000 of city dollars, which is about an average for our projects.
Well, I don't know if there's any sidewalks on the.
There's no sidewalks.
On the
There'll be some
east
ADA
side.
parking requirements, some stormwater code requirements, things we'll have to find money for.
Okay.
When we talk about the expenditures by category, and then, or I'm looking at projects by category, I guess, where it talks about regional feature projects, that was in our book, and it's $1 million. What's that for?
Those were different, that was funds that we had put off to the side for different things, like if there was projects that we had to do ancillarily to water trails or anything like that.
Or the Global Plaza.
Or the Global Plaza. So
In there as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it was just in case we have some of those type of projects that are ancillarily for regional type of things that are going on. That we had some funding in the past of about $1 million, and this was bringing that another $1 million in there.
What happens if we don't use it? It just, I mean, it almost feels like.
So I have this one flagged as well.
it's like slush funds.
I didn't want to say.
This was one of the areas that, I mean, when you talk about having to address the capital budget on the pool issue, this was an area, like that $1 million made a lot of sense to me. I mean, I still have a little bit of heartburn over our water trails commitments and the new dollars we're still putting in, because we're on the early side there. And this is additional dollars. I mean, I don't see us spending additional dollars on the regional water trails at this point, just given the tightness on everything else.
Well, our water trails commitment was done, you're right, early on, and, there was private donations of over $30 million for water trails, and the majority of those amenities are in the city of Des Moines, and so for us not to contribute somewhat significantly, I think that's why we agreed upon that.
Right, but I think we've already put dollars in, and our current budget has, this year we're close to $2 million in FY25, and in FY26 we're close to $2 million, right?
1.7.
To finish
Yeah.
out the icon.
To finish,
That was what we committed to.
we put our dollars in there.
But we haven't did any more than what we originally committed to. There's not any additional. I didn't see any additional in there.
That's correct.
That's the regional features.
It's available for that, if there was that in the Global Plaza or the two.
So there's additional money that you have set aside
For
in
stuff
there.
that would
Yeah, I
not,
seen it.
that would be more city-related aspects near those features.
Well, I'll go back to, our plan was to have everyone be able to walk to a park within 10 minutes. We went and purchased land on the city southeast side that have sat there for, what are we, year 4 now?
Close.
Maybe 5?
This will be 4.
And for not have anything in there for another 3 more years. We don't even have sidewalks around this thing. But you're going to put away $1 million and set it aside somewhere. I don't even have a page in the book for Allen Park for anything, or do I? Because I didn't see it. So we've got a sign up. I've got nothing else, but we went and purchased land, and I've told all the neighbors we're going to have a park there, and then now it's going to sit there for almost 10 years. So to have $1 million just sit there when we can do some type of amenity. And that, if I have to go out and help fundraise, I will do that for an open air shelter. I will do that for a playground, but there has to be some type of match put in there for that. I don't even have a page in the book.
And that's because it's in competition with the replacement of park equipment in other areas.
But you took that
so-
park and you moved it. You eliminated that park
Sure.
from a part of my ward, and we was able to find space to put it back into the ward, but we haven't did anything with it. And so I don't know what type of competition. It should have been number one for any type of competition, because you moved it from 2 different places now. Well, since over the last 10 years, this is the 3rd place that park's been moved to.
Yeah. And understand that this $1 million that's been identified has moved over time. It's stayed in the same 2027 allocation. So it would have shown up 2 years ago as the last year, and it's simply moving forward. It's available for reallocation. The reality is it is, but it's not a new decision in any regard. It's simply moving through time.
No, but if I had a portion of that, then I can go to, our citizens and our private donors that have always been eager to help at any of these parks. But if it's available, I need to know how much is available so we can go out and fundraise for the rest of it. Sorry, I know you've been wanting to say something.
Yeah, but just to address the Allen Park, we do have budget allocated in several CIP projects in the, as part of a larger project, and we can break down, or we can pull those out for you and put a summary together regarding Allen Park specifically.
Well, I mean, since we're on the parks piece. I mean, there were several, in the CIP book, where it identified projects, it didn't identify what the specific projects were and what we had allocated in several of those. And I sent some of that on to Nick, but I think that would be helpful, just to Councilmember Gatto's point, to have those specifics broken out in terms of when we're expecting specific projects and what they are. Because it was just really hard for me to know what specific projects, when I was reading the budget book, were in there. And I know we talked about, an open air shelter where we have, the tennis courts going away and doing an open air shelter. I couldn't see that in the.
I mean, yesterday we had our scout cabins was tore down at Easter Lake that we've had there for years because we didn't have any money to repair them. And, that's an amenity that, the South Side lost, and it's not coming back, and we didn't have the money to do that. And, I understand, but then when I see that sitting there and I'm thinking, okay, well, $250,000 probably could have fixed that.
Yeah, very low utilization.
I understand.
You have a better case for Allen.
I understand, but I'm just saying, those things have been happening. We talk about Berlin Pool, which I'm not in favor of closing any pools, but it's also been happening all over the city. It's just not as public as what Berlin Pool has been out there.
Sure.
And, I mean, we've each lost some things, I think. I mean, he just said he lost some things, his tennis court and things like that in our wards that, and I've got a park that's moved 3 times in the last 11 years, and I still have no funding for it. So I'm hoping that maybe we can discuss some of that Allen Park and using some of that money, and then maybe going out and private fundraising. But you talked about, we have to do certain type of other things to it that, what else did you say needed done that, other than, I mean, we're going to have to put sidewalks all the way around.
Yeah, there'll be some code compliant requirements like stormwater and accessibility.
Stormwater.
Yeah, I was going to try to give you a better picture of what to expect in the CIP. We used to have a philosophy of having specific sheets by park.
Right.
And over the last few years, as we tried to right-size the capital improvement budget for parks, we decided to go to categories. So let me give you just a couple examples. I won't list them all, but sports courts, which would be tennis courts, basketball courts, futsal courts, shelters, right? That's one. Trails. And so we tried to right-size those, looking at what was coming down the pipeline for difficult budgets. So I won't always be able to tell you, for example, how much money we have for a certain playground, because they're scalable. Some neighborhood parks are 2 acres, some are 300 acres at Ewing. And so if it's a regional draw, you're going to build a little bit bigger playground. And so it's kind of, again, a timing exercise. So once I have money in the CIP, the staff that can work on that are the park planners and Steve's team, the engineers. Then we can start dialing in the design and the cost estimate. Until then, we have a lot of placeholders. That's the way this is designed, which I get, it's frustrating if you have to fundraise, trust me. We do a lot of fundraising, right? So we have to talk big picture at first, and then we dial in, usually working with the neighborhood and working with stakeholders and donors, we dial in what we think we can do with city dollars and where that private dollar can match that and make that project even better, right? So that's what we have right now. There is some money in FY26 that Jessica just pointed to me coming up that will help us pay our planning team to start getting a design at Allen Park. That way we get those pretty pictures and concepts that we can go out and start raising money to get the final product design and then through.
Yeah, because we went through the stakeholders.
Yep,
We went
we
through
did.
the neighborhoods. They
Got the
picked a
design.
plan. We've gone to there, and if we don't see any action,
Correct.
that makes it look like I'm not doing my job, and the city's not doing their job, but, and ultimately, we're not doing our job as a council, or we're just not a priority over there, and to me, that really will frustrate me, since that park's moved 3 times in 10 years.
I would, I remember him being moved, and I would say we made it, like, one of the things you said early on, but don't want to miss, is that we made a commitment to build a certain structure in the name of the family that made the land available, and
We did, and
We-
that's, I mean, I want to say that's,
Yeah.
we're pushing 5 years. I mean,
Ben, if I could, you do have additional detail on the 26 numbers and where those will be going.
Correct.
Does it make sense, maybe that we could add some detail for council just in 26, and I don't know how much of 27 is definitive at this point, but whatever we've got, we can share with you to know that here's what we're planning next, this is in process, and lay that out by category. A little more for you.
Well, some of it's, I mean, I get placeholders and things can improve,
Yes.
and it's only a piece of a project, but knowing what those placeholders are, so that we have a sense of,
Sure.
okay, this is coming, we know it's not the final number.
Yep. And beyond that even, I know through the 5-year plan, Parks and Rec can provide the priorities, like which one's next. You might not have a dollar amount nailed down, but here's the next 2 years of actual plans, here's the next 2 projects that have been identified, that kind of.
That
list.
type of detail would be
Yeah,
incredibly.
That I know we
do
have.
list the labels of what is happening per CIP account, so that is in there. And so again, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, and if my homework's different, that's fine. Once we get to actual cost estimating, we don't do that, we work with Steve's team. They're the experts, so then that means we have a project line item that we can actually pay his engineering team to dial in a cost. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Right.
You don't want park planners and park staff estimating projects for you.
no.
No,
Right.
I think it's just the overview so you know where dollars are. Because we're not going to get into, we're going to put this many swing sets in and all that.
We know 5 years out what we're going to
Right.
try to do, subject to premature failures, things are old, floods, tornadoes, things like that, right? We have a plan, or sometimes donor-driven projects that make sense for both the donor and the city, can make things a little bit fluid, but we have an idea where we're going in every category.
I would think we've went through the planning process with the neighborhood. It frustrates me that Steve's team hasn't looked at that and gave us an estimated cost of what that's going to cost. Whether that be next year, whether that be, obviously, if it's going to be in 2 years, the cost is going to go up, I understand that. But that would be helpful if we're going to go out and try to raise some private dollars. But you can't do that unless
Chicken and egg.
we have a cost. And when you start throwing in stormwater and ADA compliant and things like that, those are the things that are going to increase the cost. It's not just the swing set or the open air shelter.
Right.
It's those other things, and I know that. And so those are the things those things are difficult to go fundraise for. If I can go out and fundraise for an open air shelter, those are easy to fund for. So what we need to be able to put money in is probably for some of those other costs, but we just need to know. And there needs to be, I mean, I know you've got them all grouped together, but this park needs its own page. I mean, we've went through $94 million of ARPA funding. we've went through, local option sales tax dollars, and this park has just been sitting there. And we got a hell of a deal on the land, too. So I'm hoping that can be changed in this budget cycle, and something can be put in there, and we can see what the heck what it's going to cost.
And I would agree with Joe. As I went through the CIP book page by page and looked at everything there. And I just came away feeling like our parks are so important, and it's something that our residents can see and feel and can experience. And when we start taking things away, like somebody said, when we start taking those blue ribbons away, that our citizens feel that. We have a nationally award park system, and we're not finding the funds that we need to do that. And when we talk about, as I go through all the book, I don't see anybody that gets as much private money as what our very generous citizens give to our Parks Department. And, they're out there raising money, and we have some very generous people that have given a lot of money for our parks. And I think once we start taking things away or not providing things that we've promised, that's not what I want in our city. I think we owe it to our residents to give them the parks that we've promised them.
Well, it's great to say we want to do it within a 10-minute walk. Now, are we going to do it within a 10-minute walk? Because let me tell you something. Those kids that are living in all those multifamilies all around there have no place to play. None. And it's frustrating that we've had this purchased, but we're not doing anything with it. And so I'll leave it at that. You can make some adjustments to it, and we can figure out what we need to do. But we need to do something there. It's time. And I've been patient the last couple of years and haven't said anything, but now it's time.
So I don't know if this is a worthy comparison, but I sat in on some meetings in the Beaverdale area, and Chris was there, I think, prior to coming back on the council, but they were really ecstatic when they got a page in the CIP, because that gave them a chance to go out and talk to donors and say, hey, we are legitimate, and, here are our goals, and here's a timetable. So that really was helpful for Matt Conley and for Francis Bogus and some other ones. And Chris, I don't know if you wanted to jump in on that. I think you were at one of those first roundtables.
Yeah.
So.
I think having it identified separate from the categories, and I think, Ben, you know that eventually as you get a park plan and you start to implement it, you peel out from the shelter category and peel out from the playground its own page, and maybe that's what we should ask to be done for Allen
That's what I'm
Park.
asking for.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
As we look at this over a line graph with some historical actuals, this shows kind of what we've talked about in the past, the kind of peak that we were showing. You can kind of see, obviously, with the blue line is the tax supported that we're talking about today. We've been on a steady increase with those expenditures. As you can see, the 25 is that carryover where you're seeing that full peak. If you look at what the adopted 25 was, it was actually at that 200 million. So you can see kind of that there is that peak of carryover, again, just from timing and different things like that. So you can kind of see that we're showing it still kind of creeping up and then bringing it back down, kind of back to where we were in prior year actuals. Kind of see some ups and downs within the enterprise funds. We've kind of talked about it a little bit, but 2020 was a big hit, a big spike with the additional stormwater projects and different things like that spiked up the enterprise side. The tax supported as a percentage by category. So if you look at the full 5-year plan, about a little over 50% of it goes towards street projects. The municipal buildings is 17, but that's mainly in the beginning years with the 1,200 locusts and wrapping up on the animal control, greenhouse, and let's see, can't remember if there was another building in there or not. Fire Station 4 is also wrapping up within that piece as well. The next largest is the Parks and Rec at 12, miscellaneous at 6, bridges at 7, and fire at 4, library at 1. To the point that Councilman Coleman had, this is all the tax-supported revenue sources. As I stated before, the primary revenue is the general obligation bonds, is what we borrow. But there is a lot of other different funding sources that come into play as well for the different projects. We've got the tax increment financing bonds, the TIF bonds for that activity that are within those urban renewal areas. Federal, obviously the large federal dollar that you're seeing there is the Southeast Connector in the 25. Local option sales tax, there's a larger number in the 25, but then we're kind of tapering down on that as well because it's shifting to the operational side. The largest, some of the other funds is things like, some of the other funds is the general fund loan. That's a larger component of that. 17 million in the 25 is for the 1,200 locust, 1,200 locust admin building. We also have the transfers in are those cases where you're transferring from one CIP project to another. So like those cases where you're pulling out maybe some of the parks projects from one category to the specific park project, so that you'll see a lot of those shifting as well as within street projects as well. The different funding going from a project to project. Gaming money, this is one where the current agreement that we have goes through fiscal year 2027, but the revenues that come in on that is based off of, we had an 8-year agreement, the average of 6 years. And so that current agreement ends through 2027, but we'll probably hit that $48 million cap in fiscal year 26. So this is showing our current agreement ending because we don't have an agreement that goes past that fiscal year 2027. This is the funding sources, but the expenditures are still in there through fiscal year 2027. So,
But I assume that, like, maybe I shouldn't assume anything, but
Not these days.
when the lease is negotiated, then hopefully the cap will go away at that time. I specifically asked that question when our last check was given, and I was reassured that that's what would happen. So I hope that
Well, I think it has to be renegotiated to even have a cap to put on,
right.
or not to have a
yeah, to
cap.
not have the cap currently,
Right.
because we will, with what the last check that we received, which was just this last
Yep.
month, that was about $500,000 less than the prior year.
Yep.
But the next one that we would receive, if it was, I think it's about $6.5 million, we will be at our cap, which would be about $1 million less than what we received this year. So sometime through this year, we would hit that.
I mean, part of the agreement, why we get that money is our agreement was not to lobby for our own casino at the time when this was entered into an agreement. I'm sure they want us to hold to that agreement as well as they should hold to their agreement.
And the gaming funds that we've broken them out towards, it has some gone to street reconstruction and some to the citywide bridges as well. So you did see some of that dip going down to 250,000, whereas it would have had that 2.2, it would have had 2 million of it would be if that agreement were to be extended. We would then put that out there for those pieces of it. And then there's, so it's a total of 4.7 that we use towards gaming money, because we budget at 6 million a year to receive, and because the expenses were for 8 years at $6 million. So we have the expenses going through fiscal year 2027. And so even though we've received the funds early, they're being put in the project to be able to spend through that fiscal year. So.
Well, I know we're spending it right. It's just a matter of us getting it and getting the amount that we should be getting.
But we didn't want to make that assumption in this current CIP.
I understand.
So that's something that we kind of have to look forward to potentially.
Well, we can hope.
That makes things a little easier.
What, like, take any of the numbers on the gaming line, we're using all the gaming money for debt now, is that right?
I'm sorry?
We're using all the gaming money for debt?
No. Cash for projects. So we're putting 2 million towards bridges. The city bridges projects gets about 2 million a year. Our roads gets about 2.7. Road reconstruction gets about 2.7. And then our crack sealing program gets about 1.3 within the road use tax fund. That's some of the other funds that road use has for street maintenance.
But we're, like, I'm looking at in the book here, gaming monies, and it talks about gaming monies total $6,275,000.
Yep.
So that's everything that check that we got last week, that's where this goes.
That's where the revenue is coming in. Yep, the gaming money comes in, but then the expenses, this is, again, the revenue sources that's coming in. So it came in, that 6.3 coming in is going towards the expenses that are happening in 2025 as well as 2027. Because our agreement was for 6 million a year for 8 years. And so that 8th year is fiscal year 2027. And so we got the money earlier because of the annual calculation of it, but it is set up as a cap. So it will stop at 48 million unless it's renegotiated. And so to be able to continue those expenses, we receive the revenues into those projects ahead of time and going to spend them later.
I think Linda and I are kind of hung up, but I think I'm going at it a different way.
Okay.
I know we're looking at the revenue, but in the gaming fund's money, we're going into debt.
No, because we're putting the gaming fund into the CIP projects to use those monies towards projects.
And only
So we're not
6
taking the debt, taking on the debt.
We're only using 6 million.
They'll use 6 million, right?
Only 6 million a year had been utilized in
Yeah.
the past, even though we were collecting more and setting it aside for the 27-year budget,
Okay.
because that was going to be the last year, and we expected not to receive very much, if any. It turns out it'll probably be zero in 27 because we collected the money earlier.
Don't say that it's going to be zero, because I don't believe that it's going to be zero. I think there's going to be a new agreement.
So that, or we have a new casino in town.
Yeah,
One of the
we're going to have funds.
Did you say we're going to have fun?
Funds. And we are going to have fun too, Nick. I mean, look at these budget books.
You know the study said.
There's no guarantee at this time, right?
So I thought I heard you, if we're using money to pay off some debt, do we have debt that was sold with the idea that it was revenue bonds, that money will disappear, that has to be covered by anything else?
No.
No.
No, not as it pertains to gaming, not on, the only debt on the tax supported side of the projects is the general obligation bonds and the TIF increment bonds. That's the only debt that we're taking to support the tax support it.
Okay.
So the local option that's coming in is paying for projects with cash. The gaming money coming in is paying for projects with cash. Yep.
I was trying to find a bridge project.
It's a citywide.
It's in the citywide?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's why, if you look at that project, like fiscal year 2028 would have had 2.25 in it as an expense in 2028. Without the gaming money, it dropped down to 250,000, unless there's something that pops up that we need to then figure out how to fund it if we don't get gaming money at that time.
So I have a question. Earlier this morning, when we talked about the $1 million for restrooms downtown,
Correct.
and you said that was TIF dollars.
TIF bond issuance.
TIF bond. But
Yep.
then, when you go to the general obligation bonds, it talks about downtown restrooms at $1 million. So doesn't that mean that we're borrowing $1 million?
We're borrowing TIF-backed bonds to pay for the downtown.
But we're
restrooms.
still borrowing money.
Not GO bonds. TIF bonds are still bonds. It's just paid by tax increment financing.
Because this says general obligation bonds.
What page are you?
I don't know, I can't read the page numbers. It's in the beginning of the book. I
Yeah,
don't
we'll have to
know.
correct that. That's supposed to be TIF-back bonds, if that is the case. It's supposed to be within the TIF-back bonds. That's what we had on our planning.
So can we talk a little bit about
Yeah.
the $1 million worth of restrooms downtown? And I understand that is part of our initiative with the homeless and putting bathrooms downtown. But I mean, $1 million is a lot of money for restrooms when we can maybe do some really, really nice kaibos in the parking garages that could work equally as well as $1 million worth of bathrooms. I don't know if that's our best way of spending tax dollars. I'm not sure if I'm in complete agreement with spending $1 million on bathrooms. So I mean, I do definitely want to put some type of bathrooms, porta potties, however we want. You can, I mean, they've got some kind of deluxe ones where you can, wash your hands and things like that. But
We've already put some out.
yeah, to put in permanent structures of $1 million, I don't know about the rest of everybody sitting up here, but I'm going to have a rough time pushing yes for that. That's a tough one for me. I think with what needs we have in the CIP portion of it, I mean, I've talked about some certain things that I'd like to see, but I know. Yeah, I mean, we don't, our parks don't even have bathrooms, a lot of them don't. So I guess I'd like to have that discussion before this is implemented in this budget, because I think that might be a little extreme.
I mean, are we going to borrow money? I'm still confused when it says general obligation bond.
No, it's a TIF, she made a mistake. It's the TIF bonds.
It's supposed to be TIF bonds on that one.
So it's
So
not supposed to be.
We are borrowing.
TIF
borrowing.
bonds.
We're borrowing for bathrooms downtown when we could possibly pay cash for
We can't keep our,
kaibos down there.
I mean, our bathrooms get destroyed in our parks sometimes.
Well, so I think the concept that has been discussed, and I don't know where the budget estimate came from, but the idea is something like the Portland Loo, which is designed for durability. It's sort of a specific design for high-use public restrooms. And it's designed so that the water doesn't freeze, so that it's easy to clean and maintain, so that it cannot be vandalized. So the materials reflect that. I was trying to go, because I've seen an estimate that it's not $1 million, it's not 500,000, although maybe they're,
But is that for one or how many? So.
well, it was,
being projected.
it was for, I mean, I think they were talking about two. There were, in the budget, there are two 500,000 increments. One is like FY '27, so we're still at least a year out. The other is
Why wouldn't we do it right
It's-
now? Put some porta potties down there.
29. Well, I think we need a permanent solution.
In one place I saw
And
two.
the dollars are, I mean, my read of it is staff put a placeholder in there, and maybe the placeholder was a lot higher than the actual cost will be if we had hard estimates.
Well,
I think-
Did you do an estimate on, an engineering estimate on them?
No, Matt, do you know how much per unit? Because I think this may have been
But
four.
why don't we call it what it is? Because when I read the book and it talks about these beautiful restrooms that we need to have downtown to keep our city beautiful and our residents need it, and I'm thinking, our businesses have left downtown, you've got all this housing and they've got their own bathrooms. I just don't, I mean, why don't we call it what it is? But I don't understand why we need $1 million for bathrooms for the homeless when we
Why
don't
we
have
find out
parks.
what the costs were?
Mayor Bozen, members of the City Council, Matt Anderson, Deputy City Manager. Yes, the $1 million, Councilman Mandelbaum, is a swag number. We haven't selected locations. We asked the park planners to vet out, I think they did about 10 or 12 potential locations downtown to really have a network of downtown restrooms, not just for the homeless, but we've heard from East Village businesses that as foot traffic increases in the East Village, it kind of acts like a mall, right? You come downtown, you want to shop at different shops, go to a restaurant, same as being out at Jordan Creek or Merle Hay, there's restrooms for you to use when you're spending hours in one location. So that's one idea. The other is the homeless. If you go down to the sculpture park, you'll see school buses full of kids every spring. You know, if you're busing a bunch of 8-year-olds into downtown, chances are every one of them has to go to the bathroom when they get off that bus. So I think it's not just for the homeless, but that to Councilman Mandelbaum's point, that did come up in our discussion this past summer, was the need for downtown restrooms for multiple populations. And the idea of porta potties was to test it out, to see if they get vandalized. You know, if the porta potties are getting destroyed every week, well, we're going to have to be a little more thoughtful in what we do with a more permanent solution.
Are they?
Jim, I think it seems to be they're holding up well, and it's hard to measure use, but they are being used and they are holding up. No more vandalism than you would expect, and the idea was then, as Josh pointed out, the Portland Loo, we've talked to a number of other cities, we've talked to the representatives from that company. Ben has visited with them at a conference. It's a much more durable structure designed for our climate. And I picture it kind of like the B-cycle stations where you can incrementally add them in locations where they're needed. The idea was to do 2 at a time, find different locations. If it doesn't work, if they're not used or they're abused, the nice thing about them is that they're bolted to a pad. You could pick them up and move them to a park or somewhere on the trail where they're going to get more appropriate use. So this was more of a pilot project to see if we could make it happen. To your point, we could just not do that, and we could put more portable restrooms in either in city-owned parking structures or elsewhere that is appropriate, but you know that we were trying to pick something a little more aesthetically pleasing, especially if we get down by the sculpture park and the library. And so the durability of this type of use, like the Portland Loo, is what attracted us to it. We've tried opening up our parks restrooms to the public downtown, and they've been vandalized. Polk County's experienced problems at the skateboard park with vandalism. These are much more vandalism proof. That was the idea.
Just quickly, and we don't need to drag out the details, but like, I think I've tried to follow this a little bit because of the Homeless Coordinating Council. Cleveland and Asheville, North Carolina put them in, and their media put them in January of this year. And their media at least uses the number that they're around 100. One says 150, one says 170, so it probably, you get a little break how many you buy, but it's an all-inclusive, and then you have the cost to get the plumbing to it wherever it is. So, maybe another 50 or 100 grand.
Yeah,
but
we can guess.
That's
I thought it was about 250 or something.
yeah, so maybe 250 all in per site.
Yeah, and we've been conservative because we don't know which locations we're going to choose, so we don't know how far we have to run water or sewer. They have a version that doesn't need to be connected to the sewer, so we haven't gotten that far in the process to investigate. Ultimately, we're going to have to meet with that rep and maybe even go to a city or go to their sales facility and see exactly what we want to spec for our own use. And we're not committed to this vendor. We need to do a little more research, but this at least gets the money in the budget to go out and start doing that.
Well, I mean, could we look at some that, maybe we would do, I understand, maybe a porta potty isn't the best around the sculpture garden. I mean, I understand that. We have, so maybe we look at maybe putting one that is better pleasing to the eye. Maybe we do one there, but maybe we put out some more porta potties and not wait until 27 to have bathrooms downtown and put them in the parking garages. And I know we have some, but I mean, if one of them costs $250 and we do one down by the sculpture garden, we're still at $750,000 that we've got to place in our budget. That, I mean, that's a lot of porta potties.
Understood.
Anyway.
Do you mean we don't have a portable budget right now?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Some of the other revenue sources I wanted to quickly highlight as well is the GEMT. That's the reimbursement piece on the Medicare that's going towards some of the cost of equipment replacement for fire, as well as the fire station and the building improvements as well, that money is going towards.
Do we bring in $4 million every year for that?
Yeah. It's
Or more?
Ballparking about 6.
It's bringing in $6 million?
Yeah. It's
So
still
why-
not, it's still not 100% of the cost.
No, I understand.
It's about anywhere from 60 to 75, I'd say.
Where's the other $2 million going then?
Towards operations, because the calculation is based off of the Medicare trips, and so the calculation is based off of the cost of equipment and facilities and staff, of what that cost actually occurs for those Medicaid transports. So then that basically equates us back to get some of that to cover all three of the things. So we have it going towards equipment, we have it going towards buildings, and towards the staff as well.
So you're putting another $2 million in other categories?
It's within the general fund, yes.
And on the operating side,
It's
this is
on the
capital.
operating side. This is just the capital side.
Okay.
Yep.
This has both the apparatus and the buildings?
Yes.
In the
Yep.
4 million figure you see?
Yep. So
And the
the
others-
apparatus gets 1.275, and then 3 million goes into the fire buildings, which goes towards the station.
Construction.
But the additional $2 million goes into the general fund, and how is that? How do we know that's being spent on staffing and, I mean, is that, I mean, we're taking more money out of local option sales tax to pay for firefighters. You have an extra $2 million here. So you adding that on to the firefighters that?
It gets coded into their object code. They are one that the revenues that come in from fire, it does not cover the costs.
I know, but
So yes, it goes
our
with operation.
our authorized strength still hasn't changed, but we're taking money from other categories now and we never had this GM.
Yeah, and we never,
MT,
and
and
we
we
never
didn't-
had the fire stations being replaced.
I understand
every 3 or 4
that.
years, or we were taking on more debt to do the apparatus as well.
I completely, and I agree with you, but you still have $2 extra million you're putting in the general fund for staffing, and we're taking additional local option sales tax money to pay for firefighter staffing, but we haven't changed the authorized strength.
Well, we did change authorized strength with the new fire
Fire
station
Station
in the
11.
northeast. That was
Yeah.
the last time.
Yeah.
And that was three years ago that we changed authorized strength.
And we did.
Why didn't we
authorized
get a
rate-
safer grant for that?
because it wasn't enough of an increase to go after the safer grants. They prefer to see like 6, I believe.
We've pulled from other stations.
No, we added staff
We
to,
added
in order
staff.
for
We
the
added
staff.
staff.
Yeah, I think you're right. The one apparatus we shifted, and we added staff for the second piece of apparatus. We can confirm that. The other thing, though, that we need to recognize is that you're correct. 2 million of GEMT is supporting the general fund. Okay, but that was embedded in the first year that it showed up.
Yep.
In 23, maybe even 22.
Yeah, because we never had this
Maybe-
before. I mean, this is something fairly new. 23, 22, 23, we
Something
started
like that,
getting
yep.
this.
And
But-
at that point, the 2 million went into the general fund.
At first, when we first started getting the GMT, it was all in operations. And then
Right.
we then started shifting it towards the projects to be able to hit the stations on a more routine basis of trying to replace those every 3 or 4 years. And then also trying to save on the apparatus as well, trucks and ambulances, to avoid some of the geo debt in those
Yeah,
spaces.
no, I completely understand. It's just the other 2 million that's going into the general fund, along with you're taking additional lost dollars now, and you're paying for firefighters where we didn't have to do that
correct.
before, and we have additional revenue from both of these sources, and we haven't increased the staffing. We've actually talked about getting rid of engines and things like that, so it's just.
So I think
You understand what I'm.
I think you're recognizing how challenging the entire budget is.
Yeah, I get it.
And how we have to do that type of shifting just to maintain staff. It doesn't allow us to add.
Okay.
I fully.
And the other part of it, the gaming money as well, because it's 6 million, we have 1.25 that goes into road use for crack sealing, our crack sealing program as well. So, I mean, that's also where that we have not just capital side on the gaming side, but also the crack sealing program is funded almost 1.3 from the gaming funds as well.
So Nick, when you revise like a page like this, it might be helpful to council and probably others if there is an asterisk after GEMT, and then at the bottom says, this is X percent of the total, semicolon, there's $2 million that are going into whatever, just so we have an understanding of where.
It's great. So it's ground emergency medical transportation, I think, is transport.
Reimbursement. So just,
Transport.
you know, just.
So yes, that is an acronym that we can pull out the details on that and tell you what that is. But we don't quite do that with, we do that with local option, where we basically say how much of local option is going towards operations and how much is going towards.
In different buckets, yeah.
Kind of.
Well,
Because we know 25% of the local option is going towards operations, 50 of it's going to debt service, and then the other 25 is either into projects or directly to like neighborhood associations or matching grant. So we kind of have that, but other than that, the only ones we would have comments to that regard would probably be gaming and the GEMT.
Yeah. Just
And it's about it's two-thirds in capital and 1/3 in operations. Ballparking. The full list of the funding sources for all projects, so you can actually see what projects make up all of those funds, are actually on the pages 17 through 26 in the CIP document itself. So you can actually see what projects make up those dollar amounts.
And then the TIF funding fund. So you have 1.5 million in there, but then you drop it down to 250,000 each year. Why is that?
That was actually TIF funds that we had on hand instead of issuing debt. So it was a specific
Because the rest of it's up here.
Yeah. So those are TIF cash that we actually allocated for those particular projects.
That would be helpful to say cash
Yeah.
as opposed to the
Yeah.
borrowing up above.
Right. Okay.
I think we at one point had it as cash, but normally we refer to it as TIF fund.
What's private? Explain to me a little bit about that. Is that
So I was going to say parks make up the biggest component of the private funding. Those are the donations and.
you might want to put that in parentheses, donations.
First year's the right card dollars.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack on this one slide.
Yeah. And we wanted to just blow right through it.
There's a lot more in the book.
Yeah.
On these things.
Yeah,
So I was going to say the CIP is.
I get it, but this is a time to be transparent and for the people that are watching that they can see, they don't have a book in front of them. They see your slide.
Well, and that's why we reference what page numbers to actually break down in this.
I get it.
Because I mean, honestly, I love numbers and tables and stuff like this, but.
I do too.
That's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
For you.
But if I go into too much detail, I would probably lose you more than I do already in my conversation, so.
We're good. You won't lose me. I'll let you know.
Any other items on this before I go to the next slide? Okay, so this is the geo bonds. So the breaking out specifically the geo bonds and what type of projects they're funding. This again is the same kind of section of the CIP document. So you can see from a geo bond standpoint how much each year it fluctuates for different projects. You can see it varies, like the fire is about the 2.6 for each year, the library 1.5, municipal buildings go up and down about that 2 to 3 million. Parks and Recreation goes anywhere from 6 million all the way up to 9 point something, depending on the different projects that we have going on. As we look at the TIF bonds by category, you can see that the TIF bonds that are being issued are covering things like bridges, the municipal building project that the biggest one there is the garage purchase on the 1200 Mulberry was 5 million in the 2025. We also have principal park improvements is the other municipal building piece. So there's only 2 projects within the municipal building. And then there's a large amount within the street projects as well, as long as it's in the urban renewal area. So Market District is a large component, Ingersoll Streetscape, and the Skywalk system. You'll see that as a part of the street numbers over the course of that time frame.
Is the Ingersoll Streetscape part of the downtown TIF, or they have their own TIF?
They have their own TIF. Ingersoll is its own.
Okay.
So this is the slide that kind of talks about the debt service levy that the city has, the component of the 1661. When we went out got the local option approved in 2019, we turned around and approved that 60-cent rate cut in that very next fiscal year for the first year of the local option. If we would have done the bond issuance at that time, that fall, the same way that we issued it, it would have actually had to have been an increase to be able to do even right then, because we decided to do more projects knowing that we had local option. So even that very first year where we went down the 60 cents, it would have had to have gone up about 40 cents, even in that first year. So as we've progressed through on that property tax relief, the funds that are going into the debt service being able to keep that rate down at that bottom blue bar instead of the gray area is what that local option is being able to do with that 50% being transferred there. As you can see, we kind of we've plateaued on the anticipated growth of the levy rate. That was in part by doing the asset match, the front loading of a lot of our projects. So we are doing a more aggressive approach of if we're doing park equipment that lasts for 10 or 15 years, we're paying that debt off in that 10-year time frame. Same thing with like library collections, those type of things that they're 5 years of worth, we're only paying them over 5 years. Prior to that, the city was doing more level debt service, was issuing debt over 20 years, and some of that money was going towards those projects that you were technically paying for them over 20 years, instead of front-loading it for that asset match is what we normally refer to it as. So as you can see, this has, if we would have done all the same projects that we've done over the past 7 fiscal years, we would have had a tax rate that would have almost had to been double for the recommended 26 of at 569 instead of the 286 that we have it as today, to be able to pay the debt off that we've taken on over that time frame, which has kind of been beneficial because during that time we did do a lot of high issuances at the low interest rates, so we were able to kind of take part in a lot of capital projects at a low interest cost. It was kind of a perfect storm of where we were able to utilize the local option and take on that low interest debt. So going into the new projects that we're seeing in the CIP, obviously we are focusing more on the ongoing projects. We didn't have a whole lot of ads in this particular in this CIP plan. We had some alterations to projects, but these are truly new projects. The street construction projects that we have, Vision Zero, the US 69 corridor improvements, and the East 6th and East 7th Pennsylvania Avenue as a justification report to study that. Steve, do you have anything you want to add?
Honorable Mayor, Member of City Council, Steve Neighbor, City Engineer, and so yes, Vision Zero is creating a sheet for doing capital safety improvements. As you know, in the past, we've kind of had more specific projects, and we had a match, for example, for our Safe Streets for All grant, which is through Vision Zero. So this is to continue that funding forward so that we have funding for capital safety improvement projects. US 69, as you know, we did the DOT did a corridor study in 2021. The first project that's out of the gate of that effort is US 69 and Maury Street. And as you know, that project is moving forward. On March 27th, we actually have a public meeting to review the design. It's a joint effort with the DOT. The DOT is running that public meeting, and the hopes are to have that project under construction starting in 2027. It is coordinated with the bridge project that the DOT is looking to replace the Southeast 14th Bridge over Des Moines River, I think in 2028, so it's coordinated with that effort as well. So,
what's our additional cost of $1 million for that project if it's their project?
So we actually have a split, 50-50 split for the $6 million project. So, and so then, like I said, then it's a joint effort of the DOT is doing right-of-way acquisition, the DOT is running the public engagement. We're overseeing the design, and the DOT will do construction administration. So,
and we're paying half the cost of the improvements.
Correct. Yeah.
Boundaries of this, north
So
and south?
it actually would start at the viaduct over the railroad tracks and go all the way down to Railroad Avenue, down to the river, down to the bridge over the Des Moines River. So it is more of kind of a corridor. It's not just the intersection. That whole corridor of Southeast 14th Street between the railroad bridge over the railroad viaduct down to the river. So, and then the DOT is going to be replacing the bridge over the Des Moines River. So they would pay for all the bridge. Yep. Yep.
And the design portion hasn't changed since we originally talked.
That's correct.
You won't be able to go westbound on Maury off of East 14th anymore. There'll be an additional light and a road set up to go around. That's still the the plan that you've showed us. I don't know. It's probably last year or something.
Yep. And so it's going to be kind of doing some access management and creating an offset intersection, as the councilman mentioned, similar in concept to Hubble Avenue at Euclid Avenue that was done in, 2018 timeframe, to actually kind of offset where traffic is turning and make a signal so people can easily access Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway instead of cutting through 12th or East 15th. And so and then also making access improvements along the corridor as well, so.
And the same right-of-way acquisitions that we talked about along East 14th to add the sidewalks and kind of eliminate where most of those businesses have taken over the right-of-way.
Yep, so yep,
Those will all get cleaned up.
There'll be sidewalks, but then the multi-use trail would actually go down East 12th to avoid some of the properties that are developed along there, so.
But the right-of-way acquisition will be able to clean up some of that stuff that we talked about on the east side of the road, where some of those businesses have just completely taken over the right-of-way, as we've seen on the map.
That's correct. Some of the businesses along the corridor have not so well-defined driveways, and they have stuff.
That's a good way to put it. It's a great way to put it.
So.
It's a politically correct way to say it, isn't it, Steve? Good job.
So this project, the goal is to create that.
Okay. So none of that's changed?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, what's the term about how the intersection is going to be offset, or there's a
So-
lane? What's
So
Can you-
currently the intersection at Maury, you can go basically east-west through Maury. And so in this case, there'll be no west leg. And so the west leg, if you want to go to Martin Luther King now, will be moved up to the north and have its own intersection, a separate traffic signal. And that way we're eliminating conflicting turning movements.
In a separate turn lane,
Separate
turn west?
lanes. Yep, separate turn lanes.
and what's that type of intersection called? Or I thought there was a
Yeah, not,
or there's a lane that comes off to the side anyway. Well, okay.
Yeah, it will be more of a direct connection to Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway, though, which,
That's kind of when they put MLK in. I thought that was always the plan, to put the access up.
there was talks about doing kind of more the on-ramp type, or ramp type deal, but, so this will spread that up.
But that's an area where we should overbuy right-of-way, like for long-term use.
Yep. Yeah, in our case, the DOT is handling the right-of-way acquisition, and they will only be able to buy for what their need for the project. It will be substantial.
It's pretty substantial what they got going on over there.
Yes.
Is that what Mark's doing, right? He's a right away.
I don't know. Don't give me info.
The East 6th and East 7th and Pennsylvania Avenue, that was a study that was done in 2023 to make those corridors a better connection to the neighborhoods to the north. Also, what came out of it was a safety improvement to looking at, right now, for example, when you're coming off I-235, you get onto East 6th. And the challenge is folks getting on I-235 from 2nd Avenue, it's a shorter, there you got that weaving aspect because people are getting on as well as getting off for East 6th. And so this would actually look at instead moving the off-ramp to East 7th to provide a much longer stretch there to help reduce the weaving, if you will, on the interstate. And so this is a study that's required by the DOT and FHWA to look at how we can modify that interchange and then overall make the improvements on the East 6th and East 7th. And as you know, we have a lot of development occurring along there. We've got a large building, residential building going up right now on East 6th as we speak. So that's what they call these, yeah.
And we obviously talked about the building project.
Yeah, let's talk more about that.
So going into the significant CIP project, so this is looking at any CIP project that's in the plan that's over $10 million. That's not one of the ongoing projects. So these are the significant projects from the different areas. So as we look at the bridge project, Walnut Street Bridge is the only one that's over that 10 million mark. It's just under 19 million, mainly funded by TIF back bonds in Metro Center. The building improvement projects that were over 10 million is the administration building, Frank County City Administration Building at about 43 million. Again, that's carryover in the carryover expenditures from fiscal year 24 on, as well as working on the construction piece of it as well. Fire Station 4, that's 14 million within the CIP plan. And that's through fiscal year, I want to say 26 or 27. Park trails, park and trail improvement projects. So the Reichhardt Community Center is still in there, about 23 million. Birdland Marina is in there as well as the other one above 10 million. It's 12 million within the 5-year CIP plan.
Because I don't want to give people the illusion that we're putting $12 million in this, because part of this money, isn't part of this money coming from the Department of Interior grant that
about
we
5 million.
received?
Yeah, about
which
5
was-
million grant. Yep.
Which was really to be equitable, because that money was specifically earmarked to go into neighborhoods and to parks to make it more equitable for our residents. So, and I think that talks about the Birdland Pool it's about equitable.
Yeah, so this does not have any specific funding. So like the administration building, we had local option in there. We had a general fund loan. We had some TIF bonds for the garage purchase. The Fire Station 4 is primarily GMT funds. The Reichardt's Community Center was local option and ARPA.
Bridge has federal.
Yeah, the bridge had some federal as well as a
Correct.
lot of TIF back bonds. Birdland was grants and local option.
That's
as well.
grants. That's not, I mean, I don't want somebody to think, oh, well, what do you need a pool for when you're getting $12 million? It's really different pots of money, and it was about making our neighborhood more equitable for those who live in the neighborhood. Well, I just did.
Moving to the street construction projects, the ones that were over 10 million on the street construction is the Southeast Connector at about just under 70 million. A bunch of different factors there. Federal grants, TIF back bonds are included in there as well. Market district infrastructure improvements, almost 29 million. A lot of different infrastructure there, streets and other utilities, pump stations, some stormwater detention as well within that. But it was primarily with as a part of a streets project is where it's kind of housed, just under 29 million. The street reconstruction projects, McKinley at 13.4. Those are mainly GO bonds. Ingersoll Streetscape, those are primarily TIF. Those are all TIF bonds on that one. Roadway reconstruction for 2nd Avenue at 17 million. That's a bunch of different funding there. We've got a couple of different utilities, as well as GO bonds and many different funding sources there. Douglas Avenue, the Merle Hay to MLK, that's federal and GO bonds, make up a lot of that funding sources there. And then the East Army Post Road, Southeast 14th to Southeast 36th, that is federal and GO bonds for the funding sources on that.
So the McKinley Avenue improvements, that is going west from Southwest 9th? Is that the next phase? And when will we start that?
Southwest 9th to Southwest 14th. Our work, the road work is really 26 to 27, but folks would see Des Moines Waterworks is going to do some water main work out there starting this year, so that folks will see utility work on that stretch this year.
Do they have to move the poles too, like they did on the other stretch?
There will be some that have to move, yep. So they'll see a lot of utility work this year, and then the storm sewer and road work would be starting next year. So.
And the Southeast Connector was 59 million, so is the other 10 million for acquisition, or, I mean, we just bid that out at 60 million. Why does it say 69.5? Is that for property acquisitions?
Soft cost too, probably.
Yeah, it's all the property or, and then construction administration and finishing, probably design from this year, past year, fiscal year, and, yeah.
That's an additional $10 million?
It's 5 million alone for the construction administration and testing, just to give one example. So, and then finishing acquisition, some of the acquisition around building the new Ottawa Street off of Scott Avenue.
What's construction administration? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that would be having staff and consultants out there to do material testing and inspections of all the work that's being done, and then all the IDOT paperwork, the DOT paperwork, and everything that goes.
And that's, how much did you say that was?
$5 million.
$5 million?
Yeah.
For our staff? For your
consultants mostly do the work, so, yeah.
Especially with the bridge.
Contracted services lines, right?
There you go.
Yes.
There you go, Josh. That's it.
In the CIP, though, this wouldn't be in the.
Yeah, this is CIP, yeah.
Right.
Wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So moving, we went through the new, and then these are the significant projects. The other part that we kind of refer to is kind of the ongoing projects, the ones that we usually have reoccurring annual allocations to these projects. These are all different funding sources. These projects is highlighting the what is in the budget for the 2026 budget year. So that's kind of what this breakout is. If we want to go into any of those specific details, we can, but we've kind of touched base on a lot of these. We've got the citywide bridges is specifically at 750 for 2026. Equipment acquisitions for fire is 3.8. NDC, NFC are $1 million each. The public arts, 200,000. IT network at $1 million. Library collections, 900. The tree replacement fund at 225. Emerald Ash Borer at 150. Vacant residential property redevelopment and land acquisitions. That's basically about how much annually we get for parcel sales, the right-of-ways and different fundings of selling unencumbered land across that the city owns.
What about the vacant residential property redevelopment, $100,000?
Yeah, that's one that I'll go ahead. I'll let you talk about it.
Well, we've got Chris here too. I know he'd probably do a better job of this, but you may recall we had a workshop with Tess and some of the others from staff, Jody and others, I believe, that talked about how if we're not going to lean forward and have a tool for vacant property, they sit as vacant properties for decades. And they have liens on them, encumbrances. And so you may recall from those conversations, council said we need to do something. This is really actually a pretty small amount at $100,000 to address probably just a couple properties a year at best.
But do we still have our vacant residential property program in place? Where, I mean, I remember Sue Ann
Yeah, that's a
said, we're going to
difference.
make sure that our vacant properties don't have boarded up windows and looking bad, but as I drive around, they're still boarded up. My one on Easton is.
Two different projects.
I have some boarded up buildings too.
Yeah.
Mayor, member of the City Council, this is Chris Johansson, Neighborhood Service Director. This line item specifically is to help with rehab of some of those structures that just need funding. A lot of times what we run into, if there's big foundation issues, and it's a historic structure, it's a significant structure in the neighborhood, it's one that we contribute some of that funding to help save. There was one in Sherman Hill. I'm looking at Councilmember Voss because I walked through them with it when they did the open house for it. But it's usually for private developers utilize it. It's for market rate housing. It's not CDBG or home funding, so there's no income requirements with it.
Just give them the money, or is it a loan and then they pay it back?
It's been a loan. We've done it a variety of different ways. There's been some parts that have been a grant, but we try to do it as a loan though too.
this isn't where our, not the graffiti program doesn't come out of this.
One more time,
The
sorry.
graffiti program doesn't.
No, this is
This is just for redevelopment.
redevelopment purely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a couple projects a year. Usually if you get into foundations, 45,000, and usually what they come to us with is, we're going to have to tear this house down unless we have some funding to help with the foundation, because that's usually the biggest problem they have towards redevelopment.
Are those brought before council then for approval? I just don't remember.
Yeah, several years ago we did. I think there's a cap on the dollar amount on when we would or when we wouldn't. I'd have to get that for you. Yeah, I think it's 50, yeah.
And it's only for vacant properties?
Yes, yeah.
So you'd only use this if it has historic value, correct?
No, we'll use it for anything, but that's usually where it happens a lot. But we have used it, I don't know if we've used it for vacant lot, but we can. Yeah.
We still have money in Blitz on Blight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Blitz on Blight is pretty much just for the demolition.
Right.
This is more to save the structure.
To save the vacant
Yeah.
structure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's vacant, who's going to use it? I mean, somebody's buying it?
Yes.
Store.
That's what happens with it, yeah. It's to get it back on the market.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mike, you're in charge. I have to go to emergency management meeting. Have to cast a vote, so.
This isn't
Here, I'll move on with stuff.
FY +26, but I noticed a large, on the land acquisition, it was like 7 million in FY +25. What, was that all just Southeast Connector? Like what was, and did all that money in FY '25 end up being spent? Or is there? It's that same land acquisition that you're referencing here that's now down to 127. It jumped out to me because it was like $7.8 million.
Yeah, there was a couple, a good chunk of it has been spent.
Right.
There is.
On the Southeast Connector?
No, not on the Southeast.
I was going to say, because you had $10 extra million in that.
Wait, I mean, I think it said that it was going to go towards potentially Southeast. I mean, well, then what is that? What did we spend $7 million in land acquisition on in the last year?
No, I think we've got some of that still reserved.
Reserved
for
to
additional facility costs.
Yep. So we have it earmarked for over the next couple months. Yeah.
So why would we put it in the budget then?
Well, it's in FY '25, and the current year didn't reflect any carryover balance in the budget from, page 63.
So I think we closed.
It hasn't been identified yet.
Yeah, so we closed out a couple of funds into it as well, so.
Hasn't been closed yet, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
It hasn't been, yeah, we were closing out and doing some cleanup within it.
What page did
So
you
is there
say?
still $7 million in the?
No, some of it has been spent. I have to go back and give you more detail on that, what the breakout is.
Yeah, you
That would be,
probably need to,
that would be a pretty interesting one to get more detail on.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. The ongoing municipal buildings, just under 5 million. That's broken out between the municipal building improvements, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, re-roofing, energy conservation, police facility, fire facility improvements, as well as Principal Park as well.
That makes sense.
And Nick, remind us what's planned for Principal Park with this project. Do you happen to recall?
Oh, Jim would have that. Yeah. You want to have the, here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be short and sweet. I'm going to probably have to get it to you. Mayor and Council, Jim Hoff, Assistant City Manager. So for Principal Park, there's a series of, I think it's 5 phases, and right now we're in, I I think it's probably phase 2 or 3. And so that's replacing the on-field pitching mounds and redoing some of the seating around there.
Maybe that's the, removing from the fields where the,
Yes, yes.
yeah, the bullpens move off the field, is that what that is?
Correct, yeah, and that's the one that we're doing right now.
Well, you're not doing it, it's not being done for this season, that's planning for the next, right?
Yes, I mean, we're actively in the project right now, yeah.
Where are they moving them to? Behind the outfield fence, or?
No, they're just moving them off the field, so they're carving into the existing seating.
For this season or next season?
They're doing the work right now.
Oh, I thought it was going to be next season.
So they're taking out, so they're typically on the sides, on
Yeah.
the first base and the third base side, down the right and left field line. So
Correct.
you're saying they're going to take out kind of the club seating and they're moving them back? Because they're not, I mean, that's still on the field. I mean,
Yeah, but it's outside, so it'd be easier if I can get you the drawing, so it'd be easier to show you that.
Okay.
But I mean, these are Major League Baseball things that they are making them.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I was told that was going to happen for the next season, but so, I mean, they just recently replaced all the dirt and turf. So, but that wasn't part of what they just did, so, okay, interesting, thanks.
Is that good? All right, thank you.
From that too? Where does, no.
No.
There's contributions in some of the cases.
Moving on.
We have just a AAA baseball team that
I
we
just
pay
have
for.
to ask, I mean.
We get nothing.
It's 16,000.
$1.
16,000.
Oh, 16.
16,000, no parking revenue, right? They keep all the parking revenue from all the spots.
Just
And they
16,000.
keep all the concession. We don't get a percentage of that. But they pay everything else, right? We don't pay anything else other than we have to pay for the facility, for all the upgrades. Or are they matching
They
us?
contribute.
They contribute some.
It's not really a match, but they
It's not a match,
contribute.
but they, yep.
Are they contributing equally, or?
Well, what they did last fall for the fields, they paid for all of that themselves, so that was like
So
$1.3
that
million
is-
or something like that.
So that is significant.
It's real money, yes.
And they too changed the rules.
Yes, that's exactly right. Okay.
What's next?
The ongoing parks projects. So for 2026, that total is just over $10 million. These are the different categories that are allocated towards the different park projects. Again, these are the ongoing earmarked typed projects that Ben had alluded to. The park improvements, the infrastructure, building improvements, playgrounds, playgrounds, pools. In looking at the pools, the specific project, the breakout of the significant improvements that we need to do for the pools is not within the 2026 budget, but the 2028 is Northwest for about 2.7. The fiscal year 29 is Naha, the 3.4, and then there's 3 additional years for Birdland, Teach Out, and Ashworth, and that's 4.3, 2.4, and 4.8, respectively, if we were following that plan that was brought up last year. The consulting of the time of priority and estimated cost.
Decide that some of those things could be put on hold, we could do it a little bit differently. We don't have to follow the consultant's report exactly.
The consultant had us develop the plan in 3 categories: immediate, critical, and then future upgrades, if you
Yes.
will. So what you're alluding to, I believe, is one of the upgrades at Birdland would have been, today we have what we would call, back when it was built, a baby pool, just a couple feet deep, 20 foot long. They said, that nobody really likes that, it's not much fun, so you should replace that with a spray ground. So there are elements that are not in the current 27, 28 that are in the old 29, 30 that would take care of some improvements that are more user-oriented, for more fun to be had at the pool, replacing slides, replacing zero-depth concrete, so yes.
So there's some things that we could do to adjust some of our budgets so we don't have to close a historic pool.
The question, rephrasing maybe Linda's question, the 4.3 million that is identified, that includes the $1 million to convert the baby pool to a...
Correct. That is in the Birdland 4.3, so you could peel that piece out.
So there's $1 million.
Right, okay.
Approximately.
What exactly does that pool need?
Could we recirculate that study, the aquatic study? I mean, I know I had it and it was presented, but I don't know that I could put my finger on it, and I certainly
Yes,
like to see
we
that.
can see.
I know that we made a vote to say we want to have our pools fixed up so we keep neighborhood pools rather than close it and have two big pools.
What exactly does Birdland Pool, what exactly does it need? If you eliminated the baby pool and you just had the pool that is there, what is the CIP for the next 4 years?
So here are the things
for
that are
pool?
listed for Birdland Pool that would be non-user upgrades, just basic repairs and maintenance to keep
Yeah,
it going. I think that's your
exactly.
question. So there are some ADA improvements such as doorways and gates that let us into the pool. There are new fencing, overhead lighting, a lot of pool deck repairs, so the concrete. And before you do that, you get into the gutters and the piping, which we did some exploratory testing through core sampling to figure out where we needed to be at. So I call that targeted. When you're done with that concrete work, you'd have to paint the pool again to preserve the concrete. New water slide pumps, again, concrete work in the basin. Replace the shallow pool eventually, whether it's new concrete for a shallow pool or a new spray ground.
Or if you did nothing
Take
with
that
that,
out.
or if you just took it out.
Or you could take that out and just pave over it, correct?
Okay.
That is an option. Water slides need, they're all getting toward the end of their life cycle, all 5 pools.
Yeah.
They were put in the early 90s. Then the buildings themselves. So each pool has 2 buildings, a pump house that has all the mechanicals in it, as well as the bathhouse where you go in and you change and use locker rooms. Those facilities have roofing issues, they have tuck pointing issues, all of them do, so.
All of them at Birdland? Or all of them throughout the whole?
All of them throughout all 5 have some needs from roofs, doors, masonry repairs.
And I just want to point out, yes, it's a neighborhood pool and it's in Ward 2, but we have kids that are throughout this entire city, throughout the entire metro, that belong to swim clubs that come and practice there every single morning during the summer, because there's no other pool that can accommodate the lap swimming, the lane swimming that this pool provides. So while you can talk about a neighborhood pool, it really is more than that, because it's the only Olympic-sized pool in the community. I think you have to go to Waukee, or I think it was Waukee.
Or the wide pool.
We do have
Why doesn't have a big
2
depth for
50-meter pools. I just want to make sure we're clear to Ashworth today as well as Birdland. They're very similar in size, but the thing you have to have to call yourself a training pool is 8 lanes, and they both have 8 lanes. The difference is the 2 pools is there's more deck space at Birdland than there is at Ashworth. So Birdland does lend itself to having large swim meets because you can set up around there more than maybe Ashworth does,
And
but they
that's
are
for
the same
kids
size.
all over the city, all over the metro.
Central
come in.
Iowa.
So the pool,
Mine did too.
the new pool that we're putting in at Reichart it's not.
No.
No, it's not designed to be 8 lanes. It's a smaller pool. It has a
a
few
little
lanes
play
for lap swimming, not 50
It's
meters
not 50
long.
meters.
No, but it also has some recreational spaces within the water too to enjoy that too.
So why are the numbers down if it's being used as a training pool for that? Are we not counting?
It's probably rented time.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, so there's open swim time, there's swim lesson time that we do, and then there's swim team time. That's how we kind of classify our
Okay.
usage. And so swim team time is sold out. But pool usage for the majority of the day, of the 5, is just happens to be over the last few years the lowest.
But if you averaged in the pool team time, would it be equal to the other pools being used?
It would be equal to Ashworth because they're the only two that you can compare apples to apples. Both have 50-meter pools where the other ones don't have 50-meter lanes for swim team use.
It would be comparable to Ashford?
The 8 lanes versus 8 lanes is just the deck space is the main difference.
Yeah, I understand, but would the attendance be because I know the attendance is down and we subsidize the attendance for the Birdland pool, but if you took the team.
No, it would not be. Yep, I hear you now. So basically, we'll get about 6,000 individual uses, and that's based on how many people come to a swim meet. And so if you add 6,000 on both Ashworth and 6,000 on Birdland, you're still going to be less than the other 3 pools, which again are lending themselves not to a swim club exercise type pool. They're more of a recreational use, so it's hard to compare them apples to apples.
But if you took all the kids that come for swim club that come to Birdland, wouldn't that up the attendance? So we can say attendance is down just if I.
Well, that's what I asked.
Pay my, but I don't think.
So even if we count just the kids, maybe not the spectators, right, to make it apples
Yeah,
to
no, I'm
apples?
talking about kids.
Just
In
the kids, as well as some adults that use it for lap swim too, we're still going to be lower than we would be at Northwest Teach Out, and Nahas. Those are seeing close to 30,000 uses per summer, where these are seeing in the 15 to 18,000 per year right now. So if you added the 6,000 approximate, we think are going between the two, Ashworth and Birdland, for swim teams.
And is that the only one that has one of those kiddie pools too?
The last one left, it would be there.
Nahas doesn't have
No,
that.
Nahas, and the others were upgraded in the 90s, so they have 0 depth and they have different amenities.
Ashworth has a kiddie pool too, or no?
I believe so. I have a map I just made myself here. Yeah. Yes, it does.
Okay. And it's still the numbers, if you added in all the swim teams and everyone that's using it, it's still lower than the other pools.
It starts to approach the other sizes pools usage, but it's not there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is a different clientele.
No, I understand.
It is, it's a different clientele. And as Linda points out, kids from all over use it. I agree with that. I would also say it's not really a Ward 2 thing, because I think
It's not.
most of the people that live within 300 yards of it are in Ward 1, right across the river. And in fact, maybe everybody that lives that close to it is a Ward 1 resident. And
those kids don't have any other way to get to a pool.
and I don't feel like I can't have a point of view on it, but I will say that I wasn't here when we mapped out Reichart and what amenities would be there, but I feel like maybe those discussions would have been different had we at the time said only one of these 2 pools would exist.
And that was not presented to us.
And I'm not blaming staff for that, but I just think that had we forecasted the impact of state funding, forecasted other things, maybe we'd be thinking different about the amenities inside Reichart. And I don't know what to do about that now.
Well, I would tell you need to take that knowledge right now and project forward. What do you think we're really going to be able to afford moving forward?
In 3 years?
Right.
4 years? No,
If you want us to project what legislative changes are still in the works, we've got a lot more cycles like this in front of us.
But let's project, what are these kids going to do? I think it's important that we
That's fair.
think about the kids that live in our community, and if they don't have a place to go in the summer, a safe place where they know it's safe, what are they going to be doing? Are they going to be down playing by the river? Are they we have an opportunity and we have an obligation to keep our kids safe. So yeah, let's do forecast for in the future. But we're going to pay for it now, you're going to pay for it later, because kids need someplace safe to go in the summer.
I mean, it's going to be open this year. Can we revisit it through the next budget cycle? I mean, do we have to make a decision right now to close that pool?
Yes. Or not yes, but like April. So we've got a few weeks to work through
wait
it.
until the fall?
No, well, no, because the challenge is, what do you do in the spring? Are you preparing to open up the pool in the spring of '26 or not? And we need to have that answer this April. So think of
So are you saying the hardware, everything inside that pool, you're not going to be able to open it up next year unless we replace some of these things?
There's a little bit of that, but it's mostly staffing.
Staffing, we would like to start in December, recruiting.
But I think what Councilmember Gatto was asking is, do we need to make, because there are two issues. It's the operational piece, which we clearly have pathways to solve operational. And then long-term, when you talk about the fact that we're going to be facing additional budget years like this, it's the capital question. And we don't need to make the capital investments in the next year, is I think what Councilmember Gatto.
That was, yes.
Like, we could keep going on the operational side, recognizing that in the grand scheme of things, we might have different capital decisions that we make if the legislature keeps cutting us in this way. But I think we have a pathway on operational. We have some things that we could go back and forth on a, whether or not we move some projects up or others back on the capital side.
Does it cost $250,000 to operate that pool this year?
Approximately 200,000 is our subsidy per year for Birdland. The capital question you asked is, it's old infrastructure at all the pools. That consultant did a great job, in my opinion, one of the better consultants I work with. So they told us what their best guess was after some really strategic analysis on pumps, filters, heaters, et
I
cetera.
remember.
So your risk would be on the capital side, obviously, it would be saying, hey, what could be a catastrophic failure that would stop a pool season mid-season, right? A filter goes down, you don't go to Menards and buy a filter. You have to work with engineering, you put out bids and specs, and you go get the filter. So those are the type of things that could happen. As Nick pointed out, Birdland, the majority of the money for Birdland that we have is in FY30.
It's what?
But Ben,
FY30.
I'm not going to direct my comments at you but like, that's why we amend our budget each year, because like, that can happen at City Hall or MS2 or the animal shelter. As they say, stuff happens, and then we adjust. But I guess maybe I'm in the camp that I'd like to know, like, the surface stuff, gates, a leaky locker room. I've changed in a leaky locker room at our pools, since I was 3. There are more mission critical things of what has to happen. I would say the
concrete
pumps, safety things for the kids and tripping and all that kind of stuff. If we really want to know before April, we should know what those costs are and be able to find a way to do the mission critical stuff. And then we have a gut check. Are we willing to spend that much capital if it's a 1-year solution or a 2-year solution as the legislature continues to change? I think that probably is worth it if it's a number that's realistic.
And what's it, forecasting down in the future, what can we do to get more people into the pool, to come there? I mean, maybe we do have to close the pool 1 day a week or 2 days a week. I'd be okay with that. That wouldn't impact them the entire season, but let's be thinking about things like that.
They're open 7 days a week, correct?
Correct. Memorial Day through Labor Day is kind of the season of the pool operation.
And in the budget, the Reichart Center was not going to, that pool is not going to be open on Saturdays, because it's in the budget that Scott gave us was that the community centers would be closed on Saturday. That
They
would
are
include
closed.
ride carts. So
What's that?
those, so the kids would have no place to swim Saturday or Sunday anyway.
So I think we needed to look at only the pool. Was that even going to be an option to be open without the rest of the building?
We can look at anything.
Yeah, because at that point, it would be,
I think Linda's acknowledging that, not
Yeah.
debating it. She's acknowledging that we got a whole part of the community.
What cost savings would you have if you closed it for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday every week?
operationally?
So just operational, basically, the staff time. So today, I'll give you the math. We'll just call it 200,000 as our subsidy per year.
Right.
So you could divide that by 7 and tell you how many, 1/7 of that would be per day of a subsidy.
So then
Just staff costs. Yeah.
So they're going to tell the swim teams they can't come on those mornings then?
But you'd have the same costs on the
Capital.
Chemicals, yeah, you can't turn things off. You got to heat and chemically treat the water, and it has to turn over.
I would suggest this topic is going to come up at every council meeting until we resolve the budget. There's passion for the Birdland pool. So could we take a look at determining what it would take to keep it open without doing all of these other tuck pointing and things that we ordinarily kick down the...
We have that
Anyways.
really broken out by our consultant, who gave us some really good cost estimates based upon market rates of these things. For example, we know what the filter costs. We know what some floor repair costs. The only thing that we really will have to just really take a wild guess at would be once you start getting into piping that's been buried under concrete for since 1920, you don't know what we're going to find, right?
It's probably more a pump than a pipe.
Yeah,
Anyway,
pumps,
it's-
heaters, and filtration are already in the mix.
But when was the pool redone? Didn't we put new piping in when we rebuilt the pool?
That's 82. 1982 was the last real big investment in that pool to go through top to bottom. So
I was there, going into my senior year of high school.
I mean, I was a sophomore.
So yes, we can bring back that list. I've got that on my, what we need to bring back.
Cheaply Christmas. Okay. Yeah, I think we just need to take a longer look at that.
Thanks, everyone. Yes, I think we do.
Good job, Linda.
Any additional comments on the park projects? Okay.
I do, and
Okay.
not to, sorry, Mike.
Go ahead.
We've talked about the part of our ADAPT DSM and Food Security Task Force of places for trees. I understand third hand, there was a pretty good meeting last week, and I appreciate everybody that was a part of it. But the talk was a little bit about maybe existing parkland and property around parkland. Is there anything, I think I'm okay to say that somebody suggested Drake Park, the southern part of Drake Park, is that right?
There is a small little section that's the southern section off of Cottage Grove that had in the early 2000s some apple trees planted by a neighborhood group that pledged to maintain them. And as a lot of things happen, people move away, people age out, and today they're there. There's some apple trees there.
Is there, and less about maybe next year, but because there's a lot of energy for this, is there any availability in the current year budget to redeploy any money that's underspent or anything? I just want to maybe refer that to the manager's office and see if we can't uncork something to get that priority started.
Yeah, we can look at the tree plantings budget and see if maybe a little bit of that could be set aside, because we're talking about additional trees, right?
Yeah, I
Maybe
thought,
some of that
I'd-
out of existing line items.
she asked if we were talking about trees or gardens. I think that primarily they've been talking about an orchard type fruit and nut trees. So
Do we have a?
this would be a substitute idea to the Eat the Triangle. And so,
Yeah. I know we talked about the Cottage Grove location, the
Yeah.
triangle. Is that not?
To the northwest, though, not
I-
on MLK.
Okay.
I think staff had a pretty thorough list of concerns about those locations.
Okay.
And I don't know, like I kind of started by thinking we would just override staff concerns, but
That didn't work out.
some
See,
of them are pretty legit. Like I don't know. I still would be in favor of that. I think it is a prominent spot and would say something good about us. But
Which is a double-edged sword in itself. Right?
I get
Drake Park has a start already, so, and has access to water, et cetera.
Yeah,
That'll be helpful.
yeah.
The sports complex, 1.4 million, what is that?
There's, let me double check real quick here.
Because that's not enough for,
There's not a lot
20
that's
soccer
going on
fields that
right
we
now,
talked
but
about.
usually that helps us pay for parking lot repairs, scoreboard upgrades, the restrooms that are permanent out there, field drainage.
Is that the Stone Park?
Thank you. So go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, it's.
So this is repair and replacement of sections of County Soccer's Plaza. If you've been on those two
Yeah.
asphalt soccer balls, they're all cracked and
I
faded.
did see it.
Yep, so that's the big expense within there.
Okay.
Sort of a general question, and I think this would be under the park infrastructure budget, but I noticed there were a number of, in the next 2 or 3 years, a number of sort of cemetery road repairs. And my question is we're sort of thinking about long-term and how we do things. I mean, are there portions of roads and cemeteries that maybe we could have less roads, and as they age, rather than repair them, we replace it with turf, maybe even add spots for burial and like, folks might have to walk a little farther or slightly different route.
Sidewalks instead of roads.
Right, sidewalks or
Definitely.
walking path, like a path where you could fit a gator on so that you could do maintenance.
We've actually explored it. It's a great idea in some of the older cemeteries, like Woodland especially, where there is some request for space that we can believe we're sold out until you can prove us differently, right? And so I'd say the answer is yes until it's no with a constituent or with a person that bought land and has a plot right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I purchased mine, it's right next to the road. If you're going to take the road out, I don't know if I would have purchased that one.
That's how we do price.
I mean,
it's like a subdivision, if you think
Right.
about it, is
I
do
paid
you want to be on the
extra for it.
corner or do you want to be in the back 40? So a lot of times people look at it like that, is where are we closest to on the road section? So the closer to the road is more expensive, but anything can be done. I guess the short answer would be is, as long as this elected body wants to say that's the policy, if we can find some.
That's an interesting thought.
It is an interesting thought. Never thought of it.
I mean, I think there's maybe some savings and in some respects too, like if you, instead of having a road which has a different set of maintenance and deterioration, like if you had walking paths in some places, I mean, I think there are places that we could maybe save some of the infrastructure budget and look at this a little differently.
Yep.
And I would love to see us just do that as something to reevaluate in the cemeteries.
And we have been thinning the roads, the width down as we can too, just to help us with our pavement cost to go longer and farther stretches. So, yep, all good. Don't take a tour bus in there. No, they don't turn very well. So.
Chris, what's next?
The ongoing street projects, this has a allocation for 2026 at 27.6 million. Kind of breaking it out into these type of categories. Again, this is all funding sources, as all these ongoing projects were. We've got roadway rehabilitation, the collector and residential, about 4.3, sidewalks at 2.7. Traffic signals and lighting, 2.9, concrete streets and curb rehabilitation, 2.1, the traffic system operation improvements of 2 million, roadway reconstruction, 1.5, skywalk system, 1.4, asphalt, 1.4, active transportation, 1.6, pedestrian crossing, 1.1, lost street improvements, which we might have to change the name going forward because we do have some bond issuances in that project now. That's a split of 4 million on the lost and 2 million on issuance. Then we have the traffic studies and traffic calming and the lead water services, totaling that 27.6.
I need to.
On the lost street, as you divide that 6 million up, is the debt backed up by lost or backed up by GO?
It is geo bonds, which is supplemented. It's covered by both.
But it's not like directly tied,
No,
like a
it's not
revenue bond
no,
or anything?
No, it's not a revenue bond. It's basically, we issue the debt as a geo bond, and then we allocate we allocate the 50% property tax relief into the debt service fund to pay the levy. So whatever we don't levy for gets paid for by local option. But it's not a one-for-one or backing that as a revenue bond. If we were to issue that tends to be a higher rate of return that is requested when you back it up with a specific revenue. And so it's not worth us going down the path of backing it up with a specific revenue type instead of doing it as a general obligation and then funding it with that transfer of local option.
I saw a couple of places in my book, when we talk about the roadway rehabilitation, and maybe this is not the place to talk about it, but the downtown two-way conversion to Grand and Locust, there's money in the budget here, and I saw it somewhere else. I didn't think we had made a decision on what we were doing there.
I thought it was scooped. The money that was there was a little bit from, like, maybe this year, but the only place I saw a reference to the downtown conversion was, I think, reallocating it to something else.
Yeah. So there is at the beginning, in the beginning of the CIP, there is some costs that are in there. It's like 600,000. But the outer years of actually doing reconfiguration and conversion, that was taken out and allocated to a different project, different TIP project.
Oh, maybe I missed that.
So there is still a project in there, but there was, based off of the expenses and the studies that we did already.
We took a pause to wait for the DART system.
Yes, yep. But we still had current year costs within that project or bond issuance to do that work. So we still have those funds that have already been for that project. We just took the outer years out until we know more.
Okay, so we'd have to reallocate that 600 then?
If there wasn't going to be a further project with it, yes, we would have to figure out what we would be able to use that for based off of the urban renewal hearing that we would have taken on that TIF-backed bond.
Okay, so that would be something that would need to be probably traffic related in the
Yes.
TIF district. So this was going to go to maybe another question I had. We have that traffic study piece that's in this general list, and I'm looking at page 168 where it lists out, I think, 4 or 5 different pieces. And I had a question in terms of do we have estimates for what those different pieces are, and what is the order that we plan on doing those? This could maybe help with some of those. I mean, the Keogh corridor study could get bumped up if you took the 600 from.
Yeah, it depends on the hearing and what's within our urban renewal plan for expenses. Depending on the language that we had the hearing on, we would have to be able to say it falls underneath that hearing that we issued those bonds for. If it does, then we would be able to. If not, we would have to do council action to be able to actually allocate it, not just a budget change. It would actually have to do a change on that hearing as well.
So we'd have to do like a new hearing?
Yeah, basically get approval to, if this project is abandoned entirely and we have funds left over, yes, we would have to.
We'd just switch it.
Yes, we would have to switch it to something that falls underneath that hearing or have another hearing to reallocate it to some other project within the urban renewal plan of downtown.
So is that something you could follow up on and just share with us? Is
Unencumbered.
The
Right.
unencumbered part of it, I don't remember how much of the 600,000 is unencumbered.
Yeah, it might already be, because, I mean, there's the 15th to 18th Street on Grand and Locust that is also two-way, so it might be covering that. I kind of assume that's what it was. But I also would still appreciate, I was going to bring up, like, page 168. I mean, 169 is a good example where we list out in order all of the traffic calming projects that we will get to over time. I would love the same, I mean, it's going to take us probably till the end of the CIP just to get through the list that's already identified there.
I just added 2 more. I don't think they're on there.
But for the traffic study piece, I'd be very interested in understanding which ones and what does the $350 a year get us there. You know, one of the things we just talked about was Grand Avenue, and some of the concerns that came up about Grand Avenue. And when you get, they're just traffic concerns generally on the western part of Grand Avenue. And then I think on the eastern part, close to downtown, there's maybe opportunities or things in terms of shifting use. And so that to me seems like something that I'm still interested in figuring out a way to get some attention on that.
So Nick, 2 things. One is going back to the Grand and Locust. Is there a scheduled hearing date?
No, I don't know what if there is unencumbered or not.
It might be with the WRA project for the 15th to 18th. Where some of that money is, that project's wrapping up.
It's almost done.
Right.
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Around the new mid-am site.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
some of that money could have been,
Oh,
12.
but no, I just have to go back, you're talking about the conversion, right? The two-way conversion piece
Yeah.
of it? Okay, so first I have to find out how much of the 600 that's in the CIP, how much of that is actual spend within this fiscal year, and how much of it is unencumbered, unspent.
Do you have a final answer?
But we're not converting it. We haven't made that
Not
decision.
till 15th to 5th.
Right, 15 to
But we
5.
are working on
15th to
15th
7th.
to 7th.
Yes, yes.
Oh, so we are doing it, we are shifting it, thanks. So it's actually on that sheet, it does say that we're transferring out, there's 30,000 in planning and design that was spent, and then there's 575 that's being transferred out to other projects that fall within that.
That's what I thought.
Yep, so there's 175 going to MLK traffic improvements, and then 400,000 going to Second Avenue improvements that fall within the ability to do that.
So if we do decide to convert from one-way to two-way, where would the money come from?
It would have to be it would be new money that we would have to allocate as a part of the urban renewal plan process to do the conversion.
Oh, that's disappointing. Okay. So I've got an additional question about on this slide that's on the screen now for lead water services. So I think there's a lot of confusion in the community. Like, some people think we're going to pay for their new water services, and I think we need to, I don't know, maybe from the communications office, give us an idea what this really looks like, because this has come up at some of the neighborhood meetings I've attended. Well, are you still going to replace my water line? And just some confusion about what this really works. Yeah, what's the current status? So or if there's qualifications for the lead service line to be replaced, so.
And I think, Carl, you and I were at the same meeting where we heard somebody say, well, our neighborhood, we're going to get all new water lines, and it's like.
Yeah, kind of like, wow, where'd that come from? So, yes.
I just,
Shouldn't be the case.
yeah, that's not going to happen.
So at one point in time, Councilman Voss suggested that traffic calming, the speed humps would be possibly done by Public Works. And I've never heard back. I mean, these things are stacking up. And, you know, a lot of these things have been okayed, and neighbors are saying, okay, when can I have it? And we're like 2 to 3 years out, I think, to put these in. Like I said, I just added 2 of them, and I think it was 27 or 28 before we can get them installed. So where are we at with Public Works being able to do this?
Yeah, so actually late last summer, we did have Public Works install 3 of them on Porter Avenue.
Okay.
I don't have the cost, but I mean, what we have shifted to is moving forward in the queue is just doing speed humps.
Yeah.
And trying to get them closer to that. You know, we're sitting at about, I think, $8,000 a speed hump. If we do more in bulk, we're hoping.
Even if we install it ourselves?
As a contractor.
You mean like each
I don't have the
speed
cost,
hump?
Yeah.
Each speed hump is $8,000?
Yep.
What if we install it ourselves?
I'm not sure what those.
I mean,
those
it's the
costs
cost, it's the cost of the asphalt, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
well, we pay our labor already.
And pulling the labor off of other duties.
Oh, okay, well, so Detroit has figured out how to do this themselves, you know, and that's a motor city, so I don't know. I mean, they've installed thousands of speed humps, so themselves.
Yeah, I'm not, I guess I'd have to.
Why don't I dig out the article that I found about
I'd have to go
this,
back and
so.
check. We talked with the
Sure.
staff. I
Can
didn't
we
think it was
see
all them
what-
themselves, but.
8,000, man, I'm gonna
I mean,
go.
we did it at Porter. It didn't cost $24,000 to do the 3 speed bumps on Porter because we did it ourselves. Can we figure out what the cost was for those 3?
Yeah.
And see if maybe we can implement to kind of speed some of these things up, because as Josh said, I mean, we'll be at the end of this book before we ever even get to some of them. I mean, or else stop doing it. Stop having the neighbors say they want these, and then they qualify for them, and then they have to wait 2 to 3. I mean, Porter waited almost 3 years to put theirs in.
Yeah.
I've got one that's, I mean, we initially told them it would be last year, maybe 2 years ago, and it's taken time, and the neighbors are getting frustrated, but.
So those are the things that
Maybe we could talk to our citizens about not speeding. Maybe we wouldn't have to
we'll-
put them.
yeah, that's not going to happen. So, I mean, I guess I'd like to move forward on Public Works installing these, especially if we're paying someone $8,000 to put some asphalt in. That's absolutely
Well,
goofy.
Markings and signage too, but.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you know,
Come on.
Yeah, Detroit, if Detroit was doing.
Signage.
You know.
You put arrows on the concrete, on the blacktop. I don't see any.
Yeah, there's signs.
Yeah, just slow
Field
down.
approach, there's
15.
Speed humps.
Yeah.
Just like Detroit does. It's the same. We actually have switched to doing just exactly like Detroit. The only difference is Detroit did like 6,000, you know, in a year. So of course their prices were more like 4,000 a speed hump.
Because of the scale.
Yeah, because of the scale. I don't recall them saying that they did them all themselves. Those were, we met with Steve Banish and Prasad Nanapini and the city traffic engineer, and but they did do like 6,000 in a year. So yeah, they got a much better price than we would have. But we actually switched to our detail is exactly theirs. We build them exactly like they do now. So they're smaller, and, you know.
Okay.
But I can't speak for, I mean, that's something we could circle back on. I can't speak for our public, saying, you know, should our public works stop doing other things to do these, to focus on doing hundreds, you know, however many of these, so.
Well, maybe when they're not filling potholes, maybe they can put in some, you know, maybe they can take a day each week and, I mean,
do some.
how many we got out there that they need to put in that's went through it and we're waiting? How many do we have?
there's a whole queue of projects.
100?
Yeah, over the next,
I know there's not 100.
yeah, not 100, but, yeah.
There's 20.
There's probably about 30 or 40 in the queue right now, so.
30 to 40 streets or 30 to 40?
Speed humps.
Okay, so
That's-
let's find out how long it would take Public Works to put the 40 in.
Okay.
Or if we bid out 40 at once,
What's the cost?
would we get half the cost? In which case, like,
It's got to be cheaper to do it ourselves.
we could do it a lot quicker.
It's got to be cheaper to do it ourselves. Even if it's $4,000, we got to be cheaper doing it ourselves. We have the labor, you're paying for the asphalt. You're putting markings on the road and a sign.
I think that,
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I think for this point, I think we can get those costs, we'll get them back
Great.
and find
Do the
out.
analysis.
And, yeah, and determine.
I do have a question, speaking of asphalt, and this is maybe more for the manager, but I'm not sure. I had a asphalt contractor kind of reach out and ask questions about why the city wasn't rebidding our contract as often as the contract allowed for. Now, this is obviously someone who lost out, but was thinking that they could bid less than what the city was paying. And so I guess I want to make sure that if we have opportunities with contracts and we think we could get a potential lower price on some of these things, rather than just doing an option at that standard price, like, I want to make sure we're actually.
Our procurement department works with the departments to determine whether they want to extend those optional options or rebid.
Right. And I guess what I am communicating is that someone who bid in the first place and lost out is coming and asking about the contract and why it's not being rebid because he thinks that price might be too high today. And so I just want to make sure that we are using, like it.
And continue to share with us, because that was an asphalt.
Yeah, it was. Yep, I know.
Make sure you share that with us.
I mean, I've shared, so I don't know if we don't rebid in that case, if we're leaving money on the table because there's a hungry contractor out there who we've, I think, previously selected too, so.
Mayor Bozen, members of City Council, Matt Anderson, Deputy City Manager. I did have procurement and Public Works look into that, and we just got, so we have two different asphalt contracts, two different providers. There are option years in those contracts. There's one more season left, and we just got the bidding for that last week. And one of the vendors is a 0% increase in their current costs, or for last year's costs. And the other was 2.9%. Both the Public Works Director and Procurement were very happy with those prices, and they're recommending that we go forward with the final year of these contracts and then bid it out next year.
Right, I guess the question is, like, 0% increase seems good, unless if you were going to bid it, you were going to get a reduction in cost. And that's what I'm.
Unless they were taking your head off in the first place, right?
Right, I mean, so that's what that is what I'm concerned about is, yeah, 0 might seem good, but if we went out to the market, would we get better?
The recommendation from those professionals was that we won't get better,
Okay.
and we'll do it in the next season.
I just want to make sure we're looking at that.
Sure, understood.
Me and Carl's going to get
One more question on sidewalks, and I fully support sidewalks, but do we always have to put sidewalks on both sides of the street? I mean, would we I know we had one up in Highland Park, and, you know, the guy, he just had a very, very short driveway, and I think we worked around that, so he didn't get it. But, I mean, as tight as the budget is,
That's our plan.
So, yeah, our ultimate goal is to have them on both sides,
Yes.
but right now, we're focusing on getting them on at least one side of the street.
Okay.
There are occasions where we're like right next to a school where we might put in both sides. And there could be scenarios where we have a handful of streets that have like chunks of sidewalks down each side, and then we pick a side and
okay.
go. So it kind of varies.
But on school routes, absolutely. I don't want the kiddos having to cross the street just to get to a sidewalk.
Transit.
In conclusion, the debt service tax levy can remain stable at the 2.86.
I didn't realize we were at the conclusion side because there's stuff that I didn't. Huh?
Conclusion.
Conclusion of the CIP.
No, there
Yeah.
was still stuff in the CIP that I had questions about. I mean, if you want to do your conclusion, I'll
Okay.
ask some more questions.
Then I'll get to the question slide for the roundup. The 2.86 per 1,000 assessed, or the taxed, for the property tax, requires limited borrowing in the future. Again, that's targeting that 40 million-ish, being able to do that. The ongoing CIP projects make up the vast majority of the CIP plan going forward. We have continued pressures to maintaining the existing assets and infrastructure that we have. And then if the debt issuances increase beyond that 40-ish range, the levy rate would have to be adjusted going forward because of taking on the additional debt and being able to pay that off.
Now, where are we at right now?
Our current CI plan is just over the 40. It's like 41 point something in the last couple of years. So we were right where we want to be. Questions?
Yeah, I think the last piece I had, there were a couple of things on Southwest 9th in the CIP. One, I think a long time coming, was the corridor study. And that I think is in this fiscal year, is that corridor study, which I'm glad to see. But then we're also doing a project on a piece of that road, I think the Southwest 9th Street Bridge over the Raccoon. And the question I had is it possible that the study might recommend roadway changes that maybe waiting a year or two on the bridge rehabilitation to see if there are things to coordinate or build into that project from the study would make sense?
Yep, that's a great question, and so the study is underway, and so the study has been looking at how do we get what improvements could be made with the bridge, and now it's at a point of how can the bridge structure handle the improvements. One of the challenges we have, and one of the things the study talked about, was this: there's a sidewalk that only goes part of the way down the bridge, and then it goes downstairs, and so it's from a structure standpoint, how could we get that sidewalk to go all the way down to the end of the bridge terminus, and then deal with there's kind of an entrance road that comes along the buildings on the north end on the west side there. How would that be reconfigured? So that's actually, we are actually looking at that.
And that's FedEx, and there's construction on the other side of the.
Yep, and that's the challenge, is where would they go? Could we could we work with the property owners to get an easement to have them go through on the west side of their building?
That'd be tough.
It would be, but it's just the challenge of that access being right there. My guess is that's why the sidewalk one of the reasons why the sidewalk didn't go all the way in the first place was that road. So we're trying to work through those things, but the study is actually underway, so we've been able to overlap the two efforts.
Right, and I guess the question is we're figuring that, do we know exactly how we want to reconfigure the bridge if we're spending, like what I don't want to have happen is we spend these dollars on the bridge and then the study comes back and says, well, this is the solution, and we have to go back and rework what we just spent dollars on. And so we're in a position where if we needed to wait a year or two to make sure that we're completely in line with the rest of the study, I want to make sure we're doing that if that's.
Agreed, yep, absolutely, yep. So that's, yeah.
Okay.
So so I don't have the answers on the final recommendations of like what's happening on each segment of Southwest 9th, but that's certainly we're working through the overlap to make sure exactly to avoid what you're saying, so we don't take out a median on the bridge and, reconfigure the bridge, and then the study says something else, so.
Yeah, before you do anything like that, you'll have constituent input.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Okay.
Yep. And that's the next, once we get the recommended on what's done in each segment, that will be the next phase, is go to public engagement.
Yeah. And you'll get a completely different story than probably any of us want to do. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
I asked earlier about kind of long-term trend lines on fund balance. I'd like to see the same thing for where our debt is. I know there's been like media attention about how much is in debt, but I'd like to see the last couple of years and the 7 years of the CIP. How much debt are we paying off? How much new debt are we taking on? What's the total amount of debt we have for that year? And what's the debt tax rate? And you've done that.
I've done it in a couple different parts.
But it would just be nice for us to see those trend lines, because people read some of those headline things, and we want to have a good response to that.
Yep. So I'll refer to the most recent article you're talking about. It was in Axios about what was reported to the state. That outstanding debt that was reported on that was all the outstanding debt that we have, not necessarily the general obligation or anything like that. So there was some pieces to that where some of that debt is subject to our debt limit that we are subject to at the state level of the 5% of the assessed value of the city is the legal debt limit that we have. Council has put in a policy of only utilizing 80% of that. And so it's kind of misleading from that state report that gets reported there is all debt. So it has the stormwater, it has the SRF, it has some, yeah, it's got some debt that is not subject to that legal debt limit, but then also there is other debt that is subject to the debt limit. And so it is one where we have a lot of that information in a couple different sources, but it would be good to put it together for you. Whenever we go out for bond issuance, we actually show that calculation, taking into consideration when we issue that and how much capacity we have within that debt limit with that issuance that we're working on. So we look at it often.
I have another question. If on page 38, when we talk about the security improvements, and I was looking for something, the guards that we have. I know it's been about 4 years now since we put that security in all of our buildings. Where is that in the budget?
That would be a part of the operations. It wouldn't be a capital improvement.
I didn't see it in the.
So that would be the contractual services, because
So it's, we contract for those.
We contract for them, yeah, because we don't have staff that is doing that service, so we contract that service.
Do you know about how much we're spending on
Off the top
that?
of my head, I don't know.
Is there ever a consideration that maybe we don't need guards, 2 guards in each building, or 1 guard, how many we have? I mean, it's just a question. I'm just wondering if there's a way to save some money.
I was going to say, for City Hall, we have 2, like today, because we have this public forum. On a regular basis, we have 1 down there. So when we know that there is this public forum like this, we do have 2 security guards
But we used to never have anybody.
Yep,
I
that's
mean,
correct.
do we really have to have a guard every day, 8 hours a day?
That is the best practice as the building's open. It is one of the savings of moving to the 1,200 locus with fewer facilities.
Will we not have that?
We will, but just not as many because of the armory and.
You have one at Armory,
And
have
here.
one.
You have Armory.
And then you have one at MS2.
That would remain. Yep, that would remain.
Okay.
But yeah, we can look at what other options are there, but.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just been asked. I know that I've had constituents say, why are we paying to have guards at every building
So we
all
do,
day long.
yeah, we could provide you with incidents and things of that nature, which argue quite well that
Yeah,
it's valuable to have them.
I'm not
But
saying
these-
not have it, but I
But the
just,
security improvements, those were improvements that we would have had to have done, like securing doors
Yeah.
to allow, so that is the capital side versus the operational side
Okay.
that you're not seeing. So, those were trying to get those security improvements in place for it
Right.
to work. Okay. Any other CIP questions? Tax-supported CIP questions? I know Ben really wants to get out of here, so.
I'm really uncomfortable sitting next to two finance people.
All right.
We've got bookends and
All right,
there's
parking.
So we go to the parking.
Parking. We had to keep.
I'm going to ask one more question. The downtown Ben, you can wait, it's not for you. The downtown wayfinding, is that, how long has that been in the, I don't remember it.
downtown what?
There's
Wayfinding.
downtown wayfinding.
Oh,
And, you know, one of the things that really seems like a CVB item as much as, I mean, I know it's in Des Moines, but it's for people, I mean, that seems like a Convention and Visitor Bureau item as much as anything.
Well, we're cutting their funding, Josh.
How much is that amount again?
It's 375. I mean, they've grown significantly over the last 5 years, their funding, so we're not cutting them compared to, I mean, they got radio commercials, all sorts of stuff. I mean, so I was
It also
just,
creates
Huh?
sales tax for us too, so.
Well, and
yeah, no, I mean, it's fine, but like, it's one of those things that, this seems like the type of thing that fits pretty neatly in Convention and Visitor Bureau, but we're paying for it. And that seemed like, so I'm just wondering, and that maybe we've committed to it and it's in there, but I wanted to understand.
why do we need it?
I get why we need it. Like, I think downtown wayfinding makes sense, but that downtown wayfinding also seems to me to be a core service of the Convention and Visitors Bureau.
And so since we started to look at this, something new came about that our contractor is not interested in taking a look at. It's a QR-based, you know, how do I get from where I've parked my car to where I want to have lunch? And they said, well, that's not really part of what we're looking at. So they're just, so like, the technology has moved faster than this study or proposal. I would certainly think that we should take a look at a program like that, but they didn't seem interested in it. I think RDG is the contractor on this, so.
I mean, we've got QR codes in our cemetery. You can-
Yeah, so I saw, like,
Yeah.
okay, you park over by 801 Grand, and I want to get to Lamy Elevated. It just shows you exactly where to get in and where to navigate, and here's where Lamy is, so, anyway. So far, they haven't been interested in taking a look at it, so. Yes, we should take a break.
Okay.
I second.
Yes, we're taking a break.
My head hurts.
I'll say 5 minutes, it'll be done.
It's,
Is a tail end, yeah, they were kind of similar. Maybe I'll get you that dropped off from before. Mm-hmm. Oh, the whole line's off. Yeah. It's the right shape. It's just not as far enough down. It should be. Looks like it should be the 35, but yeah, the numbers are right. I don't know what's going on with the axis. The axis. Yeah. Yeah.
C is really 42%.
Yes. Yep.
And is the park and ride, is that where that child care expenditure was?
Yeah, because of the.
What is there, a
That's part-
daycare in there or something?
Yeah, there's actually on the north side of it. There's
Does anybody
actually-
use it? Because it
there's
doesn't look like
leased
anybody's
spaces.
parking in there.
I can tell you last summer, I lost track that we had a child care center in there. It's a third-party contract that runs it. But my neighbors take their children there. And we lost our air conditioning for like the hottest 3 days of the year there. It was a real disruption to those families. Like Steve
But
Dyke,
yes,
knew about that, or maybe
it is a leasable space that is a part of our facility there.
And do we get rent from it?
When we see a percentage of occupancy, is that over a 24-hour period of time, or?
John, I might have to ask you how that exactly, that data comes from our management contractor, the ABM.
Yes, I believe that the data, it's an average over a day or really the weekdays?
There's no way that that's
Over a 24-hour period, because, I mean, I park in these lots, and I mean, by the time I leave work at the end of the day, these lots are mostly empty. So from 6 o'clock till 8 in the morning, there's no way that it's anywhere near, and that's over half the day.
So is it less than 20% occupied during a business day, Center Street?
I think that's what that's saying, yeah.
Why do we own it?
Well, so I think we have FTA dollars in it, so
Yes, on the park and ride we do, yeah.
to sell it would be, the bigger question is, in my mind, is why aren't we doing more to use that asset and help develop around it, which was, I think, the initial goal years ago, and we haven't realized that. And I think we should really be thinking about that as an asset to develop around, because we wouldn't recoup the dollars. I think we'd have to pay back the FTA a significant amount if we sold
I
it.
never even think about parking there.
Nobody else does either.
Well, to Josh's point.
Yeah. Well, I think it's how to either improve it or,
Yeah, well, I think it is pretty full when there's stuff going on at the event center, but the rest of the time, it's sitting there pretty empty.
I would never park there for
What
any
a-
event.
At the very beginning, it was very full. It was very full with corporate contracts.
Right.
Where the park and ride had a loop that they would take people down. And as, I think his principal has built and then, bought and built the other parking garage nationwide in EMC. I mean, the large employers have their own solution, and that's what's changed it. Because a lot of people, when it was first built, a lot of people were there. They'd get on the bus for this quick little loop downtown and come back.
And
That's why park and ride.
That's why it's the park and ride, yeah.
wasn't it the new 515 that we're going to rent some parking spaces?
no, they're on the one down, yeah,
There
over on
was something,
Fifth and Walnut. They're doing Fifth and Walnut.
okay.
But I mean, I think there's a lot of development opportunity.
Right.
Yeah, there is.
Particular garage, and that's an asset that we can use, because you could build vertically and not have to, we could rent out parking stalls as part of a development agreement, and
Yeah, that's what
But
I
a
think,
lot of
that
that-
there's a lot of lots, open parking lots that could be redeveloped.
Right.
Yeah.
So even though it's not great right now, it could be, like you said, it's an asset for future.
I'm going to switch to this one because then it gives
Okay.
you the buy
Somebody downtown.
ramp instead of the summation. That way you can actually kind of see the buy ramp percentage.
Apples to apples for 18 and 19 too.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know if you can get, one of the things that would also be interesting, because I guarantee you it would be very different, day of the week. I suspect there's a significant drop-off on, for example, Friday compared to the other days in these lots. And that would be interesting, because I think it's just some of the remnants of work from home. Downtown is a lot fuller Tuesday through Thursday than it is Monday and Friday. And I suspect that's part of what we're seeing too.
And I think the reason why we dropped some of the numbers on this as well is it kind of got a little busy as well, and the Fifth and Walnut opened fiscal year 22 as well, so.
To
yeah, we
Josh's
had
point,
more.
the day by day, the biggest numbers, I'll bet are the exact opposite. I mean, that has 100% occupancy on Saturdays with the farmer's market, the Third and Court.
I mean, because you've got the court, federal building, who are all coming back to work, and you have Polk County that fills Third and Court quite a bit. But I think it shows that Fourth and Grand, Fifth and Keogh, they're the ones that are the closest to be redone. Then that's a reassessment of what you really do.
But
If you need for rebuilding, when you look at
Isn't Fifth and Keo kind of built into the building? Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying as far as what you, yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, you have to keep.
you have to
Some.
keep,
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to keep it
Fifth and-
underneath, but do you have as many spots or do you put more?
right.
Different things.
Well, and the other thing too, I mean, if you look from a redevelopment opportunity next to those, I mean, there are surface lots that are being used I'm trying to remember the address, but where White's headquarters is, they have, I mean, there are a bunch of surface lots that are pretty full that could all be part of a kind of district around the event center.
Well, they're talking about doing entertainment district or possibly, so that
Yeah.
all brings, the more development you have, then encourages, kind of fills
Right.
those spots.
Okay.
Okay. So parking revenue, the different things that influence it, we have the garage rates are $1 an hour, a $10 maximum. Meter charges are from Monday to Saturday, 9 to 9. Rates on the street and parking ramps are set to encourage the long-term parking and ramps, so trying to encourage more ramp parking and quicker transient on the street piece. So we've got daily rates ranging from 25 cents an hour to $1.25, as well as prime area after 5 at $1.75 an hour. Obviously, with all of the revenue, there was a large COVID impact. We've largely recovered, but not entirely, so. This is the hourly zones that we have for, it's kind of hard to see off of the screen, but the kind of boxed in areas is the area that is the after 5, $1.75. And then you can see the 4-hour meters in the light blue, and then the orange is 12, and the pink is 12 as well. As we look at the parking garage and on-street parking revenue, so the line graph is based off the percentages on the right side, and then the dollar amounts is the bar graph for the parking garage revenue and the on-street parking. So this shows that the on-street parking, I think this kind of shows the desire or ease, I think, of the parking, Park Mobile being able to be used is showing a more significant revenue of the overarching parking revenue in this enterprise. If we look at the garage and on-street parking, here is a breakout of the revenue that we see by ramp as well as the on-street. So you can kind of see what the breakout of revenue is by ramp.
What was it before we switched to meters?
I'll have to get that back.
All right.
Back to
We
you.
also charge more than the ramps, right? We lowered the ramp.
We lowered the ramp.
We lowered the ramp.
We lowered the ramp to $1, right?
Yeah.
Something like, yeah.
And we still don't have parking on bridges, though, right?
We currently, there is, it's free parking on bridges. If I go back to that map, it shows the green is the free
Oh, those
parking,
there.
and
I
the
missed
yellow is for city employees on the south side of Grand and the north side of Locust.
Okay.
At some point,
And
we'll
some
bring that
at
back.
the police, so, sorry.
Yeah, that policy we'll bring back to council at some point in the fall as we vacate these two buildings.
Yeah.
And essentially what the bridges are giving the federal courthouse free parking for their employees. I'm not so sure that was the intent.
No.
No.
For that tax exempt property.
Yeah, you think?
Won't like. We're giving a discount at the ramp, though.
4th and Grand.
Didn't really want that back.
They might have to.
These are the expenditures, multi-year, 3 years of actual, and then they're amended and recommended. The direct, the direct operating costs, other expenses, and transfer to CIP, as well as debt. So the debt component is made up of two parts. There was a piece that was a loan or debt issuance that was backed by the parking, but then the other piece is the lease purchase agreement that we have for the Second Avenue and Grand, right across from City Hall. From the transfer to, from CIP, we had obviously a larger in that 22 because of the different maintenance work that we've had with that. And then other expenses is the pilot, ROI, and indirect cost allocation.
The what?
Indirect cost allocation, that's the administrative services within the HR, the finance, the CMO, that type of work that we do for the enterprise fund. It is a charge to the enterprise fund for that work.
So essentially, looking at the expenditure chart and comparing that to the revenue chart, I mean, we're essentially close to break even.
Yes.
Right now.
We do have a TIF infusion to kind of get it right there close.
Right,
But yeah.
But for example, if, you know, when the tower is built and there are an additional 200 parking stalls filled, or if we have new development, I mean, we'll essentially become.
Yeah, I was going to say before COVID, we were looking to eliminate the TIF infusion for the parking system downtown. But I think when COVID happened, that we had an infusion of ARPA dollars that actually went to the parking fund because of the effect that COVID had on the revenue. But then also we had to go back to infusing TIF to be able to have that downtown parking available. So it would be one where if we have enough of a tipping point, we would be able to eliminate that infusion. Looking at the total revenue, this is the park and ride. Total revenue is the blue, and then the expenditures is the multicolored. One of the big differences in the 24 to the 25 was the 1.4 million commitment for fiscal year 24 to DART that didn't get invoiced in 2024, but got invoiced and paid in 25. So really that should have been, that was the 3-year park and ride amounts going to DART. So the 2023 number was about 800,000, and then the 24 number was supposed to be about 1.4, and then the subsequent commitments that we gave were out of the general fund. So.
Well, and the difference here, because this, any revenue that we generate here has to go back to transit.
Yes, anything over a fund balance of 2.5 million, which divided out between our capital project funds and our operational funds. If we have more than 2.5 in combined, that does have to be given to DART for transit-related purposes.
Right.
In the park and ride. That's why we report park and ride separately, because of the FTA requirements and that process that we have with that. That's why we report on a lot of this information separate from it being a part of, fully integrated with the rest of the system.
And it looks like for FY26, we're anticipating 400,000 going back into that.
Yes. We are showing a large use, obviously, with the 25, which gets us to below kind of where I would like to see us at. With that, it would get us just over $1 million in that balance. So we are still far from that 2.5 of having excess. Okay. Improvements and maintenance, so the CIP aspect of parking and park and ride. We really have kind of two projects within this. So we've got the park and ride facility improvements, kind of $100,000 a year for routine maintenance, as well as $1 million from the parking facility rehab and repair program. Steve, do you have any comments beyond that?
Nope, I mean, yeah, that's anything from, we do maintenance type work such as sealing floors, replacing expansion joints in the concrete structures, concrete repairs, to the parking garages have elevators, so you've seen a large elevator project come through recently. So it's anything that the structures need.
Parking initiatives, so the on-street parking overhaul of the existing on-street parking with the multi-spaces started back in December of 21, completed April of 23. The Park mobile app, active in use. The off-street parking, working with consultants with reporting on conditions of parking ramp. That'll do the future needs within the CIP as we look through that.
Do you know, have our parking tickets gone up or down since the mobile app came around?
That's a very good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did they go down?
I know I get a fair few right out in front.
They will.
So mine have gone up, even because I think it's easier, but I end up
They've
getting.
gone down because they can add time. Yeah. So I don't know.
That was the goal.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll look into that. Yeah. I think we had an estimate on that. I can't remember what it was. I think it was about that $5 would have given us about 100 or 200,000.
What the trend is.
Yeah. But looking at the park DSM update, kind of showing on-street parkers have the option to pay. You could do it by card through the app or credit card or coinage at the kiosk. This shows the breakout for the calendar year of 2024. So we actually had just under 2 million transactions for the on-street parking, 70 of which was through the park app, 8% of the coins at kiosk, and 23% at a card at the kiosk. So it is broken out by quarter in the chart over to the right. I don't know if there's, it's just showing the ease of the parking app as an option since we switched to this Park DSM.
I think Park Mobile has said that we're one of the higher users of the mobile app. So Des Moines and Iowa seem to like the app compared to I think other cities, I guess.
Well, so I'm probably the only person that has Park DSM in front of his home.
I do. I got it.
No, in front of
At his house.
At his house.
Oh,
In front of my home. So I get questions about how to use this, and actually the questions are going down, but I think the only major rub that I'd like to pass along is that when the system is down, they don't, there's not an alert like, oh, well, we have a technology issue. There's not like on the screen says, well, if you're trying to use your credit card, you keep trying, well, if I want to pay, I don't want a ticket. And so is there a way with the vendor that they could, some sort of a message on the screen, we're experiencing a glitch or something like that? Is it possible to, just to let people know, check back later or whatever it is, but,
We'll inquire about that.
yeah. And the other disadvantage, I used to pick up a lot of dimes and quarters on the street, and I just haven't experienced that as much, so, I mean, my jar is not filling.
Only 8% of the transactions, yeah.
My coin jar on my dresser is not getting filled very often.
You can put a tip jar in front of your nameplate up there and
Yeah.
see if anybody contributes.
Okay.
I bet it fills up with stuff.
I think we're right on the
Not much.
Let's go to housing.
Thank you.
Fifth people.
We didn't get to hear John?
That way we don't have to move the mic much. That's right. Plus, we have finance at DeCornia as well.
I know.
Housing services is our last topic of the day. Want to confirm that that's actually true? Yep. Our housing services program is made up with our Section 8 and public housing programs. The main part of the Section 8, obviously, is our HAP, the housing assistance payments. We have just under 2,900 individuals or families per month receiving assistance at an average of just over $550 per month on those HAP payments. The public housing program owns and maintains rental units for eligible low and moderate income individuals and families. We have over 400 units and 29 of scattered sites. There's 390 in manor sites. The disposition funds, which is approved through HUD on the sales of the scattered units. So as we kind of look to sell those, that allows us to do some capital projects within those disposable disposition funds.
And what's a manor site? Is that like a duplex, or is that
It's an apartment. Apartment
an
complex.
apartment?
Royal
Okay,
View.
like-
Royal View.
Okay, gotcha, okay. So do we still have some duplexes? Or,
There's no more duplexes that we own right now. It's just 29 scattered site, single-family homes.
okay,
So out of those 29, just to bring everyone up to speed, there's 8 that we have a commitment that we're working with Habitat for Humanity to sell. They're going to rehab them, use them for affordable home ownership. I think there's 7 of those we plan on closing by the end of the summer. And then there's 14 that are in a affordable home ownership program that is approved by council. We have 3 or 4 that are just, we're getting very close to closing on those right now. And then we're working with the remaining, they're currently public housing residents, but we're working on them on home ownership. So hopefully in the next couple of years, those will close. There's 7 remaining single-family homes that are just public housing rental. Right now, the tenants just aren't sure what they want to do, so we're kind of working with them as we kind of work through this disposition process for remaining public housing, single-family.
On the Section 8, does the 2,800 include the project-based voucher programs that we have? Are those there too, or is that a separate program?
That includes those. That's all vouchers.
And my recollection, I'm going back to my previous days on the council, we were up like at 32 or 3,300 units. Is the reduction in units a result of the amount of subsidy increases over time, or have we gotten funds cut from the?
It's very staggering. We're only allowed to use as much funding as we do have. So last year, we spent close to, it was over 19 million on our housing assistance payments. And I think it's pretty fascinating, but we spent 99.9% of that funding. We were $12,000. There was $12,000 left at the end of the year. But that number of the actual vouchers that we have for March 1st, it's going to be up to 3,800. But we're only able to afford families of the 2,850. And a lot of it has to do with rising housing costs. That's one thing I did want to mention a little bit today. Last fall, there was a couple items on revising our payment standards. and one of the biggest changes that did is we used to have one average payment standard for all of Polk County, and HUD has required us to now have a payment standard for each zip code throughout Polk County, which I never knew there were 55 zip codes in Polk County, but now I do. But those zip codes, then you have payment standards by bedroom sizes. So for example, I think the low end of a one bedroom, might be, I got it right here. Here it is. Could be, like $745. And then in the highest zip code, that goes all the way up to $1,200 roughly.
And that's the total rent?
That's as much as the voucher will pay. So
the
one,
actual voucher
yeah,
would be that
so one thing that has done is our per unit cost, the 555, that number is increasing, is going to increase pretty much every month the rest of this calendar year. So we haven't issued a voucher since October because we're a little uneasy about how many vouchers we're going to be able to support continuing to move forward. So every month people do leave the program. So that's creates that vacancy for us. But a good example, a year, we had 200 more people on the program, I think it was January of 2024 than we do today. And we're still spending 99.9% of our funding. A lot of that's just pure rent increases, housing, apartment values go up, cost of housing goes up, but that's really what we're experiencing right now. So
Is part of it, does the voucher go up if you have more people in your family, or just a function of bedrooms?
It's a function of bedrooms, it's a function of income. So we have a number of programs that are specifically just for our homeless. We have a program for homeless vets. So that's pretty much, they kind of do an average cost of that, but that's one individual, so it's a one bedroom. But if you have a family of four, but if they had zero income, that's a pretty heavy cost.
That gets you up to the...
Yeah.
And we're just administering this. These are federal dollars?
Yes.
So these are all federal dollars, and then we get the administrative fee.
Yeah.
So we don't really determine how many vouchers come into our area, though.
No. We have an allocation. We have the ability to apply for, there's not a lot of opportunities, but for example, March 1st, we have 20 more vouchers for our Veterans Supportive Housing Program. So that's when we partner with the VA for homeless vets. And we've had a very successful program in Des Moines. We've had 165 for several years. We've had a high, been able to house a lot of those. We have a lot of landlords that want to work with us. So this year we were able to get 20 more. So that was, that brings more funding into the community. But there's not a lot of opportunity just to get more vouchers. Right. And it's all dependent on annual appropriations as well.
But you said we have up to 3,800 vouchers.
If we had the money to support it.
Right.
Yep.
But the money that we have supports 2,800.
Yes.
And what you're saying is a year from now, the number that we could be looking at
less.
Is like 2,600, given the rent increases that we are seeing.
Yes.
The oversimplified version is the increase in housing cost is not, or the housing voucher budget that we are allocated from the federal government is not keeping up with the increase in housing costs.
Exactly.
And so we are, even though we are authorized for significantly more vouchers, we cannot issue them. In fact, we will be issuing fewer because the ones that we have are covering less.
Exactly. Yep.
I totally agree with you, and I think you said it way better than I was trying to, so thank you for that. We do have some discretion in terms of if we wanted to reduce the subsidy per family, we could make some decisions to stretch it further.
Yep.
And so part of it is
in a narrow.
We could have a goal of we want to, we could reverse it and say, we want to help 3,200 families, only give out as much, Chris, to each family as gets us to 3,200. But then their gap would
Then
be
they have too big a gap.
significant.
Yeah. A good example, two years ago, traditionally, we've taken on the philosophy that we're going to help as many families as our money can go. So we always had, you have the payment standard, that dollar amount per bedroom size, and then we always made the decision that we were only going to use 90% of that. So we weren't even going to pay fair market rent. And at that time, we had more than enough landlords, and I think the cost of housing was in a range where we were able to get away with it. And we got away with it for years. Up to about 2 years ago, when the housing costs started, and rent started going up, all of a sudden we had a lot of landlords that were leaving us. And it was not due to us, it was just that we weren't paying enough for rent.
90% of.
Yeah, the 90%. They wanted that 90% to get up to that 100% of fair market rent. So a lot of our clients, we'd issue a voucher, they'd come back, couldn't find a place. A lot of the landlords that we talked to were just saying we could get more rent. So we were finding that we were having to negotiate more rent. So 2 years ago, we actually made the decision to go up to 100%, not above, but just 100%. And that's kind of where we've kind of been the threshold we've looked at the last couple of years now. With January 1st being the first time going to all these different new zip codes and looking a lot more detailed, there's going to be more fine tuning that kind of happens over the years. I've already had my staff tell me, you know, we're too low in this area, or they think we might be a little too high in this area. So there's a little bit of a learning curve to it. But the one thing I will say, you know, just rule of thumb, it's always been 80% of our vouchers are used in the city of Des Moines. 20% are usually scattered throughout the suburbs. One thing we've noticed just the month of January, you know, when we're willing to pay higher rents in some of the other zip codes, we are starting to see some movement. So I think that number is going to change. It's kind of interesting to kind of follow this a little bit.
Change meaning the 20% might go to 25 or.
I think it's going to go, yeah.
Go higher.
I think that's the way it's going to go. So, and you know, and the purpose of the funding, purpose of the program is to get, you know, affordable housing into those other higher income zip codes.
Right. Not only will we see more folks in those zip codes, but there will be fewer overall, so.
Yes.
The percentage will change in two ways.
It will.
We'll be serving fewer people, and there will be more.
Yeah. The other thing, just a quick reminder, you know, we opened our waiting list in 2023 was the last time we opened it. 2 days, we had 4,500 applicants. That same list, which we haven't used since November of last year, it's down to about 700 right now, but I don't even know if we're going to pull from it this coming year. A lot of the traffic, the other part to remember, and this is a question I think we got into last year a little bit about portability. We have a lot, remember with this, it has that crazy, that portability function where people get a voucher here and they could take it, live anywhere in the country. That has become a big thing just for our state of Iowa. I know Senator Ernst, it's become a big thing that she's lobbied on in D.C. This year, I think we have 36 vouchers that we pay for to live in different communities across the United States. And because our costs were so high, they actually gave us an extra $212,000 just to cover those above baseline expenses that we've had. Just in the last month, we're not allowing anyone to leave to port out if the cost of the housing voucher is greater than what it is in Des Moines.
Good.
So that's one thing we've done to limit that right now. That's pretty much all we can really do to limit that.
When you opened it up, did you say March of '24? Is that when it was?
March, it was 2023 was the last time we had it open.
And you said 4,500.
4,500 2 days.
In those 4,500 new applicants, how many were from Des Moines?
Oh, it is a good port. I do have a report on it. We do get a lot from Chicago. Their waiting list is notoriously 10 years long. So we get people that will come from all over. I could send that to you so you can see it as well.
And by law, we can't stop anybody in the country. It's federal funds, so somebody that lives in Chicago has as much access to our vouchers as somebody in Des Moines.
Yeah.
But what I hear you saying is that there are enough units, there are enough landlords providing the units. We just don't have enough funding.
Yeah, I want to watch how strong I say that. Our success rate is 78%. So 78% of the vouchers that we issue, they find a unit. Now, that still sounds like a lot of people, 22% that can't. Nationally, that's really good. They're usually around 50%, other housing agencies. So usually when we talk to people, they are shocked at how high it is. So I don't want to make it sound like, everyone accepts it, but I think we're in a good position here. But there's still a lot of people, a lot of landlords that don't want to work with us for one reason or another.
So what do the 22% of the people do?
They don't get a voucher. They end up turning it back. And there's a lot of reasons that go into that. They could be looking in, along the Ingersoll corridor, and they don't want to look any further. They could be looking in West Des Moines. There's a lot of different reasons, but more than likely, they don't get assistance from us, unfortunately.
But you are using all of the money, roughly.
99.9%. I'm very proud of that right now.
Yeah, you should be. Absolutely.
Roughly, what does it take to qualify for a voucher? Like area, median income? Just rough.
I have it right here. That's
Because some of them may just be attempting to use a voucher and decide not to use it and have the income to pay for market rate.
The voucher incomes are very low. So a single individual is $39,550. A family of two is $50,850. No, sorry. A couple is $45,200, and a family of four is $56,500. But we pay up to 30% of their income towards rent.
Okay.
They pay. Sorry, yeah.
They pay 30%, we pay the 70% with the voucher.
Yeah. So our average is that $55.
30% of their monthly income.
Yeah, let's say somebody made 30, they're going to pay $10,000.
Yeah.
Over the year.
A month. Okay. If rent is $1,300, we're paying $500.
On top of that.
We have, believe it or not, we have some that it's, we pay $50. And it gets all the way down to zero, and then I think it's after 6 months, if we don't make a half payment, then they're off the program.
Do we have data in terms of how long people are staying when they find a unit? How long they're in
I could get that for you. Yeah.
My understanding is it's years that they stay in the same unit once they find it.
Yeah, we have a lot of elderly disabled. That's that's 40-50% of who our clients are. But yeah, I'll make sure and get that to all of you.
And just because it's factual, we have that application in for the Holiday Inn redo with the idea that they'd have 80 to start with, 80 vouchers?
40.
40?
Yep.
40 vouchers. So it's in our interest, it's in everybody else that's poor's interest that we find affordable places for people to live, because that stretches the limited dollars that we have, which, but it also means that we want to make sure like a project like that stays, the more expensive it gets, the more we soak up in our subsidy, because we're paying everything over a cap. We're either paying $200 or $400 or $600 or $1,000, depending on what the rent is there. And so we need to keep that and all of them affordable.
As we look at the 2026 recommended budget, you can see that the largest component of the budget is those HAP payments. That's 70% of the expenses for housing services. The rest are on other costs related to our Section 8 and public housing central office activities to be able to administer those programs. If we look at the revenues and expenses for public housing in Section 8, currently for the 2026 budget, we are within with the zero shortfall based off of our estimates as of today. Breaks out, the dark blue is our personnel costs, the orange is our contracted services. We also have the gray, that's our fees, and then the commodities is the yellow between those.
What did you say?
Like supply, I think those are for the ability for part of the maintenance aspect.
Okay.
Are those possibly utilities as well on the public housing side? Does that get combined in a way?
I think that might be some of it.
Because you wouldn't have that in the Section 8, but you would.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening with Royal View? Have we sold that? Is that part of the discussion today? Or?
Yeah, just as an update, so the Municipal Housing Governing Board did designate Ritma Properties as the developer for that program. It's called the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. So what that will be is they're currently, I think they said they needed about 9 months to secure financing to be able to acquire the building. They're going to do a full rehab, which is very well needed. Then they will operate that building as a project-based Section 8 apartment complex. So there'll be 200 project-based vouchers for each of the units. So the public housing residents will then become a Section 8 client. Our staff will administer the vouchers, will ultimately be required to have a land lease under the building so that it remains affordable. And then they'll operate it just like a private apartment building.
What will happen to the people that live there now while they do their full rehab?
The one thing we've been talking through right now, there's a couple options, looking at doing, potentially if there needs to be some temporary relocation, that's one thing that we have talked about. I know one thing that we're trying to get to is once they get the funding secured, we do have a lot of attrition at Royal View. There's a lot of, it's more of a transient type population. So one thing we are looking to do is hold some units vacant. The building's kind of shaped like a Y.
Yeah.
So if one of the legs, we could kind of get some vacancies there. That's kind of what we're going to try for a little bit.
And when it becomes a project-based voucher, I mean, there will be 200 vouchers used there. Does the rent go, like, how does that impact the rest of our vouchers and the utilization rate?
So we will get 200 additional vouchers for that one. So that'll be 200 new vouchers coming in and the funding that comes with it.
So we'll get funding for
Yes.
200 more vouchers,
Yes.
is what you're saying?
Yeah, HUD, for this program, it's called RAD, but HUD is really promoting this, so they're really doing everything they can to kind of push housing agencies towards this. So this is one way that we do get additional vouchers. I should have mentioned earlier, the units that we are selling, we do get vouchers to replace those as well.
Have you,
Yes, the Habitat ones and the ones we're selling for home ownership.
have you,
Not just vouchers, because we have 3,800 vouchers.
Yep.
But we don't
We get the
always-
funding that comes with it.
We don't always get new dollars with the vouchers.
The new ones, we do get the budget authority with it.
have you seen anything with the federal government of you not getting payments from HUD or anything like that?
It was, it was very, when that first came out, I think it was 4:30 that same day was the first email I got from HUD. And basically what it said was, our HAP payments are the big ones. We get that once a month. That was not going to be cut off. That was going to continue. And then same with our administrative funding for that and public housing. The other programs was a little bit different. We didn't hear that, and they were going to be held up until, it was rescinded and all that. But the Section 8 side, I think my whole career, they've never been late on a payment, even when the government shut down. Somehow I think they convene and we'd still get a payment. Yeah. They do like to fund us 3 or 4 months in advance for some of our administrative dollars.
Okay.
To make sure we could operate. So for example, after they rescinded that, I think we're funded through May right now, so.
What about the other programs, like the continuing care and
Yeah.
things like that?
Those were all held up.
Still held up?
No, they're not held up. But they were included in that memorandum, that
Yeah.
memo.
But that's been cleared up now?
That's been cleared up. Right now. Yeah.
And you've gotten,
Those we do through reimbursement. So I think our next reimbursement, we wouldn't do normally until, I think, like, the end of the month.
So we have already been reimbursed for the prior month.
and that's the same with Homeward and
Yeah.
all of that. So everyone's getting their payment right now. Nothing's been disrupted, nothing's been, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a 48-hour period where it was,
Right, no, I knew that.
well, there was there was the note, and then an hour later, they peeled back Section 8, and 12 hours later, and then
Right.
like 48 hours later, rescinded the entire order.
But right now,
All of it.
we're okay right now.
We're okay right now.
Okay.
Do we feel confident?
Well, I mean,
On pieces of it, the Section 8, I feel confident.
I feel
Because that's a
confident about
private,
Section 8
public
because it's,
partnership.
yeah,
Right.
relies on the private sector.
yeah,
COC, maybe not as much.
okay.
As we look at the total revenues and expenditures of public housing in Section 8, so you can kind of see here what we have for actuals for a couple of years, and then what we had for adopted 25, amended 25, and recommended 26. So we are balanced budget as we are looking at the 25 and 26. We did have a surplus, and I'll get into that on this next slide, because we'll have it broke out a little bit more in detail. So you can see that the surplus was broken out between about 370 on the public housing side, and then 770,000 on the Section 8 side. This is our current assumptions and historical numbers on the proration of HUD revenues. This is one where we've kind of kept them flat for the last couple of years. We've seen public housing funding at 96% and Section 8 at the 90%. Do you have any other? We can see that Section 8 kind of tended up to that 90, and that's kind of where we're estimating it. The program changes, the FTEs, we are been pretty consistent on our FTE count with our housing services with 35 to 34 positions. Challenges and opportunities. So future federal funding, obviously there is some unknown in trying to make sure that we, all different components that we have within the housing services. The rental assistance demonstration program, the RAD, Royal View Manor was approved, was it December? Right. December, so last 2 months ago. Disposition and Section 32 programs of scattered sites. We already covered that piece of it, unless there's additional questions. Do you want to talk about the emergency?
Yeah, so the mainstream and emergency housing voucher programs, just as a reminder, these are programs that we've applied for and did receive vouchers for homeless populations. So this is programs specifically for homeless that we do have vouchers. I think it's 78 for mainstream, and the emergency housing vouchers is like at 80. The emergency housing voucher program does end in 2030. So once a voucher is turned back to us, we can't reissue it, but they're on there at least till 2030. And then we are able to roll them into our regular voucher program if they're still on the program at that point. The 28E agreements, the suburban communities, City manager worked with the Metro city managers to have that discussion with them. It's in my court right now. I have some additional information. I got to get back to some of the cities, but those should be coming forward hopefully in the next couple of months to cover any projected shortfall for admin for Section 8.
Yeah, I would just add to that, for those of you that have been around a long time, Chris, and I'm thinking maybe in Joe's tenure as well, but essentially, there were years way back that the federal contribution to the administrative cost was less than what was necessary to keep the program running. And for, I think, 1 year, might have even been, I think it was 2 years maybe, we dipped into our own general fund to operate the program for the entire county. And because of that, we went out and talked to the other cities and said, look, if this continues, we need you guys to contribute as well. And wouldn't you know it, the federal government at that time jumped their percentage up.
So since
And
we have
haven't-
agreements in place, then it really.
Yeah,
doesn't
so we haven't had that problem, but I think
Yeah.
you need to know that that is possible, that they could change that again, and that's why we have these agreements in place. And we're very appreciative that the other communities didn't push back at all. They just want to know the details and
Yeah, and I think, and the calculation, I think, is a kind of a fair approach too, because it was partially on the population as well as partially on the number of vouchers that they have in their zip codes. So
Because it sounds like more are going out,
Yeah.
so.
And so if there is a deficit, there is that shared coverage on that shortfall piece of it, so.
And just for my own notes, Chris, I think we should have you come back to the manager's discussion so that they're aware of the pricing changes that have occurred across the county. Just don't let me forget.
And with all the zip code, how much more work is that to be doing it by zip code? Yeah, usually like
It's a nightmare. We used to have one set of numbers for, every bedroom size. Now we have 55. So administratively, it's
Nightmare.
It is a nightmare.
And not only that, but as the holder of a voucher, you're in for 30% of your income to get in a unit. But now if you wanted to, you could go to a more expensive neighborhood.
Yes.
Right.
And the voucher picks up the difference, not you.
Yeah.
Right.
So there will be an appeal for some of the voucher holders to go to more expensive neighborhoods, higher rents.
So then you
That will
could
happen.
service fewer people.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Chris, could you share again the name of the Royal View Manor operator and where they're based?
Royal Manor operator.
Ritma?
Ritma? Tim Ritma?
Oh, is it Tim Ritma?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry. Yeah, Ritma
I missed
Properties.
that, okay. Sure, okay. Never mind.
Down the street.
Yeah.
Are we going to save any money from a budget perspective when we move the Public Housing Authority into 1,200 Locust?
There is a rent.
There's rent we do pay.
Yeah, so we'll look at that.
I mean,
A little bit of money.
nominal, but that's part of our justification for that, right?
Now,
That-
we will charge the housing.
It'll be
for that
income for the
space,
city.
I would assume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it won't save money for
Civil rights are moving over,
the
too.
Housing
We'll
Authority.
also have civil rights moving over, so.
Right. We're going to save some rent money, but, okay. So that won't
I
go
don't-
to the
Won't
line
affect
item.
the general fund per se. It's-
Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other housing services questions? This is my last slide. So the city does have some city budget information sessions that we talked about at the beginning of the day, so long ago. The Tuesday, February 25th, and Wednesday, February 26th. Polk County, River Place, as well as Pioneer Columbus. And so this is kind of talking a bit about touching on the topics that we had today, as well as being out there in the community as well, beyond just the ones we did in December as well. So
Good job today, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you for
got
the
7 tough
information.
people up here you got to deal with, so
I
nice
think
work.
there was some follow-up.
These-
I think the city manager is taking
Those
notes.
7 over there.
I never have any questions.
So we will get back to people with the information.
Yeah, so we've got a bunch of note taking that we've had, as well as the emails that we received. We'll try and reply back to those as well. So
Mayor, I think it would be helpful if we received a summary of the various items that have been discussed
Yeah.
here, just so we can review
Right,
it
I
to
think
make sure
then-
that
yeah,
we don't
that's
miss
that.
that.
Normally we do that as one email of the kind of the questions that we had, so that we can respond it as
And
as of
possibly if
today.
other people have asked questions, we all get the same answer.
Yep.
So that we are familiar with what's being asked, because we could all be duplicating. So.
I would like to make one other comment. We have an awesome staff.
Yeah.
We really do.
Good work, Scott.
It's not easy when
Some of
you,
which are just listening, the budget analysts in particular.
Yeah.
I think that one thing too, it's, when a city hasn't had to make these kind of changes in, how many, 12 years?
Yeah, last 13.
So I think it's a different dynamic. Unfortunately, I was kind of used to it at the schools, because we make budget cuts all the time. But nobody wants to make cuts. Nobody wants to do this. We have a lot of great things going on, and sometimes we have to deal with things that are passed down to us. And hopefully we can get some changes made and can get back to where we're celebrating growth and can keep moving and repairing and rebuilding the city that we have. So thank you all for the day of attention. And I guess see you Monday.
Thank you.